billion human lives move forward every day, there are still places that seem completely disconnected from everything we know. Not abandoned by time, but preserved by it. Ancient walls remain standing long after the civilizations that built them disappeared. Massive structures survive even though the tools, methods, and knowledge used to create them have been lost for centuries. Archaeologists can measure their stones, map their foundations, and analyze their materials, yet some discoveries continue to raise questions that no excavation has fully answered. Why were they built? How were they constructed with such precision? And what knowledge vanished when their creators disappeared from history? Welcome to a journey into some of the most fascinating ancient mysteries ever uncovered. Clickerman Broch is one of the most puzzling engineering monuments ever built in Iron Age Britain. Standing on a small island in the Loch of Clickerman near Lerwick in Shetland, the structure appears at first to be a simple stone tower. Yet nearly 2,000 years after its construction, archaeologists still cannot fully explain why it was built, how its builders achieved such sophisticated engineering, or why the architectural tradition behind it eventually disappeared. The site has been studied for more than 150 years, excavated extensively between 1953 and 1957 by the British archaeologist J.R.C. Hamilton, and remains one of the most investigated Broch sites in Scotland. Ironically, the more researchers study Clickerman, the more questions seem to emerge. The mystery begins with the tower itself. Clickerman Broch measures approximately 20 meters in external diameter, while the internal living space is only about 9 meters across. This means that nearly half of the entire structure consists of solid stone walls. In some areas, the walls reach roughly 5 meters in thickness. Such dimensions would be impressive even in a medieval fortress. For an Iron Age community working without mortar, concrete, steel reinforcement, or advanced machinery, they are astonishing. Archaeologists estimate that the tower originally stood between 10 and 15 meters high, making it one of the largest structures in northern Scotland during its time. What makes the engineering even more remarkable is the tower's double wall design. Brochs are unique to Scotland and represent a form of architecture found almost nowhere else in the ancient world. Instead of relying on a single massive wall, the builders created two concentric stone walls separated by internal galleries and passageways. These spaces contained staircases, chambers, and access routes hidden inside the structure itself. Modern engineers recognize that such a design distributes weight efficiently while reducing the overall mass of the building. Yet no written records survive to explain how Iron Age builders developed this knowledge. The architectural principles are visible in the stonework, but the thinking behind them vanished long ago. The next mystery is perhaps even more difficult to answer. How was a tower of this size constructed using only dry stone masonry? Every stone in Clickerman was placed without mortar. The stability of the entire structure depended solely on careful stone selection, precise positioning, gravity, and an understanding of load distribution. The fact that substantial portions of the Broch still survive after nearly 2 millennia of exposure to Atlantic storm suggests that the builders possessed a level of practical engineering expertise that is often underestimated. Unlike many later structures that required constant maintenance, Clickerman endured centuries of harsh weather while retaining much of its original form. Its location adds another layer of mystery. Before the water level of the loch was lowered in 1874, Clickerman stood on a small island connected to the mainland only by a narrow stone causeway. Anyone approaching the tower had to cross this restricted access route. Such a position clearly provided defensive advantages. However, many archaeologists question whether defense alone justifies the enormous investment of labor required to build the site. Thousands of tons of stone were transported and assembled to create a monument that appears far more elaborate than a simple fortress. Some researchers believe the Broch may also have functioned as a symbol of political authority, social status, or ceremonial importance. The evidence supports several possibilities but confirms none of them. The unusual defensive layout deepens the puzzle. Most Brochs consist primarily of the tower itself, but Clickerman includes a massive outer enclosure and a distinctive structure known as a blockhouse or forework positioned between the causeway and the Brocha entrance. This additional defensive feature is rare and has generated decades of debate among archaeologists. Some interpretations view it as an advanced security system designed to control access. Others argue that it may have served symbolic or ceremonial functions in addition to defense. The exact relationship between the blockhouse, the enclosure wall, and the tower remains disputed despite generations of study. Another fascinating mystery emerged from the excavations. Clicimin was not occupied for a brief period and then abandoned. Evidence suggests that the site remained important for centuries. Historic Environment Scotland indicates occupation stretching from roughly 1000 BC until around AD 500. Beneath and around the Broch, archaeologists discovered traces of earlier Bronze Age and Iron Age settlements. Later generations modified the tower and eventually constructed a wheelhouse within its partially ruined interior. This continuous reuse raises an important question. Why did successive communities repeatedly return to the same small island over hundreds of years? Something about the location clearly held enduring significance, yet its true importance has been lost. Perhaps the greatest mystery extends far beyond Clicimin itself. More than 500 Broch sites have been identified across Scotland, yet archaeologists still debate the origins of the Broch tradition. These towers appear suddenly in the archaeological record during the Iron Age. They demonstrate advanced stoneworking, sophisticated structural planning, and significant organisational capabilities. Then, after several centuries, the tradition faded away. No architectural manuals survive. No construction instructions were preserved. No written explanation of the technology has ever been found. The builders left behind the structures, but not the knowledge that created them. Clicimin Broch, therefore, represents more than a ruined tower. It is evidence of a technological tradition that achieved remarkable results without leaving a technical record. The walls reveal an understanding of structural engineering. The double wall design demonstrates advanced planning. The island location reflects deliberate strategic thinking. The centuries of occupation show long-term cultural importance. Yet the most fundamental questions remain unanswered. Who first developed Broch architecture? How was the knowledge transmitted? Why did communities invest so much effort in these towers? And perhaps most importantly, why did a successful engineering tradition that produced hundreds of monumental structures eventually disappear from history, leaving only stone ruins and unanswered questions behind? An Amurium necropolis is one of the largest Roman cemeteries ever discovered along the eastern Mediterranean coast, yet it remains largely unknown outside archaeological circles. Located near Cape Anamur on the southern coast of modern Turkey, only about 64 kilometers from Cyprus, the necropolis belonged to the ancient city of Anamurium, a prosperous Roman port that flourished between the 1st and 7th centuries AD. What makes this site remarkable is not simply the number of tombs. It is the scale of the cemetery, the complexity of its architecture, and the evidence it preserves of a society undergoing dramatic cultural and religious transformation. More than half a century of archaeological investigation has revealed hundreds of structures, thousands of artifacts, and countless clues about a civilization that disappeared from history. Yet many of the most important questions remain unanswered. The first mystery begins with size. Archaeologists have documented approximately 350 tombs spread across an area of roughly 101 square meters on the western slopes overlooking the ancient city. Excavation records indicate that these tombs were constructed primarily between the 1st and 4th centuries AD. The cemetery expanded significantly during the 2nd and 3rd centuries, a period when Amurium experienced economic growth and population increase. Yet the scale of the necropolis remains surprising. It is considered one of the largest and best preserved Roman cemeteries in Anatolia, and one of the richest necropolis complexes in the Cilicia region. The concentration of monumental tombs raises an intriguing question. Why did a relatively remote coastal city invest such extraordinary resources in the architecture of death? The cemetery appears almost like a city of its own, stretching across the hillside with rows of structures that in some places rival the surviving urban landscape below. The second mystery involves the tombs themselves. These were not simple graves dug into the ground. Many were elaborate buildings containing multiple chambers, vaulted ceilings, interior courtyards, upper stories, and decorated burial rooms. Archaeologists identified several architectural forms including barrel-vaulted tombs, domed tombs, mausoleums, exedra tombs, and house-like funerary structures. Some contain arched burial niches known as arcosolia arranged along the walls, while others feature large ceremonial rooms where relatives likely gathered for commemorative rituals. The resemblance between certain tombs and domestic architecture is striking. Instead of constructing temporary memorials, the inhabitants of Anamurium built permanent stone structures that resembled miniature houses. Even today, many survive up to roof level after nearly 2,000 years. The question is unavoidable. Were these merely tombs, or were they designed as symbolic residences for the dead in an expected afterlife? The third mystery is hidden in the artwork. Several tombs preserve wall paintings and decorative programs rarely found in such condition elsewhere in Anatolia. One of the most famous examples, known as Tomb Bi-16, contains painted scenes representing the four seasons alongside banquet imagery. Excavation reports dating back to restoration campaigns in the 1960s documented remarkably preserved frescoes depicting landscapes, plants, birds, flowers, human figures, and symbolic motifs. What fascinates researchers is the ambiguous nature of many decorations. According to detailed studies of the necropolis, most surviving artistic themes could belong equally to pagan Roman traditions or to emerging Christian communities. Peacocks, vines, geometric patterns, and floral imagery appear throughout the cemetery. These symbols refuse to provide a simple answer about the beliefs of the people who commissioned them. Instead, they reveal a society existing in a period of transition, where old and new worldviews may have coexisted for generations. This leads directly to the fourth mystery, the religious transformation preserved in stone. Anamurium flourished during the centuries when Christianity spread across the Eastern Roman Empire. By the 4th and 5th centuries, churches and basilicas had become prominent features of the city. Within the necropolis itself stands an early Christian church that underwent at least 5 separate construction phases according to archaeological investigations conducted during the 20th century, and later renewed between 2016 and 2018. Excavations revealed evidence that the church continued to function as a burial site even after the 7th century. Yet throughout the cemetery, pagan artistic traditions and Christian symbols appear side by side. There is no clear dividing line where one belief system suddenly replaces another. Instead, the archaeological record suggests a gradual and complex transition. The dead of Anamurium seem to document a cultural change that written records only partially describe. Another mystery concerns memory. Many tombs were designed for repeated use across generations. Burial chambers often contained multiple niches and multiple occupants. Family groups returned to the same structures over decades, perhaps even centuries. Maintaining these tombs required a remarkable continuity of knowledge. Long before modern maps, property records, or digital archives, families remembered exactly where their ancestors rested. They preserved access routes, ownership rights, and ritual traditions associated with specific tombs. The cemetery therefore represents not only a collection of graves, but also a system of inherited memory, yet the identities of most individuals buried there have vanished. The structure survived, the people did not. The sixth mystery lies in the inscriptions scattered throughout the necropolis. Greek and Latin texts preserved on funerary monuments record names, family relationships, dedications, and commemorations. Some inscriptions reveal social status and aspects of local identity. They allow archaeologists to reconstruct fragments of everyday life within the city. Yet the information is incomplete. We know some names, but not their stories. We know certain families existed, but not how they lived, worked, or died. These inscriptions function like messages sent across 2 millennia, preserving just enough information to provoke curiosity while withholding the larger narrative. The final mystery may be the most significant of all. How much of Anamurium's knowledge disappeared with its decline? Historical sources indicate that the city prospered for centuries before entering a period of instability. Sasanian attacks in AD 260 damaged the region. Later earthquakes, political upheaval, and increasing insecurity along the coast contributed to a gradual decline. By the 7th century, much of the city had been abandoned. The engineering skills required to construct hundreds of durable tombs, many of which remain standing after nearly 2,000 years, were never recorded in technical manuals that survive to the present. The builders understood stone selection, structural stability, vault construction, decoration techniques, and long-term durability. Their achievements remain visible, but their methods are largely lost. Modern archaeology continues to search for answers. Excavations directed by Elizabeth Alfeldi between 1965 and 1970 opened the first major chapter of scientific investigation. Later work by researchers from the University of British Columbia and recent projects conducted between 2016 and 2018 employed advanced documentation methods including laser scanning, restoration analysis, and detailed architectural surveys. Every new season reveals additional information about the cemetery and the city it served. Yet despite decades of research, Anamurium Necropolis remains more than a collection of ancient tombs. It is a frozen record of cultural change, religious transformation, family memory, and technological knowledge that outlived the society that created it. The stones remain, the names fade, the questions endure. Baalbek Trilithon Quarry remains one of the most extraordinary engineering mysteries of the ancient world. Located in Lebanon's Beerka Valley, the quarry supplied stone for the monumental Temple of Jupiter at Baalbek, a sanctuary that UNESCO describes as one of the finest examples of Imperial Roman architecture. Yet the greatest mystery is not the temple itself. It is the quarry where ancient builders cut some of the largest stone blocks ever produced by human hands. More than 2,000 years later, archaeologists can measure these stones with precision, calculate their weight, and trace their intended destination, but no one can demonstrate with certainty how the ancient builders planned to move them. The most astonishing discovery emerged during excavations conducted by the German Archaeological Institute in 2014 under the direction of archaeologist Janine Abdul-Masih. Beneath and beside the famous stone of the pregnant woman, researchers uncovered an even larger monolith now known as the Forgotten Stone. The block measures approximately 19.6 meters in length, 6 meters in width, and at least 5.5 meters in height. Based on its dimensions and limestone density, its weight has been estimated at roughly 650 tons. This makes it one of the largest known stone blocks ever quarried in human history. Even today, moving a stone of this size would require specialized heavy lifting equipment, modular transport systems, and extensive engineering planning. The discovery immediately raised a question that remains unanswered. Why were Roman engineers attempting to create blocks of such unprecedented size? The Forgotten Stone was not an isolated example. Nearby lies the famous stone of the pregnant woman, a monolith measuring more than 20 meters long and weighing approximately 1,000 tons. In the 1990s, archaeologists also documented another giant block known as the Stone of the South, estimated at roughly 1,242 tons. Together, these three unfinished monoliths represent an engineering ambition unlike anything normally associated with Roman construction. Most ancient builders reduced transportation risks by dividing material into manageable blocks. Baalbek appears to follow the opposite strategy. Instead of smaller stones, the builders repeatedly attempted to quarry increasingly massive monoliths, some weighing more than many modern naval vessels. Archaeologists have never reached a consensus on why such extreme dimensions were considered necessary. The mystery becomes even greater when attention shifts from the quarry to the temple platform itself. Embedded within the western retaining wall of the Temple of Jupiter are the famous Trilithon stones. Each block measures more than 10 meters long, approximately 4.3 meters high, and around 3.6 meters deep. Their estimated weight ranges between 750 and 800 tons each. These are not unfinished stones abandoned in a quarry. They were successfully transported and placed into a monumental structure that still survives today. The challenge is difficult to overstate. The blocks are positioned several meters above ground level within the retaining wall, meaning the builders had to accomplish not only transportation but also precise placement. The Trilithon remains one of the heaviest groups of stones ever moved and installed in antiquity. For more than a century, researchers have attempted to reconstruct how this feat was achieved. One important clue comes from the geography of the site. The quarry sits slightly higher than the temple complex. This means the stones could theoretically have been moved downhill rather than lifted from a lower elevation. Some engineers propose that large rollers, earthen ramps, sledges, capstans, and temporary embankments were used to drag the blocks toward the construction area. Such explanations are physically plausible and consistent with known Roman engineering practices. However, plausibility is not proof. No complete archaeological evidence survives showing the exact transport system. More importantly, no modern reconstruction has demonstrated the entire process using full-scale blocks approaching 800 or 1,000 tons. The proposed solutions explain parts of the problem, but not every stage of it. Another mystery concerns the stones that were never moved. Detailed studies of the stone of the pregnant woman revealed visible cracks and structural defects. Researchers have suggested that flaws in the limestone may have contributed to its abandonment. Similar explanations have been proposed for the larger monoliths, yet uncertainty remains. If defects were the reason, why continue quarrying even larger stones nearby? Why invest enormous labour into partially extracting a 1,650-ton block before leaving it behind? The quarry resembles a project frozen in time, preserving decisions that ancient engineers never had the opportunity to explain. The debate surrounding Baalbek has often attracted sensational theories involving lost civilizations or technologies beyond the capabilities of the ancient world. Archaeological evidence, however, strongly connects the quarry and temple complex to Roman construction activity. UNESCO identifies Baalbek as one of the most important surviving examples of Roman architecture, and the massive stones are generally regarded as products of Roman engineering, rather than evidence of a forgotten civilization. Yet accepting a Roman origin does not eliminate the mystery. In many ways it deepens it. The question is no longer who built the structures, but how Roman engineers organized the manpower, logistics, surveying, quarrying techniques, and construction methods necessary to handle objects weighing hundreds of tons. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of Baalbek is that it represents a rare moment when archaeology can see both success and failure preserved side by side. The trilithon demonstrates that ancient builders achieved something extraordinary. The unfinished monoliths demonstrate that even they had limits. One group of stones reached the temple and became part of a monument that still stands after nearly 2 millennia. Another group never left the quarry. Between those two outcomes lies a missing chapter of engineering history. Modern technology allows researchers to map every surface, calculate every dimension, and estimate every weight with remarkable accuracy. Yet the critical knowledge that connected quarry to monument has largely disappeared. That lost process remains the true mystery of Baalbek Trilithon Quarry, and it is why the site continues to challenge archaeologists, engineers, and historians more than 2,000 years after the last stonecutters left their marks in the limestone. Molí d'Espígol is one of the most overlooked archaeological sites in Spain, yet it may preserve some of the strongest evidence that sophisticated urban planning existed in northeastern Iberia long before Roman rule. Located near the modern town of Tornabus in Catalonia, the site was occupied from the late Iron Age and evolved into what archaeologists consider one of the most developed urban centres of the Ilergetes, one of the major Iberian peoples of the region. What makes Molí d'Espígol remarkable is not simply its age, it is the level of organisation hidden beneath its ruins. Excavations reveal a city that appears to have been planned, expanded, defended, and administered according to principles that remain only partially understood today. The city reached its peak between the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, before being abandoned around 200 BC during the upheavals associated with Second Punic War and the defeat of the Ilergetes. Yet the greatest mystery is not why the city disappeared. It is how a society that left so few written records created an urban system so advanced that archaeologists are still trying to reconstruct the knowledge behind it. The first mystery begins with the city's design itself. Archaeological evidence indicates that a major transformation occurred at the beginning of the 4th century BC. During this period, the urban layout became fixed in a form that can still be identified today. The settlement expanded beyond its earliest defences, suburban districts emerged outside the original walls, and the site developed into what researchers classify as a true city rather than a simple, fortified village. This distinction is important. Across much of Iron Age Europe, settlements often grew gradually and irregularly. Molí d'Espígol followed a different path. Streets, residential sectors, defensive structures, and expansion zones appear to have been integrated into a coherent plan. Such organisation implies the existence of surveyors, planners, administrators, and builders capable of coordinating large-scale construction projects over multiple generations. Yet, unlike the Greeks or Romans, the people responsible left almost no technical text explaining how they achieved it. The city itself survives. The knowledge behind it does not. Even more puzzling is the evidence for long-term continuity. Excavations suggest that the settlement underwent several phases of growth, but each expansion remained connected to the original urban concept. New structures were integrated into existing systems rather than replacing them entirely. This implies that successive generations possessed a detailed understanding of the city's design principles. Modern engineers rely on plans, drawings, maps, and written specifications to maintain consistency across decades. No such archive has been discovered at Molly d'Espigol. Nevertheless, construction continued with remarkable coherence. Somewhere within Iberian society existed a mechanism for preserving technical knowledge across centuries. Whether this knowledge was transmitted through specialized builders, political elites, religious authorities, or oral traditions remains unknown. The result is a paradox. The city demonstrates the existence of advanced planning, but the process that preserved that expertise has vanished completely. The defensive system presents another layer of mystery. Molly d'Espigol was surrounded by fortifications that protected not only the urban core, but also controlled movement into and around the settlement. Archaeologists have identified a clearly defined urban zone enclosed by walls, as well as suburban areas extending beyond them. Such arrangements required careful consideration of visibility, access, logistics, and security. Defensive architecture is rarely accidental. Every wall, gateway, and approach route reflects strategic decisions. The challenge is that historians possess only fragments of information about Iberian military theory. No surviving manuals explain how the Illigiti evaluated terrain or designed fortifications, yet the city itself demonstrates that such knowledge existed. The walls were not isolated structures. They formed part of a broader urban system intended to manage both civilian life and external threats. This raises a fundamental question. How extensive was the engineering tradition that produced these defences, and how much of it disappeared when Iberian political power collapsed? Another remarkable feature is the scale of the settlement. Archaeologists now regard Molly d'Espigol as one of the most developed examples of Illigite urbanism. Reaching such a level of complexity required more than construction skills. A city demands administration, food distribution, water management, labour organisation, and political authority. Evidence indicates that the site functioned as a central place within a wide territory, suggesting that it exercised influence over surrounding communities. This transforms the archaeological puzzle. The ruins are no longer simply the remains of buildings. They are the remains of an entire system of governance. How were resources collected? How was labour coordinated? How were construction projects financed and managed? The material evidence proves these systems existed, but the records that might explain them have almost entirely disappeared. Unlike Rome, which left vast archives, Molly d'Espigol forces researchers to reconstruct an entire political and economic world from stone foundations and fragmented artefacts. Water may provide another clue to the city's sophistication. Researchers have identified the remains of an ancient reservoir or pond located southwest of the fortified core. Archaeologists believe this feature probably helped guarantee the settlement's water supply. At first glance, this may seem ordinary, but reliable water management is one of the defining characteristics of successful urban centres. Maintaining a large population requires planning for seasonal fluctuations, droughts, storage capacity, and distribution. The presence of such infrastructure suggests that the inhabitants understood local environmental conditions well enough to engineer solutions for long-term occupation. Yet the precise methods used to design, maintain, and integrate this system into the broader urban landscape remain poorly understood. Once again, the physical evidence survives while the technical explanations have vanished. The city's final chapter deepens the mystery rather than resolving it. Around 200 BC, Molly d'Espigol was abandoned during the turbulent period associated with the Second Punic War. The defeat of the Illigites fundamentally altered the political landscape of the region. Evidence suggests limited reoccupation around 100 BC in parts of the site, but this phase was brief. By the middle of the 1st century BC, the settlement had been abandoned permanently. What disappeared was more than a city. The urban tradition that created it faded as Roman influence expanded across Iberia. Technologies, planning methods, administrative systems, and construction knowledge that had once supported one of the region's most advanced Iberian cities gradually vanished from history. This pattern appears repeatedly across the ancient world. Monumental achievements survive while the expertise behind them is lost. The builders of Molly d'Espigol belong to that tradition of forgotten engineers whose accomplishments remain visible even as their methods remain obscure. Modern archaeology continues to investigate these questions. Research at the site began with excavations conducted by A. Lawrence between 1970 and 1972. Later work between 1987 and 1994 expanded understanding of the settlement, while extensive investigations led by Professor Juan Marquez and the University of Barcelona revealed much of what visitors can see today. In 2009, the site received official recognition as a cultural asset of national interest. Despite decades of study, many of the most important questions remain unanswered. How was the city's layout originally surveyed? How was urban knowledge transmitted across generations without surviving technical documents? How did the Ilergetes coordinate large-scale construction projects? And how much of their engineering tradition disappeared forever after the Roman conquest? Molly d'Espigol may not possess giant pyramids or massive stone monuments, but its mystery is no less profound. The ruins preserve evidence of a sophisticated urban civilization whose knowledge can still be measured in walls, streets, and foundations, yet whose methods remain frustratingly beyond our reach. Chulor village first appeared beneath the sands of northern Chile during archaeological investigations led by Gustavo Lepage in the mid-20th century. What emerged was not a temple, a fortress, or a royal monument. It was something far more puzzling. Buried beneath the Atacama Desert lay the remains of a permanent settlement dating back nearly 3,000 years, constructed in one of the driest environments on Earth. The discovery immediately raised a question that archaeologists still debate today. How did an agricultural community survive for centuries in a landscape where some regions receive only a few millimeters of rainfall per year? Located approximately 7 kilometers southwest of San Pedro de Atacama, Chulor represents one of the earliest known sedentary settlements in the Atacama Basin. Archaeological dating places its foundation around 800 BC, with occupation continuing into the 1st centuries AD. Excavations conducted by Ana Maria Barón between 1980 and 1984 revealed an organized settlement covering roughly 5,200 square meters, although researchers believe the original occupied area extended much farther beneath the surrounding dunes. Unlike many famous archaeological sites, Chulor does not attract attention because of gigantic monuments or elaborate palaces. Its mystery lies in the sophisticated solutions developed by ordinary people attempting to survive in one of the harshest environments ever permanently inhabited. The first major mystery involves the village's unusual architecture. Excavations revealed dozens of circular adobe structures connected together through shared walls and narrow passages. The layout resembles a labyrinth more than a conventional village. Throughout much of the ancient world, rectangular buildings dominated settlement design because they were easier to expand and organize. Yet at Chulor, circular construction became the standard. Archaeologists have proposed several explanations. Rounded walls may have reduced the impact of strong desert winds. They may have improved thermal efficiency by limiting exposed surface area. They may also have reflected social traditions unique to early Atacama communities. What remains remarkable is the consistency of the design. The circular pattern appears repeatedly throughout the settlement, suggesting a deliberate architectural strategy rather than individual preference. Nearly 3,000 years later, no definitive explanation exists for why this particular system became so dominant. The mystery becomes even more intriguing when the surrounding environment is considered. The Atacama Desert is frequently described as the driest non-polar desert on Earth. Modern scientific studies have identified regions where measurable rainfall may not occur for years at a time. NASA has repeatedly used portions of the Atacama as an analog environment for Mars because of its extreme aridity. Yet Chulor was not a temporary camp occupied by small groups of travelers. Archaeological evidence demonstrates long-term settlement, agriculture, animal husbandry, pottery production, and community organization. The inhabitants cultivated crops using water supplied by the oasis system associated with the San Pedro River. Maintaining such a settlement required continuous management of irrigation, soil fertility, and seasonal resources. Unlike civilizations that developed beside massive rivers such as the Nile or Euphrates, Chulor depended on a fragile environmental balance that could easily have collapsed. The fact that the settlement survived for centuries suggests a level of ecological knowledge that is still not fully understood. Another mystery emerged from the artifacts recovered during excavation. Archaeologists discovered evidence indicating that Chulor was connected to communities far beyond the Atacama Basin. Marine shells originating from the Pacific coast appeared within the settlement despite the considerable distance separating the village from the ocean. Other materials suggest exchanges with populations living in different regions of the Andes. These discoveries demonstrate that Chulor participated in long-distance trade networks extending across some of South America's most difficult terrain. The challenge becomes obvious when the geography is examined. The Atacama contains vast stretches of barren landscape with limited water sources and extreme environmental conditions. Moving goods through such territory required extensive knowledge of routes, logistics, and resource management. Somehow, centuries before written maps and modern transportation systems, communities established reliable connections across these environments. Chulor appears to have occupied a strategic position within those networks, yet the full extent of its economic role remains uncertain. Perhaps the most fascinating mystery involves the slow destruction of the settlement itself. Many ancient cities disappeared because of warfare, invasion, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, or political collapse. Chulor followed a different path. Geological and environmental studies indicate that the village gradually became overwhelmed by advancing sand dunes and increasing aridity. The process unfolded over generations rather than days. Residents would have watched the landscape change around them. Productive land would have become more difficult to maintain. Sand would have accumulated closer to homes and agricultural areas. Water availability may have become increasingly unpredictable. Yet evidence suggests that occupation continued despite these growing pressures. This raises an important question. Why did the inhabitants remain? Human communities often abandon settlements when environmental conditions deteriorate beyond sustainable limits. Chulor's residents instead appear to have adapted repeatedly while the desert slowly advanced toward them. Archaeology can document the environmental changes, but it cannot fully explain the choices made by the people who experienced them. Ironically, the same dunes that contributed to Chulor's decline also became the reason for its preservation. As structures disappeared beneath layers of sand, they became protected from many of the destructive processes that damage archaeological sites elsewhere. When Gustavo Lepage first documented the remains during the 1950s, much of the ancient settlement was still concealed beneath the desert surface. Subsequent excavations revealed only a portion of what once existed. Researchers believe significant sections of the village remain buried today. Every buried structure represents information that has not yet been recovered. Additional houses, storage facilities, activity areas, and artifacts may still lie hidden beneath the dunes. Modern archaeological techniques including environmental reconstruction, remote sensing, digital mapping, and stratigraphic analysis continue to improve understanding of the site, but large portions of Chulor remain unexplored. The greatest mystery of Chulor may ultimately be the knowledge that disappeared with its people. The inhabitants successfully established a permanent community in one of the most unforgiving environments on Earth. They developed architectural solutions adapted to desert conditions. They maintained agricultural production despite limited water resources. They participated in long-distance trade networks, crossing hundreds of kilometers of difficult terrain. None of these achievements emerged by accident. They required generations of observation, experimentation, and accumulated expertise. Yet almost no written record survives to explain how that knowledge was organized or transmitted. The village itself demonstrates what these people accomplished, but it does not reveal every method they used. This pattern appears throughout ancient history. Physical structures endure, while the practical knowledge behind them vanishes. Chulor offers a rare example not of lost monumental architecture, but of lost environmental mastery. Beneath the sands of the Atacama Desert, one of the world's oldest desert communities continues to preserve evidence of solutions that allowed human beings to flourish where survival should have been nearly impossible. Much of that story remains buried, and some of its most important answers may still be waiting beneath the dunes. In 2020, archaeologists announced that a hilltop in northeastern Scotland contained evidence for more than 800 ancient houses. The discovery immediately became one of the most surprising archaeological findings in Britain in decades. The site was Tap O Noth, a fortified hill rising 563 metres above sea level in Aberdeenshire. For generations, it had been regarded as an impressive but relatively ordinary ancient fort. Detailed surveys, excavations, and radiocarbon dating carried out by the University of Aberdeen's Northern Picts project revealed something very different. Beneath the grass-covered slopes were the remains of what may have been one of the largest settlements in post-Roman Britain. If all of the identified house platforms were occupied at the same time, the population may have reached between 3,000 and 4 Sioux people during the 5th and 6th centuries AD. That estimate challenges almost everything historians once believed about the scale and complexity of Pictish society. Tap O Noth stands within the historic region of Aberdeenshire, overlooking the Valley of Rhynie. Archaeological interest in the area intensified after excavations at Rhynie uncovered evidence of a major Pictish power centre. Beginning in 2011, Professor Gordon Noble and his team from the University of Aberdeen investigated a landscape that produced imported Mediterranean wine amphorae, luxury glass vessels from Western France, evidence of high-status feasting and extensive metalworking activity. These discoveries suggested that northeastern Scotland was connected to long-distance trade networks during a period once considered economically isolated. Yet the greatest surprise was still waiting on the hill above. The most remarkable mystery surrounding Tap O Noth is its sheer size. Archaeologists identified more than 800 circular and oval house platforms distributed across the hillside. This was not a small defensive outpost. It was a settlement on a scale rarely seen anywhere in Britain after the collapse of Roman rule. Most early medieval communities in northern Britain consisted of scattered farms and small villages. Even many important fortified centres contained populations measured in hundreds rather than thousands. The evidence from Tap O Noth suggests an entirely different level of organisation. Researchers described it as potentially one of the largest known settlements in post-Roman Britain. The obvious question immediately follows. If thousands of people lived here, why did historians remain unaware of such a major centre for so long? The answer lies partly in the nature of the Picts themselves. Unlike the Romans, they left very few written records. Almost everything known about them comes from archaeology. The houses at Tap O Noth were constructed primarily from timber and turf rather than stone. Over centuries, the structures collapsed and blended into the landscape. From ground level, many of the platforms appear little different from natural terrain. Only through modern survey techniques, including aerial photography, LiDAR mapping, and detailed fieldwork, did the true extent of the settlement become visible. An entire community may have remained hidden in plain sight for more than 1,000 years. The second great mystery concerns logistics. Housing thousands of people is difficult enough in a fertile valley. Doing so on the slopes of a steep hill is another matter entirely. Every settlement requires food, water, fuel, building materials, tools and livestock. Tap O Noth occupies a commanding position, but it is not an obvious location for sustaining a large population. Archaeologists believe the surrounding lowlands likely provided agricultural support, yet the scale of the operation remains extraordinary. Thousands of people would have required vast quantities of grain, meat, timber, and fresh water. Organising such resources implies leadership, planning, and administrative capabilities far more sophisticated than traditionally associated with early medieval northern Britain. The construction effort itself raises additional questions. Hundreds of houses required enormous quantities of timber. Defensive walls required large amounts of stone. Materials had to be transported uphill without modern roads, engines, or machinery. The settlement was not built over a few weeks or months. It represented a sustained investment of labour over multiple generations. Archaeological evidence indicates that house platforms were carefully arranged across the hillside rather than appearing randomly. Some structures occupy prominent positions, suggesting possible social distinctions within the community. Such organisation hints at a complex society capable of coordinating large-scale construction projects. Another mystery involves the strategic purpose of the site. Tap O Noth offers extraordinary visibility. From its summit, observers can monitor movement across large portions of northeastern Scotland. Natural travel routes through the surrounding landscape become clearly visible from elevated positions. Defensive advantages are obvious. An approaching force could be detected long before reaching the settlement. Yet strategic visibility alone may not explain why so many people gathered here. Large populations are usually drawn toward economic opportunities, political authority, religious significance, or some combination of all three. Archaeologists continue debating whether Tapo Noth functioned primarily as a permanent settlement, a seasonal gathering center, a political capital, or a fortified refuge during periods of instability. The hill also preserves evidence of an even older mystery. At the summit stands a vitrified fort. Vitrification is one of the most unusual phenomena found in ancient Scottish archaeology. Portions of the stone walls were exposed to temperatures high enough to partially melt and fuse the rocks together. Archaeologists generally date the summit fort to between approximately 400 and 100 BC, many centuries before the major Pictish occupation below. This means Tapo Noth was already an important location, long before the settlement of the 5th and 6th centuries emerged. The cause of vitrification remains debated. Some researchers argue that intense fires accidentally produce the effect during attacks or destruction events. Others suggest the heating may have been intentional. Neither explanation fully resolves the mystery. Generating temperatures capable of altering stone on a large scale would have required extraordinary effort. The chronology of occupation presents another puzzle. Radiocarbon dating indicates activity at the site across multiple periods. The summit fort belongs largely to the Iron Age, while the extensive lower settlement appears to have flourished during the Pictish era. This suggests that communities repeatedly returned to the same hill across hundreds of years. Such continuity raises an important question. What made this particular location so valuable that different societies continued occupying it generation after generation? Strategic visibility provides part of the answer, but perhaps not all of it. The repeated use of the hill hints at cultural, political, or symbolic significance that remains poorly understood. Excavations at nearby Rhynie may provide important clues. Archaeologists uncovered imported goods originating hundreds and sometimes thousands of kilometers away. Mediterranean amphorae demonstrate contact with trade networks extending far beyond Scotland. Imported glassware reveals access to luxury goods that were rare in northern Britain during the early medieval period. Specialized metalworking indicates the presence of skilled craftspeople. Together, these discoveries suggest that the region was not an isolated frontier, but part of a much broader network of exchange. Tapo Noth may have served as the population center, supporting a powerful elite based in the valley below. However, direct evidence linking the two remains incomplete. 413 AD, Helium Bobo, ruler of the Xia Kingdom, ordered the construction of a new capital in what is now northern Shaanxi province. The city he founded would become known as Tongwancheng, a name often translated as city ruling 10,000 states. More than 16 centuries later, large sections of that city still stand. That fact alone would not be unusual if Tongwancheng had been built from granite or limestone. It was not. The city was built primarily from compacted earth. Yet while countless stone fortresses across Eurasia collapsed into rubble, Tongwancheng survived centuries of warfare, abandonment, climate change, and desertification. The ruins have become one of the most puzzling examples of ancient engineering in China, because the greatest mystery is not why the city disappeared. The greatest mystery is how it was built. Tongwancheng emerged during one of the most chaotic periods in Chinese history. The 16 Kingdoms era, which lasted from 304 to 439 AD, was characterized by constant warfare between rival states across northern China. Helium Bobo needed more than a royal residence. He needed a fortress capable of protecting his kingdom from powerful enemies. Historical records describe how he selected a strategic location along the Wuding River and ordered the construction of an enormous walled city. Ancient sources indicate that around 100,000 laborers participated in the project. Even by the standards of the 5th century, this represented a massive undertaking. The scale alone raises important questions. Organizing tens of thousands of workers required administration, logistics, surveying, material management, and engineering expertise on a level rarely associated with frontier kingdoms of the period. The most extraordinary mystery appears in the walls themselves. According to the Book of Jin, Helium Bobo placed the construction under the supervision of his trusted general Chigan Ali. Historical accounts describe a brutal quality control system. After each section of wall was completed, iron tools were reportedly driven into the surface. If the tool penetrated too deeply, the workers responsible faced severe punishment. While historians debate whether some details were exaggerated, archaeology confirms that the walls possess an unusual density, compared with many other rammed earth structures from the same era. Portions of the surviving fortifications still rise between several and 10 meters high, despite more than 600 years of exposure. The city's outer defensive circuit extended roughly 6 kilometers, while some sections reached widths of more than 20 meters. These are not the dimensions of a simple earthwork. They reflect a deliberate attempt to create one of the strongest defensive systems of its time. Modern researchers believe the builders carefully selected local white clay and fine sediments before compacting them layer by layer. This may sound simple, but the results were anything but ordinary. Rammed earth architecture existed throughout ancient China, yet most examples experienced far greater erosion over the centuries. Tongwancheng behaved differently. Its walls resisted wind, rain, temperature fluctuations, and environmental degradation at a level that continues to attract scientific attention. The exact formula used by the builders remains unknown because no technical manuals survive. Archaeologists can analyze the materials, they can measure density and composition, they can study surviving construction layers, but they cannot fully reconstruct the knowledge that allowed 5th century engineers to transform ordinary earth into a structure durable enough to survive for 16 centuries. The second major mystery involves the environment itself. Visitors arriving at Tongwancheng today often encounter an arid landscape near the edge of the Muus Desert. This creates the impression that the city was always surrounded by hostile terrain. Historical evidence suggests the opposite. Contemporary descriptions portray a region containing rivers, grasslands, forests, and productive agricultural land. Healy and Bobo specifically praise the area's natural resources when selecting it as his capital. If these accounts are accurate, then the landscape visible today represents a dramatic environmental transformation. Researchers continue debating exactly what happened. Some point towards centuries of warfare that damaged local ecosystems. Others emphasize deforestation, river changes, overgrazing, or long-term climatic shifts. Whatever the cause, the contrast between ancient descriptions and modern conditions remains striking. Tongwancheng may preserve evidence of one of northern China's most significant environmental transitions. The third mystery concerns urban planning. Excavations reveal that Tongwancheng was not a settlement that gradually expanded over time. It was designed. Archaeologists have identified a carefully organized layout containing defensive walls, gates, watchtowers, administrative districts, palaces, residential zones, and military facilities. The city included both inner and outer defensive sectors arranged according to a coherent plan. Such organization required accurate surveying long before modern instruments existed. Engineers needed to establish straight alignments, determine foundation locations, calculate wall dimensions, coordinate labor, and maintain consistency across a construction project covering hundreds of thousands of square meters. Yet almost no detailed technical documentation survives. The physical results remain visible, but the methods used to achieve them largely disappeared. The defensive design introduces another layer of mystery. Tongwancheng was built during a period when military survival depended upon fortification quality. Historical records describe the city as exceptionally difficult to attack. Massive walls protected key structures, while towers provided observation points across the surrounding landscape. Every major architectural element appears to have been designed with defense in mind. This was not merely a capital, it was a military machine constructed from earth. The challenge is understanding how engineers without modern calculations determined the dimensions necessary to support such enormous structures. The walls stood not for decades, but for centuries. Their continued survival suggests a practical understanding of load distribution, material behavior, and structural stability that remains only partially understood today. Archaeological discoveries have complicated the story even further. Although scholars identified the ruins during the 19th century, and Chinese researchers formally investigated the site during the 20th century, large portions of Tongwancheng remain unexplored. Excavations have uncovered palatial architecture, defensive installations, construction materials, ceramics, sculptures, and evidence of extensive urban activity. Remote sensing technologies and geophysical surveys indicate that additional structures may still lie buried beneath accumulated sediment. Every new investigation expands the known size and complexity of the city. Instead of producing simple answers, these discoveries often generate new questions regarding how the capital functioned, how resources were managed, and how such a large population was sustained. Castello is not famous for giant pyramids, impossible stone blocks, or monuments visible from space. Its mystery is far more unsettling. For more than 2,000 years, an entire centre of wealth, industry, and political power remained buried beneath the hills of southern Spain, preserving evidence of technologies, engineering, methods, and historical events that archaeologists are still trying to understand. Located near modern Linares in the province of Jaén, Castello controlled one of the richest mining regions in the ancient Western Mediterranean. The city stood at the crossroads of trade routes, beside navigable waterways, and above vast deposits of silver and lead that fueled the economies of Iberian kingdoms, Carthage, and eventually Rome. Archaeological evidence shows occupation stretching back to at least the 8th century BC, while later Roman records describe a city whose influence extended across much of southern Iberia. Yet despite decades of excavation, some of the most important questions remain unanswered. How did Castello become one of the wealthiest cities in ancient Spain? What technologies allowed its mines to supply metals across the Mediterranean? Why was one of its most remarkable buildings intentionally destroyed? And how did a masterpiece of Roman engineering survive nearly 2 millennia beneath the earth, almost completely intact? The first great mystery begins with a discovery made during excavations in 2011 and 2012. Archaeologists investigating a monumental structure known as Building D uncovered what is now called the Mosaico de los Amores, or Mosaic of the Loves. Measuring approximately 6 meters by 12 meters and covering roughly 70 square meters, the mosaic immediately attracted international attention because of its extraordinary state of preservation. Scientific studies later dated the room to the late 1st century AD or early 2nd century AD. The mosaic contains elaborate mythological scenes including the Judgment of Paris and the story of Selene and Endymion, surrounded by representations of the seasons, animals, and 6 figures of Eros. What astonished researchers was not merely the artwork itself, but the condition in which it survived. After nearly 2,000 years underground, the colours remained vivid, the geometric patterns remained precise, and many of the smallest decorative details were still visible. Later archaeometric studies examined 144 tesserae using handheld X-ray fluorescence and Raman spectroscopy, revealing a sophisticated combination of locally sourced stone and carefully manufactured coloured glass. The analyses demonstrated advanced Roman knowledge of mineral pigments, glass production, and decorative engineering. Even today, conservation scientists continue studying how the materials maintained such stability for so long. The remarkable preservation was possible because a massive wall collapsed over the floor shortly after the building ceased functioning, sealing the mosaic beneath layers of rubble that protected it from weather, agriculture, and later construction. The result was essentially a time capsule from the Roman Empire. Yet this preservation created a new mystery. Why did such a prestigious building suddenly fall out of use? The answer may lie in one of the most controversial theories associated with Castello. Archaeologists discovered that the building was not gradually abandoned. Evidence suggests that the destruction occurred while the structure was still relatively intact. Researchers studying the complex noticed that the collapse does not resemble centuries of natural decay. Instead, it appears consistent with deliberate demolition. Some scholars have linked the event to the assassination of Emperor Domitian in AD 96. Following his death, the Roman Senate initiated a process known as damnatio memoriae, literally the condemnation of memory. Images, monuments, inscriptions, and public buildings associated with the emperor were often destroyed or erased from public life. Because Building D may have been connected to the imperial cult and contained decorative programs associated with Flavian imperial ideology, some archaeologists have proposed that the structure became a victim of this political purge. If correct, the Mosaic of the Loves survived because an act of political destruction accidentally preserved it. The theory remains debated, but it transforms a beautiful flaw into evidence of a forgotten political conflict that unfolded nearly 20 centuries ago. The second major mystery concerns the source of Castello's wealth. Long before the arrival of Rome, The regions surrounding the city contain some of the richest metalliferous deposits in the Iberian Peninsula. Archaeological investigations have identified evidence of metal production dating back to the Late Bronze Age. By the 4th century BC, imported goods from across the Mediterranean were reaching the city in large quantities, indicating growing prosperity fueled by mining. When Rome incorporated the region following the Second Punic War, exploitation intensified dramatically. Historical and archaeological evidence demonstrates that silver and lead extracted from the Sierra Morena mining district were distributed throughout the western Mediterranean. Lead ingots produced near Castello have been identified hundreds of kilometers from their origin. Roman engineers clearly possessed sophisticated systems for extraction, transportation, processing, and distribution. Yet surprisingly little of this industrial infrastructure survives. Archaeologists know enormous quantities of metal were produced because the economic evidence is overwhelming. The city flourished, trade expanded, and Roman authorities invested heavily in the region. However, the precise organization of many mining operations remains unclear. How were labor forces coordinated? How were ores processed at industrial scale? How were extraction rates maintained over generations? The economic power of Castello is undeniable, but much of the technology behind that success has effectively vanished. The third mystery reaches even deeper into history. Long before becoming a Roman city, Castello occupied a strategic position within Iberian and Carthaginian networks. Ancient sources associate the city with Himilce, the local princess traditionally said to have married Hannibal Barca, one of history's most famous military commanders. Whether every detail of the story is accurate remains debated, but the tradition itself highlights the political importance of Castello during the late 3rd century BC. Hannibal did not marry into an insignificant settlement. He formed an alliance with a city whose resources and strategic location mattered enormously to Carthaginian ambitions in Iberia. Yet despite the historical significance of this connection, archaeologists have never identified a definitive Carthaginian administrative center, palace, or elite residence linked directly to this period. Somewhere beneath the site may lie structures connected to the political world that shaped Hannibal's rise before his invasion of Italy. The possibility that substantial portions of this chapter remain buried makes Castello one of the most intriguing archaeological landscapes in Spain. Another mystery concerns the true size of the ancient city. Modern excavation has revealed only a fraction of what once existed. Geophysical surveys conducted in 2009 detected monumental structures before they were excavated, demonstrating that large portions of the city remain hidden underground. Each new campaign reveals additional architectural features, streets, public spaces, and building complexes. The site covers hundreds of hectares, making complete excavation practically impossible with current resources. As a result, archaeologists often compare Castello to a layered archive. Iberian settlements were built, modified, and expanded. Carthaginian influence reshaped portions of the city. Roman engineers constructed monumental public architecture. Later inhabitants reused materials from earlier buildings. Every generation left traces atop the remains of previous generations. Beneath the visible ruins may still lie workshops, temples, administrative centers, storage facilities, residential districts, and industrial installations that have never been seen since antiquity. Modern technologies such as geophysical mapping, drone surveys, digital reconstruction, and non-invasive archaeological analysis continue revealing structures invisible from the surface, but the majority of the city remains unexplored. The final mystery may be the most profound of all. Castello should not have disappeared. Geography favored it, trade favored it, mining favored it, political alliances favored it. During the Roman period, the city enjoyed extraordinary prosperity. Yet by the 3rd century AD, signs of decline became increasingly visible. Archaeological evidence suggests that overexploitation gradually reduced the profitability of local mines. Economic activity contracted, construction slowed, materials from older buildings began to be reused rather than replaced, burials became poorer, the urban landscape shrank. By the medieval period, the once powerful city had largely lost its importance, and nearby settlements eventually overshadowed it. Historians identify several contributing factors, including resource depletion, economic transformation, political instability, and broader changes affecting the Roman world. However, no single explanation fully accounts for the scale of the decline. A city that once controlled immense mineral wealth slowly faded from history until its monuments vanished beneath fields and hills. Seem far beyond what their civilizations were expected to achieve. The deeper researchers dig, the more puzzling the evidence becomes. Why were these structures built? Where did the knowledge behind them come from? And why did some of the techniques used to create them disappear without a trace? Thousands of years later, many of these ancient architectural mysteries remain unsolved, standing as silent reminders that parts of humanity's past are still hidden from history. Jambas Kala was never supposed to fall. Built around the 4th century BC by the ancient civilization of Khwarezm, the fortress stood on the frontier of one of Central Asia's most powerful kingdoms. Its walls rose nearly 10 meters high, the height of a modern 3-story building. More than 1,000 arrow slits covered its defences. Its entrance was designed as a trap capable of turning a narrow passage into a killing zone. Everything about Jambas Kala suggests that its builders expected war and spent generations preparing for it. Yet sometime during the 1st century AD, the fortress was violently destroyed and abandoned forever. Nearly 2,000 years later, archaeologists can still see evidence of the battle that ended its existence, but they still cannot identify the army that brought it down. The story of Jambas Kala returned to light in 1938 when Soviet archaeologist Sergei Pavlovich Tolstov launched the Khwarezm Archaeological Ethnographic Expedition. At the time, much of ancient Khwarezm remained largely unexplored, stretching across the deserts surrounding the lower Amu Darya River. The region contained hundreds of ruined fortresses scattered across an area larger than many European countries. Over the following decades, Tolstov's team documented nearly 1,000 archaeological sites, creating one of the largest archaeological surveys ever conducted in Central Asia. Among these ruins, Jambas Kala immediately stood out. Unlike many abandoned settlements that had been occupied and rebuilt multiple times, Jambas Kala appeared frozen at the moment of its destruction. The fortress occupied a strategic position on the northeastern edge of Khwarezm, protecting agricultural settlements from incursions by nomadic tribes of the surrounding steppe. Archaeological evidence suggests construction began around the 4th century BC, shortly after Khwarezm emerged as an independent power following the collapse of Achaemenid Persian control in the region. The site remained active for approximately 4 centuries. That lifespan may not sound extraordinary, but it means Jambas Kala survived for a period roughly equal to the entire span between Christopher Columbus reaching the Americas in 1492 and the present day. What makes Jambas Kala remarkable is not simply its age, but the strange decisions made by its engineers. Ancient fortresses throughout Central Asia, Persia, and the Mediterranean relied heavily on towers. Towers provided observation points, allowed defenders to fire along the walls, and created strong points capable of resisting attacks. Jambas Kala abandoned that principle entirely. Archaeologists found no defensive towers at its corners and no projecting bastions along its walls. Instead, the builders created something far more unusual. The outer wall was lined with an enormous number of arrow slits arranged in carefully planned rows. Behind this stood a second wall. Between them stretched a protected corridor running around much of the fortress perimeter. Defenders could move through this internal passage while remaining shielded from enemy fire. Rather than concentrating defense into a few towers, the entire wall became a continuous fighting platform. Every section could be defended fine simultaneously. Every approach could be covered by arrows. Some researchers believe this design reflected centuries of experience fighting highly mobile mounted archers on the Central Asian steppe. Instead of preparing for a single point of attack, Jambas Kala was built to respond to threats appearing from any direction. The entrance reveals an even deeper level of military planning. Most fortresses are strongest at their walls and weakest at their gates. Jambas Kala reversed that logic. Before reaching the main gate, attackers were forced into a narrow corridor enclosed by defensive walls. Once inside, they would be exposed to arrow fire from multiple positions while having little room to maneuver. The design resembles defensive concepts later seen in medieval castles, yet Jambas Kala employed them centuries earlier. The gate was not merely an entrance, it was a weapon. For generations, the system appears to have worked. Then, during the 1st century AD, something changed. Excavations conducted by archaeologists uncovered one of the most important discoveries ever made at the site. Scattered throughout parts of the fortress were concentrations of arrowheads associated with combat. Unlike ceremonial weapons deposited in graves, these projectiles were found in patterns consistent with an actual battle. Archaeologists concluded that Yanbas Kala had not been abandoned peacefully. It had been attacked. The evidence suggests the attackers faced enormous difficulties. The gate system was too heavily defended. The walls were too strong. Eventually, according to archaeological interpretations, the assault focused on a section of wall west of the main entrance. Researchers believe a battering ram or similar siege device may have been used to breach the defences. Once a gap opened, fighting spread into the fortress itself. The arrowheads recovered from excavation layers provide a snapshot of the conflict, preserving traces of violence that occurred nearly 2,000 years ago. Yet the most important question remains unanswered. Who launched the attack? No surviving inscription identifies the attackers. No ancient historian recorded the siege. No victory monument celebrates the destruction of Yanbas Kala. The fortress exists in a historical blind spot. Archaeologists know that a major assault occurred. They know the defences were breached. They know the settlement was destroyed. But they cannot identify the army responsible. Some scholars have suggested attacks by nomadic groups moving across the region. Others have connected the destruction to broader political instability affecting Central Asia during the early centuries AD. None of these explanations has been conclusively proven. The mystery becomes even greater when considering the fortress's reputation. Yanbas Kala was not an isolated watchtower housing a few soldiers. It protected a significant settlement and represented one of the frontier strongholds of ancient Khwarezm. Destroying it would have required organization, manpower, and determination. This was not the work of a small raiding party. Whoever attacked Yanbas Kala appears to have possessed the ability to challenge one of the most sophisticated defensive systems in the region. Archaeologists uncovered another intriguing feature at the opposite end of the settlement. Standing on a raised platform approximately 4.5 meters high was a structure widely interpreted as a Zoroastrian fire temple. Excavations revealed significant ash deposits, supporting the theory that sacred fires once burned there. The placement of the temple is particularly interesting. It stood directly opposite the main entrance, creating a central axis through the fortress. This arrangement suggests that military power and religious authority were deliberately connected. The defenders of Yanbas Kala were not merely protecting a military outpost, they were protecting a sacred space as well. Geguti Palace is a ruin that should not exist in the form archaeologists see today. Most medieval royal palaces disappear beneath later cities, are rebuilt beyond recognition, or survive only in written chronicles. Geguti is different. 7 kilometers south of Kutaisi in western Georgia, fragments of walls, foundations, halls and towers still lie scattered across more than 2,000 square meters beside the Rioni River, preserving one of the rarest archaeological windows into the secular world of medieval Georgian kings. Churches, monasteries, and fortresses dominate the surviving architecture of medieval Georgia. Royal palaces almost vanished. Geguti is one of the few exceptions, and that alone makes it significant. Yet the real mystery begins when archaeologists try to answer a much more difficult question. What exactly stood here during the height of Georgia's Golden Age? And how was such a complex royal residence constructed, expanded, and transformed across centuries of political upheaval? The story begins long before the famous palace itself appeared. Archaeological excavations revealed that the site was not created as a single monumental project. Beneath the later royal complex, researchers identified an earlier structure dating to approximately the 8th or 9th century. This earliest phase consisted of a relatively simple building dominated by a massive fireplace. The fireplace measured roughly 8 meters in width and rose upward through the structure, an enormous feature for what was essentially a single-room building. Medieval chronicles describe the surrounding region as royal hunting territory, leading some scholars to connect this early structure with a hunting lodge associated with Georgian royalty. The discovery immediately transformed Geguti from a 12th century palace into a site with a much deeper history. Instead of one palace, archaeologists were dealing with multiple construction phases layered over hundreds of years. The greatest mystery emerged from the largest structure uncovered during excavation. Extensive archaeological campaigns carried out between 1953 and 1956 allowed specialists to reconstruct the main architectural form of the palace. What they revealed was extraordinary. Rising upon a stone platform approximately 3 meters high stood a massive 4-level royal residence commissioned during the reign of King George III, who ruled Georgia from 1156 to 1184. At the center was a cruciform hall crowned by a dome approximately 14 meters in diameter. To visualize that scale, 14 meters is roughly the height of a modern 4-story building and nearly equal to the width of a professional basketball court. For a royal residence in medieval Georgia, the engineering challenge was immense, yet almost nothing of the dome survives today. Archaeologists can trace the foundations, identify the supporting architectural elements, and reconstruct the building's general appearance, but the precise methods used to support and cover the enormous central chamber remain debated. The palace's most impressive feature is therefore also its greatest architectural mystery. The layout itself raises further questions. Unlike many medieval palaces that developed organically around courtyards and defensive structures, Geguti appears to have been planned around a monumental central space. Surrounding rooms included residential quarters, storage areas, service facilities, baths, and administrative spaces. Archaeological reconstruction suggests that the palace contained more than 20 rooms connected to a sophisticated arrangement of corridors and functional zones. Water systems and bathing facilities were integrated into the complex, reflecting a level of comfort rarely associated with medieval royal residences. The existence of such infrastructure is particularly significant because it demonstrates that Geguti was not merely a ceremonial palace visited, occasionally by kings. It functioned as a fully operational royal centre capable of accommodating court officials, servants, guards, and members of the royal family. One of the most fascinating discoveries made during archaeological investigations concerns the decoration of the palace. Preservation work conducted during the 20th century revealed evidence that the walls had once been covered with frescoes. Even more remarkable, archaeologists found indications that the windows contained glass panes. In many parts of medieval Europe, glass windows remained luxury features associated primarily with elite religious buildings. Their presence at Geguti demonstrates a level of wealth and sophistication consistent with the political power of Georgia during the 12th and early 13th centuries. Yet almost none of these decorative elements survive. The paintings vanished, the glass disappeared. The palace that once projected royal authority through colour, imagery and light now survives mainly as stone and brick. Archaeologists can identify traces of splendour, but the full visual experience remains lost. The timing of the palace's expansion is equally important. The principal complex emerged during what historians describe as Georgia's Golden Age. Under King George III and later Queen Tamar, Georgia became one of the most powerful kingdoms in the Caucasus. Queen Tamar, who ruled from 1184 to 1213, oversaw territorial expansion, military victories, and cultural flourishing on a scale unmatched in Georgian history. Geguti appears repeatedly in medieval chronicles as a favoured royal residence. The palace was not an isolated country retreat. It was a political stage connected directly to some of the most important events of the kingdom. In 1191, during a rebellion against Queen Tamar, her former husband Yuri Bogolyubsky was crowned by rebellious nobles at Geguti. The palace therefore witnessed not only royal ceremonies but also political crises capable of threatening the stability of an entire kingdom. Archaeologists faced another puzzle when examining the construction layers of the site. The palace visible today is not the palace that originally stood here. Excavations revealed multiple phases of modification extending into the 13th and 14th centuries. Additional buildings appeared west of the main complex. A palace church was added. Residential and service areas were altered. Each generation left its own architectural fingerprint. This created a challenge familiar to archaeologists worldwide. When a monument evolves continuously, determining which phase represents its original design becomes extremely difficult. Geguti is therefore not a single palace frozen in time. It is a sequence of palaces superimposed upon one another, each partially obscuring the one that came before. The archaeological history of the site is itself an important chapter in the mystery. The first significant modern investigation occurred in 1937 when researchers conducted a preliminary survey and partially cleared several areas of the complex. Much more substantial work followed between 1953 and 1956. These excavations established the chronological sequence of construction, layers, and allowed scholars to produce the first serious reconstructions of the palace. Conservation efforts continued through the 1950s and early 1960s. During these campaigns, approximately 60 artifacts from different historical periods were recovered and preserved in museum collections. The discoveries did not produce spectacular treasures comparable to the gold-filled tombs of Egypt or the royal burials of Mesopotamia. Instead, they provided something equally valuable, evidence capable of reconstructing the daily reality of a medieval royal residence. Comparison with other medieval royal sites makes Geguti even more unusual. Throughout much of Europe, surviving royal architecture from the 12th century often takes the form of castles dominated by military insertions. Geguti certainly possessed defensive elements, including fortified walls and massive external supports, yet its defining feature remained the enormous domed hall at its centre. Scholars have debated the architectural influences visible in its design. Some researchers have compared aspects of the plan with earlier Sasanian palaces, while others see connections with traditions associated with Islamic palatial architecture. At the same time, Georgian specialists emphasize local architectural development and point to similarities with major Georgian religious monuments. The result is a structure that resists easy classification. It belongs fully to neither east nor west. Instead, it reflects Georgia's position at the crossroads of multiple cultural worlds. Another mystery concerns the disappearance of the palace itself. Medieval chronicles frequently mention Geguti, yet by the modern era only ruins remained. The decline was gradual rather than catastrophic. Political fragmentation, invasions, shifting centres of power, and centuries of neglect transformed the palace from a royal residence into an abandoned shell. Some historical accounts indicate that after the Russian annexation of the Kingdom of Imereti in the early 19th century, building materials from the palace were removed and reused elsewhere. Stones that once formed part of one of Georgia's greatest royal residences may, therefore, survive today, embedded within entirely different structures. The destruction was not the result of a single dramatic event, but of a slow process extending across generations. Karacingrad, known in the ancient world as Justiniana Prima, should not have existed where it was built. Around AD 535, Byzantine Emperor Justinian I ordered the construction of an entirely new city in the rugged interior of the Balkans, far from the great ports of the Mediterranean, far from the major commercial arteries of the empire, and far from the centres that normally produced wealth and political influence. Yet within a remarkably short period of time, this isolated hilltop became one of the most ambitious urban projects of the 6th century. Massive fortifications rose from the landscape. Monumental churches appeared. Administrative buildings, plazas, colonnaded streets, reservoirs, and an aqueduct transformed what had been a remote region into a planned city of imperial status. Then, less than a century later, the city vanished. Its streets fell silent, its churches collapsed, and its name disappeared from living memory for more than 1,000 years. Today, the ruins survive under the modern name Karacingrad in southern Serbia, and the mystery surrounding why such an enormous city was built and why it was abandoned so quickly remains one of the most fascinating archaeological puzzles of the Byzantine world. The first mystery begins with its location. Most major cities of late antiquity developed gradually. They emerged beside rivers, trade routes, harbours, or military frontiers. Karacingrad followed none of those rules. Archaeologists and historians have long debated why Justinian selected this particular site. Ancient sources indicate that the emperor wanted to honour the region associated with his birthplace and create a new ecclesiastical and administrative centre for the Balkans. Yet even if that explanation is accepted, it raises another question. Why invest enormous imperial resources into constructing an entirely new metropolis instead of expanding an existing city? The settlement occupied roughly 9 to 10 hectares within its fortified core, organised into an acropolis, an upper town and a lower town, while suburbs extended beyond the walls. For a city founded from scratch, its scale was extraordinary. It represented a deliberate attempt to create an urban centre where virtually none had existed before. The archaeological remains reveal just how ambitious that vision was. Excavations uncovered powerful defensive walls reinforced by towers, multiple basilicas, public squares, residential quarters, workshops, and a sophisticated water system. The city was not merely a fortress, It was designed as a functioning capital. Byzantine historian Procopius described Justiniana Prima as a prestigious new foundation associated directly with Justinian's authority. Archaeological evidence confirms that description. Unlike many ancient cities whose growth occurred over centuries, Karačingrad appears almost frozen in time. Because it existed for only about 80 years, most artifacts found there belong to an unusually narrow chronological window between approximately AD 535 and AD 615. For archaeologists, that is an extraordinary advantage. It is like discovering an entire city sealed inside a single century. Objects recovered from houses, churches, workshops, and streets can often be dated with unusual precision compared to sites occupied for hundreds or thousands of years. The second mystery concerns the city's astonishing concentration of religious buildings. Archaeologists have identified numerous churches within a relatively limited urban area, including a cathedral complex, basilicas, baptisteries, and ecclesiastical structures. This density suggests that Justiniana Prima was intended to become far more than a regional town. In AD 525, Justinian established the Archbishopric of Justiniana Prima, granting it authority over large parts of the Balkans. The city was meant to serve as a major religious centre independent from older ecclesiastical powers. The scale of this ambition becomes easier to understand when compared with modern infrastructure projects. Imagine constructing a completely new administrative capital, a new religious headquarters, and a fortified city simultaneously, all within a sparsely populated interior region. That was essentially what Justinian attempted. Yet despite this immense investment, the project never achieved the long-term importance its founder envisioned. The third mystery lies beneath the city's streets. Water was the lifeblood of every ancient urban centre, and Karačingrad was built in a landscape that offered no obvious advantage in this regard. Archaeological investigations uncovered an aqueduct supplying the city, as well as reservoirs and distribution systems integrated into the urban plan. Constructing such infrastructure required surveying, engineering expertise, labour and continuous maintenance. For comparison, the aqueduct system represented a level of investment similar to building a modern municipal utility network before a city's population had even fully arrived. This suggests extraordinary confidence in the future growth of the settlement. Yet the city never survived long enough to justify centuries of maintenance. The existence of such ambitious infrastructure raises a lingering question. Was Justinian planning for a city far larger than the one that ultimately emerged? The archaeological history of the site is itself remarkable. The first excavations began in 1912 under Serbian archaeologists. Political instability, wars, and economic difficulties repeatedly interrupted the work. Research resumed during the 1930s, restarted after World War II, and expanded significantly after the 1970s through cooperation between Serbian and French teams. Scholars such as Vladimir Kondic, Vladislav Popovic, Bernard Bavant, Vujadin Ivanišević, Jean-Michel Spiza, and others helped reveal the city's structure piece by piece. Since 1978, systematic Franco-Serbian research has continued almost every year. New technologies introduced during the 21st century, including geophysical surveys and remote sensing, have identified additional structures beyond the visible ruins and expanded understanding of the city's layout. More than a century after the first excavations, archaeologists are still uncovering new evidence. One of the most revealing discoveries came not from palaces or churches, but from workshops. Excavations uncovered evidence of specialized craft production, including antler-working facilities where artisans manufactured combs and other objects. Researchers identified unfinished products, production waste, tools, and semi-finished materials. More than 80 antler-working pieces were discovered in one workshop area alone. These finds demonstrate that Karačingrad was not simply an administrative showpiece. It possessed a functioning urban economy with skilled craftsmen operating inside the city walls. Because the occupation period was so short, archaeologists can reconstruct entire manufacturing sequences with unusual clarity. The workshop evidence effectively captures a snapshot of 6th century Byzantine industry at a specific moment in time. Yet the greatest mystery remains the city's disappearance. Archaeological evidence suggests abandonment around AD 615. The traditional explanation points to Avar and Slavic incursions into the Balkans during the late 6th and early 7th centuries. Historical sources document intense instability across the region. Many scholars view these invasions as the primary cause of the city's collapse. However, the situation may have been more complicated. Justinian himself died in AD 565. The imperial enthusiasm that created the city may not have survived its founder. Maintaining a heavily fortified administrative and religious centre in a remote location required constant support from Constantinople. Political priorities changed. Military pressures increased. Economic resources became strained. The city may have been weakened long before its final abandonment. Archaeologists continue to debate how much responsibility belongs to invasion, economic decline, demographic contraction, administrative failure, or a combination of all four. Tazamal is the largest known ancient pyramid complex ever discovered in modern El Salvador. Yet for centuries it sat hidden beneath layers of earth, vegetation, and abandoned masonry while entire civilizations rose and disappeared around it. Located in the Chalchuapa archaeological zone, approximately 80 kilometers west of present-day San Salvador, Tazamal was not a single building but a ceremonial center that evolved over nearly 1,000 years. Archaeological evidence indicates major construction began around AD 100 and continued until approximately AD 1200. What makes Tazamal remarkable is not merely its size, but the fact that every excavation seemed to reveal another structure buried inside an older one, creating a complex archaeological puzzle that still raises questions about who built the city, why it became so influential, and why it was ultimately abandoned. The most fascinating mystery at Tazamal lies beneath the pyramid itself. Unlike a modern building constructed once and expanded occasionally, Tazamal grew through a repeated cycle of destruction and rebuilding. Archaeologists discovered that the visible pyramid represents only the latest stage of construction. Hidden underneath are earlier platforms, temples, stairways, and ceremonial spaces built by previous generations. This practice was common in parts of Mesoamerica, but at Tazamal the scale is extraordinary. Imagine constructing a large stone temple, using it for generations, then deliberately burying it beneath thousands of tons of fill before building an even larger temple directly on top, then repeating the process again and again over centuries. The result is a monument that functions almost like an archaeological time capsule, preserving multiple historical periods within a single structure. Each layer represents a different chapter of the city's history, yet many of those chapters remain only partially understood because some sections remain inaccessible without damaging the later constructions above them. The mystery deepens when examining who actually controlled Tazamal. The site is frequently described as Maya, but archaeological discoveries suggest a far more complicated story. Excavations uncovered evidence linking Tazamal to distant regions hundreds of kilometers away. Certain architectural features resemble traditions found in central Mexico rather than the southern Maya lowlands. Ceramic styles discovered at the site indicate connections extending beyond local populations. During the early Classic period, between approximately AD 250 and AD 600, Tazamal appears to have participated in a network that connected communities across much of Mesoamerica. Some researchers have proposed that influences from the powerful city of Teotihuacan, located more than 1,000 kilometers away in central Mexico, may have reached this region. That distance is roughly equivalent to traveling from Paris to Rome. The existence of such long-distance cultural connections raises an important question. Was Tazamal merely a provincial Maya center, or was it part of a much larger international system of trade, religion, and political influence that stretched across ancient Mesoamerica? One of the most important discoveries at Tazamal was a sophisticated drainage system hidden beneath parts of the ceremonial complex. Ancient engineers designed channels capable of directing water away from critical structures during heavy rainfall. Modern visitors often focus on the pyramid itself, but from an archaeological perspective, these hidden engineering features are equally significant. El Salvador experiences intense seasonal rains, and without proper drainage, large ceremonial platforms could gradually collapse. The fact that Tazamal remained functional for centuries suggests its builders possessed an advanced understanding of hydrology and construction techniques. Similar engineering principles can be observed at larger sites such as Tikal and Copan, yet Tazamal demonstrates that sophisticated urban planning was not limited to the most famous cities of the Maya world. The modern archaeological story of Tazamal began in earnest during the 20th century. Although travelers and local residents had long known about the ruins. Systematic investigations were limited until the work of American archaeologist Stanley Boggs. Beginning in the 1940s, Boggs launched extensive excavation campaigns that transformed understanding of the site. Over multiple decades, he documented structures, recovered artifacts, and attempted to reconstruct portions of the ceremonial center. His work revealed that much of what appeared to be a simple mound actually concealed an enormous architectural complex. Archaeologists uncovered staircases, platforms, tombs, ritual spaces, and residential areas surrounding the main pyramid. The excavations also demonstrated that Tazumal was only one component of a much larger settlement extending throughout Chalchuapa. In effect, what appeared to be a single monument was actually the visible core of an ancient urban landscape. Among the most intriguing discoveries were burials and ritual offerings found within the complex. These finds provided evidence for ceremonial activities that occurred over many centuries. Objects recovered from excavations included ceramic vessels, jade ornaments, obsidian artifacts, and ritual materials associated with elite individuals. Obsidian is particularly important because it allows archaeologists to trace trade routes. Chemical analysis can identify the volcanic source from which obsidian originated. Some of the obsidian found at Tazumal came from sources located far beyond the immediate region, demonstrating that the city participated in exchange networks extending across Mesoamerica. In practical terms, this would be similar to discovering imported luxury goods from multiple foreign countries within a single ancient city today. Another mystery concerns the scale of Tazumal's influence compared with the size of modern El Salvador. Today, El Salvador is the smallest country in mainland Central America, covering roughly 21,000 square kilometers. Yet during the height of Tazumal's occupation, the site appears to have functioned as one of the most significant ceremonial and political centers in the region. Archaeologists believe Chalchuapa contained multiple monumental complexes connected through a shared cultural landscape. The concentration of monumental architecture within such a relatively small area suggests a level of regional organization that remains only partially understood. Unlike famous sites such as Tikal, where hieroglyphic inscriptions provide extensive historical information, Tazumal offers far fewer written records. As a result, archaeologists must reconstruct its history primarily through architecture, artifacts, and stratigraphy rather than detailed texts. The decline of Tazumal presents another unresolved archaeological question. Evidence indicates that major occupation continued into the Terminal Classic and early Post-Classic periods before eventually diminishing around AD 120. Unlike cities destroyed by known invasions or catastrophic natural disasters, Tazumal appears to have experienced a more gradual transformation. Archaeologists have proposed multiple explanations, including political fragmentation, changing trade routes, environmental pressures, and broader regional instability affecting Mesoamerica during the centuries following the classic Maya collapse. However, no single theory fully explains the site's abandonment. The city that had spent centuries expanding its monuments, maintaining ceremonial traditions, and participating in long-distance trade networks slowly lost its central role. The reasons remain debated because the archaeological evidence does not point to a single dramatic event. El Argar is one of the most mysterious civilizations ever discovered in prehistoric Europe. Between approximately 2200 and 1550 BCE, a powerful Bronze Age society emerged in southeastern Spain and developed a level of organization that should not have existed in Western Europe at the time. While many neighboring communities were still small farming settlements, El Argar controlled a territory of roughly 35,000 square kilometers, an area comparable to modern Belgium. It built fortified centers, controlled metal resources, established clear social classes, and produced standardized goods across hundreds of kilometers. Then it disappeared. No written records survive, no rulers are known by name. Everything archaeologists know comes from excavations, artifacts, and human remains buried nearly 4,000 years ago. The civilization was first identified during excavations conducted by Belgian archaeologists Henri and Louis Siré in the 1880s. Since then, more than 100 Argaric settlements have been documented across the provinces of Almeria, Murcia, Granada, Alicante, and Jaén. What immediately attracted attention was the unusual consistency found throughout the region. Pottery, weapons, tools, and ornaments often followed nearly identical designs regardless of where they were discovered. Archaeologists believe this level of standardization indicates centralized control. Someone was regulating production across a territory larger than many ancient kingdoms. The strongest evidence for this organization comes from major settlements such as La Bastida and La Almoloya. Excavations revealed carefully planned buildings, storage facilities, workshops, defensive walls, and structures that appear to have served political functions. Some researchers now argue that El Argar may represent one of the earliest state-level societies in Western Europe. The idea remains debated, but the evidence is difficult to ignore. 4,000 years ago, before the arrival of writing in this region, a complex political system may already have been governing thousands of people. One of the strangest aspects of El Argar was the treatment of the dead. Unlike many ancient societies that buried people outside settlements, the Argaric population often placed graves directly beneath houses and public buildings. Archaeologists have uncovered hundreds of burials hidden below floors where families once lived. In some cases, generations of individuals were buried beneath the same structures. The practice created a landscape where daily life existed literally above the dead. Researchers still do not know why. The burials may reflect ancestor worship, inheritance rights, political authority, or a combination of all three. Without written records, the meaning remains uncertain. The most remarkable discovery connected to El Argar was made at La Almoloya in Murcia. Although the site was identified in 1944, one of its greatest discoveries emerged during excavations led by Vicente Lull and his team in 2014. Beneath a large hall capable of holding around 60 people, archaeologists uncovered Grave 38, a burial dating to approximately 1700 BCE. The location alone was extraordinary because the grave sat directly beneath what many researchers interpret as a political assembly building. If that interpretation is correct, the individuals buried there occupied the center of power within El Argar society. Inside the grave were the remains of a man and a woman accompanied by valuable silver objects. What surprised researchers was that most of the prestigious artifacts belonged to the woman. She wore a silver diadem, one of only a few ever discovered from El Argar. Silver bracelets, ornaments, and symbols of status surrounded her remains. The discovery challenged traditional assumptions about Bronze Age leadership. Some researchers proposed that elite women may have held significant political authority within El Argar society. If correct, one of Europe's earliest complex societies may have organized power very differently than previously imagined. The burial evidence also revealed another mystery. El Argar was deeply unequal. Some individuals were buried with weapons, silver jewelry, and luxury goods. Others possessed almost nothing. Analysis of hundreds of graves indicates a rigid social hierarchy. Researchers estimate that only a small percentage of the population belonged to an elite class. The contrast is so dramatic that some archaeologists compare El Argar to later state societies rather than typical Bronze Age communities. Wealth, power, and status were concentrated in the hands of relatively few individuals. Modern scientific studies have added even more intriguing details. Ancient DNA analysis published in recent years examined individuals buried at La Almoloya. The results suggested that men often remained connected to local family lines across generations, while women frequently originated from different communities. This pattern may indicate marriage alliances linking settlements throughout the El Argar territory. Such networks could have helped maintain political stability across hundreds of kilometers. The findings provide a rare glimpse into how this civilization may have organized itself, yet many questions remain unanswered. Military power appears to have played an important role. Archaeologists have recovered bronze swords, daggers, halberds, spearheads, and evidence of extensive fortifications. The settlement of La Bastida contains some of the most impressive Bronze Age defenses found in Europe. Massive walls and towers protected strategic positions overlooking key routes and resources. These fortifications suggest a society prepared for conflict and determined to control valuable territory. El Argar occupied regions rich in copper deposits, the essential ingredient for bronze production. Control of metal meant control of wealth, trade, and influence. Perhaps the greatest mystery is what El Argar did not leave behind. Despite its sophistication, no known writing system has ever been discovered. There are no royal inscriptions, administrative records, laws, or religious texts. Archaeologists can identify rulers, elites, warriors, and craftsmen through material evidence, but they cannot hear their voices. The civilization remains silent about its own history. Then, around 1550 BCE, the system collapsed. Settlements were abandoned, political centers ceased functioning, and the distinctive culture disappeared. Some sites show evidence of destruction by fire. Others suggest economic decline and social instability. Climate change, prolonged drought, internal conflict, rebellion, and resource shortages have all been proposed as explanations. None fully solve the mystery. A civilization that dominated southeastern Spain for nearly 7 centuries vanished without leaving a written explanation. What remains today are fortified ruins, elite tombs, silver crowns, and a growing body of archaeological evidence pointing toward one of the most advanced and least understood societies of Bronze Age Europe. Durrington Walls Timber Circle is one of the most important archaeological sites ever discovered near Stonehenge, yet unlike its famous neighbour, almost nothing of it can be seen today. No giant pillars remain standing, no monument dominates the landscape. Everything that once existed was deliberately removed more than 4,500 years ago. What makes the site extraordinary is that many archaeologists now believe Durrington Walls may be the missing piece needed to understand why Stonehenge was built in the first place. Located about 3.2 kilometres northeast of Stonehenge in Wiltshire, England, Durrington Walls was constructed around 2600 BC, during the same period when Stonehenge entered its most ambitious building phase. The monument is enormous. The enclosing henge measures roughly 500 metres in diameter and covers about 17 hectares, making it the largest known henge in Britain. For comparison, the area inside its banks is larger than 20 football fields. Despite its size, the site's greatest mystery was hidden underground. Modern excavations began revealing that mystery in 1966 when archaeologist Geoffrey Wainwright uncovered evidence of a massive timber circle buried beneath the earthworks. Unlike Stonehenge, which was built from stone, Durrington Walls was dominated by huge wooden posts arranged in concentric circles. Archaeologists identified what is known as the Southern Circle, a ceremonial structure aligned with the winter solstice sunrise. The layout showed careful planning and astronomical awareness, suggesting the monument was used for rituals connected to seasonal events. The most puzzling detail is that the timber circle did not simply decay over time. Archaeological evidence shows the posts were deliberately removed, their sockets were carefully filled with chalk, and the landscape was reshaped. The monument appears to have existed for only a relatively short period before being dismantled. No written records explain why. The people who built one of the largest timber monuments in prehistoric Europe later chose to erase much of it themselves. The scale of the vanished structure became even more remarkable after geophysical surveys carried out between 2010 and 2014. Researchers identified evidence suggesting that a huge ring of timber posts once stood around part of the monument. Estimates indicated approximately 300 giant wooden uprights, some around 1.5 metres in diameter and up to 7 metres tall. Each post would have been roughly the height of a 2-storey building. Together they formed a monumental wooden landscape that may have been just as visually impressive as Stonehenge, yet almost all traces disappeared thousands of years ago. The site's importance increased dramatically after the launch of the Stonehenge Riverside project in 2003 under Professor Mike Parker Pearson of the University of Sheffield. Excavations uncovered evidence that Durrington Walls was not just a ceremonial monument, it was also surrounded by a substantial settlement. Archaeologists found house floors, hearths, pottery, animal bones, and other signs of occupation. At least 7 houses were excavated, while calculations based on surviving remains suggested that hundreds of structures may once have existed across the site. This discovery transformed the understanding of the entire Stonehenge landscape. For generations, Stonehenge had been viewed as an isolated monument standing alone on an empty plain. Durrington Walls revealed a different picture. Around 2500 BC, thousands of people may have gathered here during major ceremonial events. Some estimates suggest that as many as 4 Syro-Zenzonon individuals could have occupied the settlement during peak periods, making it one of the largest known communities in Northern Europe at the time. The evidence for these gatherings comes from one of the most extraordinary archaeological finds at the site: massive quantities of animal bones. Excavations recovered thousands of pig and cattle remains, Analysis showed that many animals were slaughtered when they were around 9 months old, indicating seasonal feasting during winter celebrations. Scientific studies also revealed that some livestock had been brought from distant parts of Britain. Moving animals across hundreds of kilometres without modern transport would have required significant effort, suggesting that people travelled from across the island to participate in events held at Durrington Walls. These discoveries led Parker Pearson and his colleagues to propose one of the most influential theories associated with Stonehenge. According to their interpretation, Durrington Walls represented the realm of the living, while Stonehenge represented the realm of the dead. The evidence supporting this idea is striking. Durrington Walls contains houses, food waste, feasting remains, and timber structures associated with everyday life. Stonehenge, by contrast, contains one of the largest known collections of Neolithic cremation burials in Britain, with the remains of at least 63 individuals identified by archaeologists. In this interpretation, the two sites were not separate monuments but complementary parts of a single ceremonial system. Additional evidence comes from their relationship with the River Avon. Excavations uncovered a ceremonial avenue leading from the southern circle toward the river. Stonehenge possesses a similar avenue connected to the same waterway. Archaeologists believe people may have travelled between the monuments during ritual processions. The river may have acted as a symbolic route linking the world of the living and the world of the ancestors. One of the most important archaeological questions concerns the builders themselves. Radiocarbon dating places the major occupation of Durrington Walls at the same time Stonehenge giant sarsen stones were being erected. The dates overlap so closely that many researchers believe the same communities were responsible for both projects. If this interpretation is correct, the people who built Stonehenge may have lived, worked, and gathered at Durrington Walls before participating in ceremonies at the stone monument. A new mystery emerged in 2020 when archaeologists announced the discovery of a huge ring of shafts surrounding Durrington Walls. Geophysical surveys identified approximately 20 giant pits arranged in a circle more than 2 kilometers in diameter. Individual pits measured around 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep. Each was large enough to swallow a modern house foundation. Researchers from several British universities concluded that the shafts were deliberately created around 2500 BC, making them part of the same ceremonial landscape as Stonehenge and Durrington Walls. Kafir Kot is a fortress that should not exist in the historical record as we know it. Standing on a rocky ridge above the Indus River in present-day Pakistan, the site contains the ruins of 5 stone temples enclosed within a fortified complex. Archaeologists generally attribute the surviving structures to the Hindu Shahi period between the 9th and early 11th centuries, yet the deeper story of the site remains remarkably unclear. There are no surviving local chronicles describing its construction. No inscription has been found identifying the builders with certainty. No document records the original name of the city that once stood behind its walls. More than 1,000 years after its abandonment, even the identity of the people who built it remains partly hidden by fragments of architecture, scattered sculptures, and a handful of historical references. The first mystery begins with the location itself. Kafir Kot occupies a commanding position overlooking the Indus, one of the great rivers of Asia. The fortress sits on elevated terrain where approaching travellers could be seen from a considerable distance. Modern visitors often assume it was built primarily as a religious centre because of its temples, but its defensive walls suggest something much larger. The outer enclosure transformed the entire complex into a fortified sanctuary. This combination of military architecture and sacred architecture appears repeatedly across sites associated with the Hindu Shahis, a dynasty that ruled parts of modern Pakistan and Afghanistan from approximately 822 to 1026 CE. Recent archaeological research has documented hundreds of Hindu Shahi sites across northwestern Pakistan, many positioned on hills, ridges, and strategic routes. In a survey covering more than 2,500 square kilometers, researchers recorded 225 Hindu Shahi archaeological sites, including 217 watchtowers. The pattern suggests a kingdom deeply concerned with defense, surveillance, and territorial control. Kafir Kot was not simply a temple. It was part of a much larger system. That realization leads directly to another unanswered question. If Kafir Kot was part of a defensive network, What exactly was it defending? During the early medieval period, the Indus River functioned as a major corridor connecting regions stretching from Central Asia to the Indian subcontinent. Control of river crossings, trade routes, and mountain passes could determine the survival of entire kingdoms. Yet archaeologists still do not know whether Kafir Kot served primarily as a military outpost, a pilgrimage centre, an administrative hub, or all three simultaneously. The surviving architecture supports multiple interpretations. The temples indicate religious importance. The walls indicate military importance. The elevated position indicates strategic importance. What remains unknown is which role came first, and whether the site evolved over centuries from one function into another. The architecture itself presents another puzzle. The temples of Kafir Kot belong to a broader group of monuments, often called the Temples of the Indus. These structures share features with sites such as Mari Indus, Malot, Amb, and other Hindu Shahi monuments scattered along the river system. Scholars identify the style as a regional form of Nagara architecture influenced by Gandharan traditions. Yet Kafir Kot stands out because of the concentration of temples within a fortified enclosure. The surviving ruins reveal sophisticated stone construction, carefully proportioned towers, decorative carvings, and architectural planning that required highly skilled builders. What makes this remarkable is the historical context. The Hindu Shahis left relatively few written records. Unlike the Romans, Byzantines, or Abbasids, they did not leave behind extensive archives explaining their engineering methods, political organization, or religious practices. As a result, archaeologists often know more about the stones than about the people who placed them. One of the most significant archaeological mysteries surrounding Kafir Kot concerns chronology. Researchers generally agree that the standing temples belong to the Hindu Shahi era, but evidence suggests that the history of the location may extend much further into the past. Some studies indicate that earlier occupation layers in the region could date back to periods influenced by the Kushan Empire, which dominated large parts of Central and South Asia around the 1st to 3rd centuries CE. If that interpretation is correct, then the visible ruins may represent only the latest chapter in a much longer sequence of occupation. The fortress seen today could be the final version of a site that was rebuilt, expanded, modified, and reused over several centuries. The problem is that systematic excavation has never been extensive enough to fully reconstruct that sequence. Archaeologists can see the final layer. The earlier layers remain largely hidden beneath it. This lack of excavation is itself part of the story. Compared with famous archaeological sites such as Mohenjo-Daro or Taxila, Kafir Kot has received relatively limited archaeological attention. Many of the conclusions about the site rely on architectural analysis rather than large-scale excavation. Archaeologists compare floor plans, masonry techniques, decorative motifs, and structural layouts with other known Hindu Shahi monuments. This approach has produced valuable insights, but it also means that many questions remain unresolved. Without extensive excavation, it is difficult to determine how many people lived here, how long they occupied the site, what economic activities supported them, or how the settlement changed through time. In archaeological terms, Kafir Kot remains more visible than understood. The disappearance of the site may be the greatest mystery of all. Historical traditions often connect the decline of Hindu Shahi power to the campaigns of the Ghaznavids during the late 10th and early 11th centuries. The Hindu Shahi kingdom spent decades resisting military expansion from the west before ultimately collapsing. Some accounts suggest that fortresses such as Kafir Kot were abandoned or destroyed during this turbulent period, yet direct evidence remains surprisingly limited. Archaeologists have not recovered a dramatic destruction layer comparable to those found at some ancient cities. There is no single artifact that reveals the exact moment when life ended inside the fortress. Instead, the site appears to fade from history. The temples remained, the inhabitants vanished. The political system that created the complex disappeared so completely that centuries later, even the original name of the settlement was forgotten. Another fascinating mystery concerns religion. The temples clearly indicate Hindu worship, but surprisingly little is known about the specific rituals performed there. Scholars can identify architectural elements associated with Hindu sacred spaces, yet evidence for the exact deities worshipped at Kafir Kot remains incomplete. Some sculptures and architectural fragments have been removed from the site over the centuries and are now dispersed among museums. Other pieces have been lost entirely. Imagine attempting to reconstruct the purpose of a cathedral after removing most of its statues, inscriptions, and sacred objects. That is effectively the challenge archaeologists face at Kafir Kot. They possess the shell of the religious landscape, but only fragments of the religious life that once animated it. The site has become even more important in recent years because of digital archaeology. In 2023, heritage specialists conducted advanced scanning and digital reconstruction projects designed to preserve the architecture in unprecedented detail. Using terrestrial laser scanning and heritage building information modeling, researchers created highly accurate three-dimensional records of the temples and surrounding structures. These digital models revealed construction details that are difficult to study through conventional photography alone. The irony is striking. A fortress that lost its name, its inhabitants, and much of its history is now being preserved through some of the most advanced documentation technology available. More than 1,000 years after its builders disappeared, archaeologists are creating a digital version of Kafir Kot that may ultimately survive longer than the stone itself. When Kafir Kot is compared with other Hindu Shahi sites along the Indus, its significance becomes even clearer. Many temples from this tradition survive only as isolated structures. Kafir Kot combines temples, fortifications, elevated terrain, and strategic geography within a single complex. It represents an unusually complete snapshot of a civilization that remains poorly understood. Archaeologists studying the Hindu Shahis repeatedly emphasize how fragmentary the evidence remains. Coins, inscriptions, pottery, defensive structures, and temples provide clues, but the overall picture remains incomplete. A modern historian trying to understand the Hindu Shahis faces a situation similar to assembling a 1,000-piece puzzle with several hundred pieces permanently missing. Kafir Kot is one of the largest surviving pieces of that puzzle, which is precisely why every unanswered question surrounding the site matters. Mysa is remembered as the place where Aristotle taught Alexander the Great, but that famous connection hides a much deeper archaeological mystery. More than 2,300 years after the young prince of Macedon studied here, archaeologists are still trying to determine what Mysa actually was. Was it simply a sanctuary where a philosopher instructed a future conqueror, or was it the center of a much larger and more sophisticated complex that helped shape the ruling elite of an empire? The question remains unresolved because the most important discovery at Mysa is not what has been found, it is what is still missing. Ancient writers described Mysa as a place associated with springs, caves, and a sanctuary of the nymphs. According to later accounts, King Philip II invited Aristotle to educate his son Alexander and a group of noble youths here around 343 BC. Those students reportedly included future generals and rulers who would later govern territories stretching from Greece to Egypt and deep into Asia. Yet for centuries nobody knew exactly where Mysa was located. The city vanished so completely that its identification became one of the puzzles of Macedonian archaeology. Various locations were proposed during the 19th century until systematic studies of literary sources and archaeological evidence gradually pointed toward the area near modern Lefkadia and Nausa in northern Greece. The identification was largely established through the work of archaeologist Fotis Petsas in 1968 after years of excavations and analysis. The greatest mystery emerged almost immediately. Archaeologists discovered monumental tombs, sanctuaries, public buildings, theatres, and wealthy estates connected to Mysa. They found evidence of a prosperous urban centre, yet the city itself seemed to be missing. Even today, despite decades of excavation, the exact limits of the settlement and its defensive walls remain unknown. Archaeological authorities openly acknowledge that the location of the ancient city's walls has not yet been identified. This is a remarkable situation. Imagine uncovering the cemeteries, monuments, elite residences, and public architecture of a city while still being unable to define the city itself. It is as if archaeologists had found the suburbs, graveyards, and landmarks of a modern metropolis, while the urban core remained hidden underground. The site most visitors associate with Mysa is the so-called School of Aristotle. Nestled among caves, flowing water, and limestone outcrops, it appears to fit the descriptions preserved by ancient authors. The landscape feels more like a sacred sanctuary than a classroom. Natural caves open into a rocky escarpment. Water flows through the area year-round. Dense vegetation surrounds the site, Archaeological evidence shows that this location was transformed during the second half of the 4th century BC, exactly when Aristotle was believed to have been teaching Alexander. Builders carved the rock face, created architectural spaces between natural caves, and added structures that turned the area into a monumental sanctuary. Yet even here, uncertainty remains. There is no inscription stating that Aristotle taught at this exact spot. There is no surviving classroom bearing his name. The identification relies on archaeological evidence, topography, and descriptions written centuries later. Some scholars accept the location as authentic, while others argue that certainty remains impossible. This ambiguity creates one of the most fascinating aspects of Mieza. Millions of people know the story of Alexander studying under Aristotle, but the precise place where those lessons occurred remains partially hidden behind layers of historical interpretation. Recent excavations have deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. Investigations completed during the 2020s revealed that the so-called royal gymnasium associated with Mieza was far larger than previously believed. Archaeologists led by Angeliki Kotoridi documented evidence that the entire complex was designed according to a unified architectural plan dating to the mid-4th century BC. The most astonishing discovery involved the landscape itself. Builders did not simply construct buildings on natural terrain, they reshaped the environment on a massive scale. Limestone bedrock was cut into 3 enormous artificial terraces covering approximately 14 acres. To visualize that scale, 14 acres equals more than 10 football fields arranged together. These terraces were organized geometrically and connected major sections of the complex, including training grounds, courtyards, and a 2-story xystus nearly 200 meters long. That distance is roughly equal to placing 2 full-sized Olympic swimming pools end-to-end and extending beyond them. This discovery raises a difficult question. Why would such enormous resources be invested in what is often described simply as a school? The engineering effort required to reshape entire sections of bedrock suggests a project of exceptional political importance. Some researchers believe the complex functioned as far more than an educational institution. It may have served as a center where Macedonia prepared future administrators, commanders, and aristocrats for leadership within Philip II's rapidly expanding kingdom. If true, Mieza was not merely a place where Alexander happened to study. It may have been a state-sponsored training center for an emerging imperial elite. Another mystery comes from the accidental nature of the discoveries themselves. The sanctuary area was not identified through a grand archaeological expedition. In 1965, a local farmer named Christos Migas noticed an uprooted walnut tree. Beneath the disturbed soil appeared ancient steps. What followed transformed understanding of the region. Excavations revealed structures hidden for more than 2 millennia beneath dense vegetation. Few discoveries better illustrate how fragile archaeological knowledge can be. One storm, one fallen tree, and an important chapter of ancient history suddenly reappeared. The tombs surrounding Mieza provide another layer of intrigue. Some of the finest Macedonian painted tombs ever discovered stand in this area. Among them is the Tomb of Judgment, discovered during road construction in 1954 and excavated by Fotis Petsas between 1954 and 1964. The monument dates to the early 3rd century BC and features an elaborate painted facade more than 8.6 meters high. Scenes associated with the Judgment of the Dead appear across its surface. The quality of the artwork is extraordinary because very little large-scale Greek painting survives anywhere in the world. Most ancient Greek paintings vanished long ago. At Mieza, fragments of that lost artistic tradition survived beneath earth and stone. Nearby stands the tomb of Lyson and Callicles, constructed around 250 BC and used by the same military family for roughly a century. Its painted decoration is so sophisticated that some scholars regard it as an early precursor to later Roman wall painting traditions. The illusionistic architectural designs create a sense of depth and space that appears surprisingly advanced for its time. These tombs suggest that Mieza was connected to wealthy and influential families, whose cultural resources rivaled those of larger and more famous Macedonian centers. The Tomb of the Palmes adds another puzzle. Discovered after illegal excavations in 1971 and subsequently excavated by Katerina Romeopoulou, the tomb contained evidence of luxury objects, ivory decorations, and highly sophisticated artistic programs. Although ancient robbers removed many treasures, enough survived to demonstrate the wealth concentrated in the region. The question naturally follows, if Mysa possessed such affluent elites, monumental tombs, advanced architecture, and connections to the Macedonian royal court, why did the city disappear so completely from history? Excavations have also revealed a theatre discovered in 1992 and excavated beginning in 1993. Archaeologists identified multiple construction phases, with the earliest dating to the late Classical and early Hellenistic period. The existence of a substantial theatre reinforces the impression that Mysa was not a minor settlement. Public entertainment, civic gatherings, and cultural performances required a population and economy capable of supporting them. Yet despite these discoveries, large portions of the urban landscape remain hidden. Every new excavation seems to reveal another piece of the puzzle, without exposing the complete picture. One of the most powerful conquerors in history spent years trying to capture a fortress on a mountain in present-day Azerbaijan. Timur, whose empire stretched across much of Asia, defeated kingdoms, sultanates and cities that seemed impossible to conquer. Yet Alinja fortress resisted him for years during the late 14th century. The mystery is not why Timur attacked it. The mystery is how the defenders managed to survive inside a mountain fortress long enough to challenge one of history's greatest military commanders. Alinja fortress stands near Julfa in the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic of Azerbaijan. Built on the slopes of Alinja mountain at an elevation exceeding 1,700 meters, it controlled important routes connecting the South Caucasus, Persia, and Anatolia. Medieval Armenian, Persian, and Arabic sources mention the fortress, while archaeological investigations during the Soviet period and later Azerbaijani research revealed extensive defensive walls, reservoirs, storage facilities, and residential structures spread across the mountainside. The greatest mystery of Alinja fortress is water. Every successful siege in history eventually came down to supplies. A fortress can survive without reinforcements, but it cannot survive without water. Archaeologists discovered multiple reservoirs and cisterns built into the mountain, proving that water as a storage was a major part of the fortress's design. The problem is scale. Historical accounts indicate that Alinja resisted lengthy military campaigns. Even a few hundred defenders would have required enormous amounts of water. In a dry mountain environment, that should have been a serious limitation. Researchers believe rainwater collection played a major role, but nobody knows exactly how much water the system could store or whether additional supply methods existed. The fortress clearly worked. Otherwise, it would never have survived repeated conflicts. Yet the full logistics behind its water system remain uncertain, making it one of the most intriguing engineering questions associated with the site. Before the fortress could survive on a mountain, it first had to be built on one. Alinja's walls climbed steep slopes and rocky ridges across a vast vertical landscape. Thousands of tons of stone had to be transported uphill without cranes, engines, or modern construction equipment. Even reaching some sections of the fortress today requires a demanding climb. The challenge becomes more impressive when considering the scale of the defenses. This was not a single tower or small castle. It was an entire fortified complex stretching across multiple levels of the mountain. Medieval builders somehow moved construction materials to elevations where transporting supplies remains difficult even now. Archaeologists can study the walls themselves, but no surviving records explain exactly how builders organized the labor, transported the stone, or coordinated such a large construction project. Unlike many castles, Alinja was not imposed on the landscape. It was integrated into it. The walls follow natural ridges and rock formations, turning the mountain itself into part of the defense system. Instead of facing a single wall, attackers had to fight through multiple defensive levels positioned one above another. Every gain placed them under attack from defenders occupying higher ground. This design transformed geography into a weapon. The higher attackers climbed, the more vulnerable they became. Military historians often compare the defensive advantages of Alinja to those of Masada in Israel, another famous mountain stronghold. Both sites demonstrate how ancient and medieval engineers could use terrain to create defenses that were extraordinarily difficult to overcome. The question is, how builders achieved such effective planning without modern surveying technology. Yet centuries later, the layout still appears remarkably efficient. Excavations revealed that Alinja was much more than a military outpost. Archaeologists identified residential buildings, storage areas, and infrastructure inside the fortress. This suggests that significant numbers of people lived there rather than merely garrisoning it during emergencies. That discovery creates another mystery. Supporting a permanent population on a mountain requires organization, food storage, maintenance, and resource management. Every challenge becomes harder as elevation increases. Yet evidence indicates that Alinja functioned as a self-contained community during some periods of its history. Researchers can identify structures and artifacts, but many details of daily life remain unclear. How many people lived there? How were resources distributed? How large were the food reserves during wartime? The archaeological evidence provides clues but not complete answers. Modern archaeological investigations have dramatically changed our understanding of Alinja Fortress. Surveys documented extensive defensive walls running across the mountain, confirmed the existence of sophisticated water storage systems, and identified multiple construction phases, showing that the fortress expanded over centuries rather than being built all at once. Research also confirmed that Alinja was one of the largest and most complex mountain fortresses in the South Caucasus. Restoration and documentation projects carried out during the 21st century revealed additional architectural details and helped reconstruct parts of the site's layout. Yet, archaeology has not solved the fortress's biggest mysteries. Researchers know reservoirs existed, but not exactly how the entire water network operated during prolonged sieges. They know the walls were built, but not precisely how so much material reached such difficult terrain. They know the fortress supported large numbers of people, but not exactly how a mountain settlement maintained itself during years of isolation. That is what makes Alinja Fortress remarkable. Historians understand what was built, they understand where it was built, they even understand why it was built. But centuries after its greatest battles, the practical methods that allowed this mountain stronghold to survive remain only partially understood. More than 700 years ago, Byzantine artists painted vivid religious scenes onto a rock wall high in the mountains of western Turkey. The paintings were never protected by modern conservation systems. They were exposed to changing temperatures, seasonal storms, earthquakes, humidity, and centuries of abandonment. Yet many of their colours remain visible today. Red pigments, dark outlines, and intricate details still survive on the stone surface. The mystery is not simply that these paintings endured. The mystery is how a remote mountain monastery possessed artistic knowledge capable of preserving them for so long. This mystery lies at Yedila Monastery, also known as Kelebaran Monastery, hidden within the rugged Latmos Mountains overlooking Lake Bafar in modern-day Aydın Province, Turkey. The monastery occupies one of the most dramatic landscapes in Anatolia, surrounded by enormous granite formations that resemble giant stone sculptures. Although local people had known about the ruins for centuries, systematic archaeological investigations of the region accelerated during the 1970s when German archaeologist Anneliese Peschlow-Binderkat began documenting the archaeological heritage of Latmos. Her work would eventually reveal one of the most remarkable cultural landscapes in the Eastern Mediterranean, containing prehistoric rock art, Byzantine monasteries, ancient settlements, and evidence of human activity stretching back thousands of years. Among all these discoveries, the surviving frescoes of Yedila remain perhaps the most fascinating. Art historians generally date the monastery's paintings to the 13th century. The frescoes depict scenes from the life of Christ, including the crucifixion, burial, resurrection, and ascension. Their artistic quality is extraordinary for such a remote location. Some specialists have noted similarities to works produced in major Byzantine artistic centres, suggesting that highly skilled painters either travelled to Latmos or that the monastery maintained connections with broader artistic networks across the Byzantine Empire. The survival of these paintings raises important technological questions. Medieval fresco production was far more complex than many people realise. Artists first prepared carefully engineered plaster surfaces composed of lime and other materials. Pigments derived from minerals and natural compounds were then applied under controlled conditions. The chemical interaction between pigment and plaster often determined whether a painting survived for decades or centuries. Even small variations in materials could dramatically affect durability. What makes Yedila unusual is the environment. The monastery sits within an exposed mountain landscape where temperatures can fluctuate significantly throughout the year. Moisture repeatedly expands and contracts microscopic cracks within stone surfaces. Wind carries abrasive particles capable of slowly eroding exposed artwork. Across Europe and the Middle East, countless medieval paintings have vanished under these conditions, yet significant portions of Jedela's frescoes remain recognizable after more than 7 centuries. Researchers understand part of the explanation. The paintings were protected beneath a natural granite overhang that shielded them from direct rainfall and intense sunlight. However, this alone does not fully explain their preservation. The exact composition of the pigments, the preparation of the plaster, and the techniques employed by Byzantine artists continue to attract scholarly interest. Like Roman concrete and certain Egyptian pigments, the Jedela frescoes demonstrate that ancient craftspeople sometimes possessed practical material knowledge that modern researchers are still attempting to fully reconstruct. The paintings are not the only mystery. The monastery itself occupies a location that seems almost impossible for large-scale construction. Rather than standing on a flat plateau or accessible valley, Jedela was built among enormous granite boulders scattered across steep mountain slopes. Many of these formations rise several stories high and create a landscape resembling a maze. The builders did not attempt to reshape the terrain. Instead, they integrated the natural rock formations directly into the monastery's design. Walls were constructed between giant boulders. Rooms were positioned against natural stone faces. Defensive advantages provided by the landscape were incorporated into the architecture itself. This raises difficult logistical questions. Every construction project requires materials, labor, tools, water, and food. Transporting these resources through the rugged Latmos Mountains would have been extraordinarily challenging. Yet archaeological remains indicate that Jedela developed into a substantial monastic complex rather than a simple hermit's shelter. The achievement becomes even more impressive when compared with other mountain monasteries such as Meteora in Greece or Somela Monastery near the Black Sea. Like those sites, Jedela demonstrates an extraordinary ability to adapt architecture to extreme environments using limited technology. The precise methods used to organize construction in such difficult terrain remain largely undocumented. Evidence suggests that Jedela was never isolated. During the Byzantine period, the Latmos Mountains became one of Anatolia's most important monastic regions. Archaeologists have identified numerous monasteries, chapels, hermitages, and religious structures scattered throughout the mountains and around Lake Baffa. Historical records describe communities of monks living in caves, mountain shelters, and remote religious compounds. Together, these settlements formed a vast spiritual landscape extending across many kilometers of difficult terrain. Yet significant questions remain unanswered. How many monks lived in the region at its peak? How did they communicate across such challenging geography? How were supplies distributed? How were construction projects coordinated? And how did these communities maintain connections with the broader Byzantine world despite their apparent isolation? Modern researchers can map the ruins, but reconstructing the social and logistical systems that sustained this mountain network remains far more difficult. Perhaps the greatest mystery extends far beyond the monastery itself. Long before Christianity arrived, the Latmos Mountains already possessed spiritual significance. Beginning in 1971, Anneliese Peschlow-Binderkat documented hundreds of prehistoric rock art sites throughout the region. Many of these paintings date to the 6th millennium BCE, making them roughly 8,000 years old. Unlike much prehistoric rock art found elsewhere in Europe, the Latmos paintings often depict families, social gatherings, ceremonies, mothers with children, and scenes of community life rather than hunting. This creates a remarkable pattern. Thousands of years before Byzantine monks arrived, prehistoric populations were already treating these mountains as special places. Later came the Carians, Greeks, Romans, and eventually Byzantine Christians. Different cultures, different religions, different languages, and yet generation after generation continued to regard the same mountains as spiritually significant. Archaeology can document this continuity. It cannot fully explain it. Another mystery involves the environment itself. Today, Lake Baffa appears to be a natural inland lake. In antiquity, however, this area was part of a large gulf connected directly to the Aegean Sea. Ancient cities along its shores benefited from maritime trade routes that linked them to the wider Mediterranean world. Over many centuries, sediment carried by the Meander River gradually filled the Gulf. The coastline retreated. Harbours became unusable. Sea access disappeared. Eventually, the Gulf transformed into the lake visible today. This slow environmental transformation fundamentally altered regional settlement patterns. Cities declined. Trade routes shifted. Entire communities were forced to adapt to a changing landscape. By the time Yedala Monastery flourished, the monks inhabited a region already reshaped by one of the most dramatic long-term environmental changes in Anatolia. Modern understanding of Yedala and the wider Latmos region owes much to decades of archaeological investigation. The most influential work began in 1971 under German archaeologist Anneliese Peschlow-Bindekat, whose surveys documented both the prehistoric rock art and the Byzantine remains scattered throughout the mountains. Her research transformed scholarly understanding of Latmos and established the region as one of Turkey's most important cultural landscapes. Subsequent archaeological studies recorded additional monasteries, churches, fortifications, frescoes, and settlement remains. Conservation projects have attempted to preserve the surviving paintings, while researchers continue studying the relationship between the prehistoric and Byzantine occupations of the region. Each discovery has answered some questions while creating new ones. More than 700 years after its construction, Yedala Monastery remains a monument to knowledge that was never fully recorded. The artists who created its frescoes left no manuals. The builders who adapted architecture to impossible terrain left no engineering plans. The monks who lived among the granite peaks left few written explanations of their daily lives. What remains are the results of their achievements: paintings that refuse to disappear, structures that still cling to the mountainside, and a landscape that has drawn human devotion for nearly 8,000 years. Nobody knows with complete certainty who built the massive defensive walls of Alba Fusens. More than 2,000 years after they were erected, these enormous stone fortifications still stand across the mountains of central Italy, challenging historians, engineers, and archaeologists alike. Officially, Alba Fusens was founded as a Roman colony in 303 BC, yet some of its most impressive walls appear so different from conventional Roman construction that scholars continue debating whether at least part of the fortification system may preserve an older building tradition that predates Roman control of the region. Alba Fusens lies in the modern Abruzzo region of central Italy, approximately 100 kilometers east of Rome. The settlement occupies a strategic hill overlooking the former basin of Lake Fusnus at an elevation of roughly 1,000 meters above sea level. Ancient writers, including Livy, mentioned the city as an important Roman stronghold, and its position allowed control of key routes crossing the central Apennine Mountains. The ruins remained visible throughout the Middle Ages, but systematic archaeological investigation began during the 19th century and expanded significantly during the 20th century. Between 1949 and 1957, Belgian archaeologist Joseph Mertens directed major excavations that revealed large portions of the Roman city, including streets, public buildings, temples, and extensive sections of the defensive system. The greatest mystery surrounding Alba Fusens concerns the walls themselves. The fortifications extend for nearly 3 kilometers around the ancient city and include sections constructed from enormous polygonal limestone blocks. Unlike the rectangular stone blocks commonly associated with Roman military architecture, these stones possess irregular shapes with multiple sides carefully fitted together without mortar. The technique is often called polygonal masonry. Similar construction appears at several ancient sites throughout central Italy, including Alatri Ferentino, Norba, and Segni. The problem is that scholars still disagree about exactly when many of these walls were built and by whom. Traditional interpretations attribute the fortifications to local Italic peoples who occupied the region before Roman conquest. Various tribes, including the Aequi and the Marsi, inhabited nearby territories for centuries. Some researchers argue that the polygonal walls may have originated during this pre-Roman period and were later incorporated into the Roman colony established in 303 BC. Others believe Roman engineers themselves may have adopted and continued local construction techniques. The evidence remains incomplete because no surviving inscription identifies the builders, and no ancient text describes the actual construction process. As a result, one of the most fundamental questions remains unanswered. Were these walls built by Roman colonists, by earlier Italic populations, or through a combination of both traditions? The second mystery involves the extraordinary precision of the masonry. Many of the blocks weigh several tons and were shaped into complex geometric forms before being assembled. Unlike conventional rectangular stonework, polygonal masonry requires each block to fit against multiple neighbouring stones. In many places, the joints remain remarkably tight despite centuries of weathering. Modern engineers understand that achieving such precision is possible without advanced machinery, but the practical details remain difficult to reconstruct. Ancient builders possessed no steel-cutting equipment, no powered cranes, and no modern surveying instruments. Yet they produced a structure whose stones interlock so effectively that large sections remain stable after more than 20 centuries. The question is not whether ancient workers could accomplish the task, but exactly how they organized labor, measured surfaces, and shaped each block with such consistency. A third mystery concerns transportation. The walls required thousands of tons of limestone. The city sits high above the surrounding landscape, and every stone had to be quarried, moved, positioned, and fitted into place. Archaeologists know that ancient societies used sledges, rollers, ramps, ropes, and animal power. However, no direct evidence survives showing the specific methods employed at Alba Fusens. This logistical challenge becomes even more impressive when one considers the scale of the project. The movement of massive stones across uneven mountainous terrain demanded careful planning, large workforces, and extensive knowledge of mechanical principles. Even today, transporting comparable weights through difficult landscapes requires significant engineering resources. The fourth mystery involves the remarkable durability of the fortifications. Central Italy is one of the most seismically active regions in Europe. Historical records document numerous earthquakes affecting the Apennine Mountains over the centuries, yet substantial portions of the walls remain standing. Some structural engineers believe the polygonal design itself may contribute to this resilience. Because the stones interlock in multiple directions, stresses can be distributed across numerous contact points. Unlike rigid mortar-bound walls that may crack under seismic movement, dry-fitted masonry can absorb limited shifts without catastrophic failure. Although modern analysis supports this possibility, researchers still debate the extent to which earthquake resistance influenced the original design. Did the builders intentionally create a structure capable of surviving seismic activity, or was the durability simply an unintended consequence of their construction method? The fifth mystery may be the most overlooked. Why use polygonal masonry at all? From a practical perspective, rectangular blocks are generally easier to produce, transport, and assemble. Most Roman military fortifications relied heavily on regular geometric forms because they simplified construction. Polygonal masonry requires considerably more labor. Each stone must be individually shaped to match surrounding blocks. This raises an important question. If efficiency was the goal, why select a technique that demanded additional effort? Some scholars argue that polygonal walls offered greater stability. Others suggest cultural traditions or aesthetic preferences may have played a role. A few researchers have proposed that the method evolved gradually as builders adapted to local stone characteristics. Yet no explanation has achieved universal acceptance. Archaeological work has continued revealing new information about Alba Fusens for more than a century. Early surveys documented the visible remains and established the general layout of the city. The excavations led by Joseph Mertens during the mid-20th century uncovered major sections of the urban centre and clarified the site's importance within Roman Italy. Later architectural studies examined construction techniques in greater detail, comparing the walls with similar fortifications across central Italy. Modern technologies, including aerial photography, digital mapping, laser scanning, and geological analysis, have further improved understanding of the site. Researchers can now measure wall alignments with extraordinary precision and analyze quarry sources more effectively than ever before. An empire that stretched across 3 continents could not conquer a single mountain fortress. For more than 20 years, the Abbasid Caliphate sent armies into the mountains of northwestern Iran to destroy the rebel leader Babak Khorramdin. They failed again and again. The fortress remained unconquered for decades, protected not by massive armies, but by its extraordinary position and engineering. More than 11 centuries later, historians and archaeologists still debate the same question. How did a remote fortress perched atop a mountain become one of the most formidable defensive strongholds of the medieval world? Babak Castle stands in the Arasbaran Mountains of East Azerbaijan province in northwestern Iran, approximately 50 kilometers southwest of Calibar. The fortress occupies a narrow mountain summit, more than 2,300 meters above sea level, and is surrounded by steep cliffs and deep ravines. The site is best known as the headquarters of Babak Khorramdin, who led a rebellion against the Abbasid Caliphate between AD 816 and 837. Although the castle had long been known through local traditions, modern archaeological surveys throughout the 20th century revealed the remarkable complexity of the fortress and raised new questions about its true origins. The greatest mystery surrounding Babak Castle is how it managed to withstand one of the strongest military powers of its age. During the 9th century, the Abbasid Caliphate controlled vast territories stretching from North Africa to Central Asia. Its armies were among the most experienced and well-equipped forces in the world. Yet despite repeated campaigns, the Caliphate struggled for decades to eliminate Babak's resistance. Historical sources describe numerous military expeditions sent into the mountains. Generals came and went. Thousands of soldiers participated in campaigns against the rebels. Nevertheless, the fortress survived year after year. This remarkable record has led many historians to view Babak Castle as one of the most effective mountain strongholds ever constructed. Part of the answer lies in geography. The fortress was built on a mountain ridge protected by nearly vertical cliffs. Attackers approaching the castle were forced to move through extremely narrow pathways where only a small number of soldiers could advance at any given time. Numerical superiority, one of the greatest advantages enjoyed by the Abbasid armies, was largely neutralized. Defenders positioned above could observe enemy movements long before they reached the fortress itself. However, geography alone does not fully explain the castle's success. The real mystery is how the builders transformed an isolated mountain peak into a functioning military complex capable of supporting a long-term resistance movement. Constructing such a fortress should have been an enormous engineering challenge. Every stone block, timber beam tool, and construction material had to be transported through rugged mountainous terrain. Even modern visitors often find the climb difficult. Yet centuries ago, builders successfully erected defensive walls, towers, residential structures, storage facilities, and water reservoirs atop the summit. Archaeological remains show extensive stone masonry combined with mortar construction. The surviving walls reveal careful planning rather than simple improvisation. Builders took advantage of natural rock formations, integrating the fortress directly into the mountain itself. In many places, the landscape became part of the defensive system. Instead of fighting against nature, the engineers used nature as a weapon. This approach resembles defensive strategies seen at Masada in present-day Israel and certain Crusader fortresses in the Levant. Yet Babak Castle occupies an even more isolated position. The challenge was not merely building a fortress but maintaining one in an environment where every supply had to be carefully managed. One of the most fascinating mysteries concerns water. Throughout history, countless fortresses fell because their defenders ran out of water during prolonged sieges. A fortress without a reliable water supply was ultimately doomed. Babak Castle appears to have solved this problem through an impressive system of reservoirs and cisterns. Archaeologists have identified large storage basins designed to collect and preserve water. These systems required knowledge of rainfall patterns, drainage, and long-term storage techniques. The builders understood how to capture seasonal water and maintain reserves capable of supporting the fortress during periods of isolation. This achievement becomes even more impressive when considering the mountain environment. Without pumps, pipelines, or modern engineering equipment, they created a sustainable water management system capable of functioning under wartime conditions. Similar solutions are known from ancient strongholds such as Masada, where engineers collected runoff water in enormous cistern networks. The existence of comparable technology at Babak Castle demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of environmental engineering. Water alone was not enough. Food presented an equally difficult challenge. Historical accounts indicate that Babak's resistance survived for years despite continuous military pressure. Such endurance required reliable supplies of grain, preserved foods, fuel, and weapons. Archaeological evidence suggests the presence of storage areas within the fortress complex. Yet many questions remain unanswered. How much food could be stored at the site? How frequently were supplies delivered? How extensive was the support network operating throughout the surrounding mountains? Many historians believe local communities sympathetic to Babak's movement helped maintain supply routes. However, the logistics behind this system remain poorly understood. Modern military experts often note that logistics determines the outcome of wars. If so, Babak Castle may have succeeded not only because of its walls, but because of a sophisticated and largely invisible supply network hidden throughout the mountains. Another intriguing mystery involves communication. Successful resistance required information. Defenders needed advance warning of approaching armies, troop movements, and potential threats. Researchers have proposed that Babak Castle may have been connected to lookout points across the surrounding mountain ranges. From elevated positions, observers could potentially monitor vast areas of territory. Signal fires, smoke signals, reflective surfaces, or other visual communication methods may have been used to transmit information rapidly. Such systems were not unique in the ancient world. The Romans maintained beacon networks. Byzantine frontier defences relied on chains of signal stations. Similar warning systems appeared throughout Asia and the Middle East. Whether Babak's supporters employed a comparable network remains uncertain, but the geography of the region would have made such communication highly effective. Perhaps the most overlooked mystery concerns the true age of the fortress itself. While Babak Khorramdin made the site famous during the 9th century, many researchers believe portions of the castle may be significantly older. Architectural studies have identified features that some scholars associate with the Parthian Empire, which ruled much of Iran between approximately 247 BC and AD 224. Others point towards similarities with Sasanian military architecture from AD 224 to 651. If these interpretations are correct, Babak did not build the fortress from scratch. Instead, he inherited a strategic stronghold whose origins may extend back centuries before his rebellion. This possibility raises fascinating questions. Who originally selected this extraordinary location? Why was the mountain considered strategically important long before Babak arrived? How many generations of builders contributed to the fortress we see today? Modern archaeological investigations have gradually provided answers while simultaneously creating new mysteries. Surveys and excavations conducted by Iranian researchers during the 20th and 21st centuries documented defensive walls, towers, reservoirs, residential areas, and storage facilities. Detailed mapping revealed how every section of the fortress was adapted to the mountain's natural topography. Researchers also identified evidence of multiple construction phases, supporting the theory that the fortress evolved over long periods rather than being constructed during a single era. Conservation projects have helped stabilize surviving structures and improve our understanding of the site's original appearance. Yet much of the fortress remains damaged by centuries of weathering, earthquakes, and abandonment. Why did people continue burying their dead in the same place for nearly 2,000 years? That question lies at the heart of one of Central Asia's most fascinating archaeological mysteries. At Mizda-Khan, an enormous necropolis near Nukus in the Autonomous Republic of Karakalpakstan, Uzbekistan, generations of people from different cultures, religions, and historical periods chose the same landscape as their final resting place. Empires rose and fell, belief systems changed, cities expanded and disappeared, yet Mizda-Khan remained sacred. Today, archaeologists still struggle to fully explain why this particular place maintained such extraordinary significance for so long. Mizda-Khan is located approximately 20 kilometers west of Nukus near the Amu Darya River. The archaeological complex covers roughly 200 hectares and contains a combination of cemeteries, mausoleums, religious structures, and the remains of an ancient settlement known as Gaya Kala. Scientific investigations began during the Soviet period, particularly through archaeological expeditions conducted by researchers working in ancient Khwarezm under the leadership of the renowned Soviet archaeologist Sergei Tolstov. Beginning in the 1930s and continuing through subsequent decades, these investigations revealed that Mizda-Khan was not a single monument but a vast cultural landscape preserving evidence from multiple historical eras. The greatest mystery surrounding Mizda-Khan is the extraordinary longevity of its necropolis. Archaeological evidence indicates that burial activity occurred here from roughly the 4th century BCE through the medieval Islamic period. This means that people continued choosing this location for burial for nearly 2,000 years. Such continuity is rare anywhere in the ancient world. Famous burial landscapes such as Saqqara in Egypt or the cemeteries surrounding Jerusalem also demonstrate long-term use. But Mizda-Khan remains remarkable because of the number of cultural transitions that occurred during its history. The region witnessed the influence of ancient Khwarezmian traditions, Persian cultural connections, Hellenistic influences following the campaigns of Alexander the Great, various Central Asian kingdoms, and eventually Islamic civilization. Despite these dramatic changes, the site retained its sacred status. The obvious question is why. Archaeologists can identify the burials, date many of them, and analyze their construction, but the reason for the site's enduring spiritual importance remains elusive. No surviving inscription clearly explains why generations repeatedly selected the same landscape. Some scholars suggest that the area possessed religious significance long before the arrival of Islam. Others argue that the location may have been associated with local pilgrimage traditions that evolved through time while preserving older sacred meanings. What makes the mystery particularly compelling is that the archaeological evidence confirms the continuity of burial activity, while the motivation behind that continuity remains uncertain. Closely connected to the necropolis is another major mystery: the ancient settlement of Gyar-Kala. Located within the Mizdakan complex, Gyar-Kala was once a fortified urban centre. Excavations revealed defensive walls, residential structures, and evidence of long-term occupation. Archaeologists have dated parts of the settlement to approximately the 4th century BCE, although some evidence suggests even earlier activity in the surrounding region. Yet despite decades of investigation, researchers still do not know the full size of the city during its peak. Large portions remain unexcavated. Unlike famous ancient cities that have been extensively exposed through modern archaeology, much of Gyar-Kala still lies beneath accumulated layers of earth and debris. This creates an intriguing situation. Archaeologists know the city existed, know it played an important role in regional history, and know it remained associated with the sacred landscape of Mizdakan. Yet fundamental questions remain unanswered. How many people lived there? What economic activities supported the settlement? How closely was the city connected to trade routes crossing Central Asia? How much of its urban infrastructure remains hidden underground? Every excavation answers some questions while raising new ones. Another fascinating aspect of Mizdakan involves the engineering knowledge required to build and preserve monumental architecture in a harsh desert environment. Karakul, Pakistan experiences extreme climatic conditions. Summers can be intensely hot, rainfall is limited, and wind-driven erosion constantly threatens exposed structures. Despite these challenges, numerous architectural remains survived for centuries. Archaeologists have documented extensive use of baked brick construction throughout the complex. The durability of these materials demonstrates sophisticated knowledge of local resources and construction techniques. Ancient builders understood how to select appropriate clay, control firing temperatures, and create structures capable of surviving significant environmental stress. Modern researchers can examine the surviving bricks and measure their composition, but many practical aspects of ancient construction remain difficult to reconstruct. No technical manuals survive, no engineering drawings exist. The builders left behind impressive results, but very little explanation of the methods they employed. Similar questions arise throughout the ancient world, from Roman concrete to Mesopotamian mud brick architecture. Mizdakan belongs to that broader category of archaeological sites, where the products of engineering survive far more clearly than the knowledge that created them. The burial practices themselves introduce another layer of mystery. Excavations have revealed considerable variation in funerary architecture and burial customs across different periods. Tomb designs changed over time, construction methods evolved, religious influences shifted. These transformations provide valuable evidence for understanding cultural change in Central Asia. Yet the complete sequence of transitions remains only partially understood. Archaeologists can identify broad patterns, but many details concerning the interaction of local traditions with incoming religious and cultural influences continue to be debated. This complexity reflects the unique position of ancient Khwarezm. The region occupied an important location between major civilizations of Eurasia. Trade networks connected Central Asia to Persia, the steppe, and eventually the wider Islamic world. Ideas traveled alongside goods. Religious concepts, artistic styles, and architectural traditions interacted over centuries. Mizdakan preserves evidence of these interactions, but the surviving archaeological record does not always provide definitive explanations. As a result, researchers often find themselves interpreting fragments of a much larger historical puzzle. Selke-i Poshtmi may be one of the most overlooked royal necropolises in Europe, yet it presents a mystery that archaeologists still cannot fully answer. Deep in the mountains of eastern Albania, ancient engineers carved monumental tombs directly into solid rock, creating structures that have survived for more than 2,000 years. The tombs clearly belonged to powerful rulers, yet historians still cannot say with certainty who was buried inside them. Even more puzzling, the civilization that created these royal monuments left behind no detailed records, explaining how such ambitious projects were planned, excavated, and completed. The result is a rare archaeological site where engineering, politics, and lost history converge into a single unsolved mystery. The royal tombs of Selki-i-Poshmi are located near the modern village of Selki-i-Poshmi in eastern Albania, overlooking the valley of the Shkumbin River. The site formed part of an important settlement associated with the ancient Illyrians, a group of Indo-European peoples who occupied much of the Western Balkans before Roman expansion. Although local inhabitants had long known of the ruins, systematic archaeological excavations were carried out between 1969 and 1972 by Albanian archaeologist Neriton Čeka and his team. Their investigations revealed a remarkable complex of rock-cut tombs dating primarily to the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. What emerged from the mountainside was not merely a cemetery, but one of the most important royal burial complexes ever discovered in Illyrian territory. The greatest mystery surrounding Selki-i-Poshmi is the identity of the rulers buried there. Archaeologists agree that these were elite tombs constructed for members of the Illyrian aristocracy, and some scholars have proposed links to the powerful Dasareti tribe that dominated parts of the region during the Hellenistic period. Yet no inscription survives naming the occupants. No royal chronicle identifies the individuals interred within the chambers. Unlike the tomb of Philip II at Vergina in Greece, where historical and archaeological evidence strongly support an identification, Selki-i-Poshmi provides only fragments. Rich grave goods, monumental architecture, and strategic placement all suggest royal status, but the names of the dead remain lost. For more than 2 millennia, the mountain has preserved the tombs while concealing the identities of the people who commissioned them. The engineering of the tombs raises equally fascinating questions. Rather than constructing freestanding mausoleums, the builders carved entire burial chambers directly into the rock face. This process required extraordinary planning. A mistake made during excavation could not easily be corrected. Once stone was removed, it could never be replaced. Ancient workers had to visualize complete architectural spaces before carving began, ensuring that walls, ceilings, entrances, and decorative features would emerge exactly as intended. Modern engineers use detailed drawings, computer modeling, and precision instruments for such projects. The builders of Selki-i-Poshmi possessed none of these technologies, yet the resulting chambers display remarkable symmetry and structural stability. One tomb in particular demonstrates the sophistication of the builders. Known as Tomb 3, it features an elaborate facade carved directly into the cliff. The monument includes pilasters, architectural decoration, and a monumental entrance resembling the stone facades of Hellenistic temples. The design reflects strong Greek artistic influence, yet it was created for Illyrian elites. This creates another historical puzzle. How did architectural knowledge travel into the mountains of Illyria? Historians know that trade and political contact connected the Balkans with the Greek world, but Selki-i-Poshmi demonstrates a level of cultural interaction that is still not fully understood. Were Greek craftsmen hired to participate in construction? Did Illyrian builders study Mediterranean architectural techniques? Or had local artisans mastered and adapted foreign methods to create something uniquely their own? The survival of the tombs introduces another engineering mystery. Eastern Albania lies within a region that has experienced repeated seismic activity throughout history. Over more than 20 centuries, earthquakes, weathering, temperature fluctuations and erosion have continuously acted upon the mountainside. Nevertheless, significant portions of the tomb complex remain intact. The chambers have resisted collapse despite the enormous weight of rock above them. Modern geological studies show that stability in rock-cut architecture depends heavily on understanding natural fracture systems and stress distribution within stone formations. Ancient builders obviously lacked modern geology, yet their choices suggest a practical understanding of which sections of the cliff could safely support excavation. Whether this knowledge came from experience, observation, or generations of accumulated expertise remains unknown. Another intriguing mystery concerns the apparent disappearance of the political centre that created the necropolis. Monumental royal tombs require wealth, labour, organisation and authority. They cannot exist without a substantial society capable of mobilising resources. Excavations at Selka-i-Poshtmi revealed evidence of fortifications, habitation areas, roads and economic activity, confirming that an important settlement once existed nearby. Yet compared with the tombs themselves, much of the surrounding political landscape has vanished from history. Archaeologists can identify traces of the settlement, but the broader structure of power that financed these ambitious projects remains largely invisible. It is as though the rulers deliberately left monuments for eternity, while allowing the details of their kingdom to disappear. The tombs also reveal evidence of ancient looting, introducing another layer of mystery. Several chambers were disturbed long before modern archaeologists arrived. Valuable objects were removed, and parts of the original burial assemblages were lost forever. This suggests that knowledge of the tombs survived among local populations long after the original rulers were forgotten. The looters knew where to search and which chambers were most likely to contain treasures. Unfortunately, their actions erased evidence that might have helped identify the occupants and reconstruct the burial rituals practiced by the Illyrian elite. Excavations conducted from 1969 to 1972 transformed scholarly understanding of the site. Archaeologists uncovered 5 major tombs cut into the rock face, each displaying different architectural features. They recovered weapons, pottery, jewelry, and other artifacts that helped establish dates and cultural connections. The discoveries confirmed that the region participated in wider Mediterranean exchange networks during the Hellenistic era. Imported goods demonstrated contact with neighbouring civilizations, while local artifacts revealed distinctive Illyrian traditions. The excavations also established Selka-i-Poshtmi as one of the most important archaeological sites associated with ancient Illyrian culture. Research continued in subsequent decades as archaeologists re-examined the architecture, artifacts, and historical context of the necropolis. Comparative studies with Macedonian, Greek, and Thracian tombs revealed both similarities and unique local characteristics. These investigations strengthened the view that Selka-i-Poshtmi occupied a strategic position within a network connecting the Adriatic coast, the interior Balkans, and the wider Mediterranean world. Yet despite decades of study, the central questions remain unanswered. Who exactly were the rulers buried here? How were such precise rock-cut monuments engineered with Iron Age technology? What political system financed their construction? And why did the names of these powerful individuals vanish while their tombs endured? Entire temple facades hanging from vertical cliffs, monumental tombs carved high above a canyon, perfectly symmetrical architecture cut directly into volcanic rock more than 2,000 years ago. The mystery is not why people were buried at Norcia. The mystery is how the Etruscans transformed an almost inaccessible landscape into one of the largest rock-cut necropolises in Europe without leaving a single explanation of how they did it. Norcia lies in the province of Viterbo in central Italy, roughly 70 kilometers northwest of Rome. The necropolis occupies steep ravines formed by rivers cutting through ancient volcanic deposits. Although the ruins had been known locally for centuries, the site entered modern archaeology through the work of British explorer George Dennis, who documented Norcia during his travels through Etruria in the 1840s and published detailed descriptions in 1848. What Dennis encountered was astonishing. Hundreds of Etruscan tombs carved directly into towering cliffs overlooking a deep canyon. The greatest mystery of Norcia begins with its location. Most ancient civilizations placed cemeteries on relatively accessible terrain. The Egyptians built tombs in desert valleys. The Greeks often buried their dead along roads outside cities. The Romans established organized necropolises near major routes. The Etruscans of Norcia chose something entirely different. They carved monumental tombs into nearly vertical rock faces that were difficult to reach even before modern vegetation covered the landscape. Some of these monuments rise more than 10 meters above the canyon floor. Their facades were designed to resemble temples, complete with columns, cornices, pediments, and decorative architectural elements. Unlike ordinary buildings, these structures could not be assembled piece by piece. Every feature had to be carved by removing material from the cliff itself. One mistake could ruin years of work. This creates an engineering problem that archaeologists still cannot fully answer. How did Etruscan builders access these cliff faces during construction? Wooden scaffolding is the most commonly proposed explanation, but no direct evidence survives. Even if scaffolding existed, builders would still have faced enormous challenges. They needed to transport workers, tools, and construction materials across dangerous terrain. They had to maintain stability while carving large sections of rock. Most importantly, they had to preserve precise symmetry throughout the process. The precision is remarkable. Many tomb facades display carefully balanced proportions. Columns align correctly. Decorative elements follow consistent geometric relationships. Modern engineers would solve these challenges using laser measurements, digital models, and detailed blueprints. The Etruscans possessed none of these technologies, yet the final results demonstrate an impressive understanding of geometry and planning. This leads directly to another unresolved mystery: surveying. Before construction could begin, builders needed to determine where each tomb would be placed, how large it would be, and how its facade would align with the surrounding landscape. Unlike a freestanding structure, a rock-cut monument cannot be adjusted once carving starts. Every measurement must be accurate from the beginning. Across the ancient world, lost surveying knowledge remains one of archaeology's most fascinating puzzles. Roman aqueducts maintained gradients of only a few centimeters per kilometer. Egyptian pyramids were aligned with extraordinary precision. Nausea belongs in the same discussion. The placement of many tombs suggests that Etruscan builders carefully planned visual relationships across the canyon. Certain monuments dominate the landscape. Others appear arranged to create dramatic perspectives when viewed from specific locations. Yet no Etruscan engineering manuals survive. No construction plans have ever been discovered. The methods remain largely invisible. Another mystery surrounds the enormous scale of the tomb facades themselves. The interiors are often surprisingly modest compared with the monumental exteriors. This imbalance suggests that the facade mattered more than the burial chamber. Why would elite families invest so much effort into architecture that existed primarily for the dead? Archaeologists believe the answer may lie in Etruscan beliefs about the afterlife. Throughout Etruria, tombs frequently contain architectural features resembling houses, temples, and domestic spaces. Some burial chambers were even decorated to imitate rooms used by the living. This suggests that death was viewed not as an ending, but as a continuation of existence in another realm. The dead required homes, symbols of status, and perhaps even monumental public identities. The problem is that much of Etruscan religion remains poorly understood. Unlike the Romans, who left extensive written records, the Etruscans preserved relatively little literature. Thousands of inscriptions survive, but most are short. Scholars can read the Etruscan alphabet, yet large portions of the language remain only partially understood. As a result, archaeologists can observe the monuments but cannot fully access the ideas that inspired them. One of the most unusual features associated with Nausea is the network of rock-cut roads known as V-cave. These corridors were carved deeply into volcanic tuff, creating passageways whose walls sometimes rise several meters above the traveler. Similar roads appear throughout southern Etruria, particularly near Cervana and Pitigliano. At first glance, the explanation seems obvious. They were roads, yet the reality is more complicated. Some V-cave appear far larger than necessary for ordinary transportation. Their dimensions required enormous labor investments. Certain routes create dramatic enclosed spaces that resemble ceremonial avenues rather than practical roads. Researchers have proposed several theories. Some argue that the roads served transportation needs in a difficult landscape. Others suggest they help manage water runoff and erosion. Another possibility is that they played a role in religious ceremonies, especially funerary processions connecting settlements with necropolises. The problem is that no single explanation accounts for every example. More than a century of research has failed to produce a universal answer. The geology of Nausea introduces another technological question. Volcanic tuff is easier to carve than granite or marble, but it is also vulnerable to weathering. Yet many monuments survived for over 2,000 years. This suggests that Etruscan builders possessed substantial practical knowledge of rock behavior. They repeatedly selected cliff sections capable of supporting large facades for centuries. Modern geological studies indicate that some portions of the canyon are significantly more stable than others. Whether the Etruscans identified these areas through systematic observation, accumulated experience, or some form of practical engineering knowledge remains unknown. Whatever the explanation, their choices proved remarkably effective. Archaeological investigations have gradually revealed more about the people who created this landscape. During the 19th century, George Dennis documented numerous monuments and drew attention to the site's importance. Throughout the 20th century, Italian archaeologists conducted surveys and excavations that expanded knowledge of the necropolis. Researchers mapped tombs, studied architectural styles, recovered pottery, analysed inscriptions, and established more accurate chronologies. These excavations revealed that most of the monumental tombs date between the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, a period when Etruscan society was undergoing major political and cultural changes. Archaeologists discovered evidence of elite families, regional trade connections, and evolving funerary practices. The findings demonstrated that Norcia was not an isolated cemetery, but part of a larger network of Etruscan settlements spread across central Italy. Yet the excavations also highlighted how much remains unknown. Many tombs had been looted long before archaeologists arrived. Organic materials had largely disappeared. Written records explaining construction techniques never survived. The result is a site where the monuments themselves remain the primary source of evidence. 24,000 years ago, in the frozen heart of Siberia, someone carved a human face into mammoth ivory with remarkable precision. The figure was only a few centimeters tall, yet it contained details that should have been nearly impossible to produce using simple stone tools. Even today, archaeologists continue to debate what these mysterious carvings meant, who created them, and whether they reveal a level of symbolic thinking far more sophisticated than we once imagined. The story begins near the village of Malalta, approximately 85 kilometers northwest of Lake Baikal in southern Siberia. The site was discovered in 1928 by Russian archaeologist Mikhail Gerasimov, who would later become famous for pioneering forensic facial reconstruction techniques. During excavations, Gerasimov uncovered the remains of an Upper Paleolithic settlement buried beneath layers of sediment. Radiocarbon dating conducted decades later placed the occupation of Malta between approximately 24,000 and 23,000 years ago during the last glacial period. What emerged from the frozen ground would become one of the most important collections of Ice Age art ever discovered. The greatest mystery of Malalta lies in its extraordinary ivory figurines. Archaeologists have recovered more than 30 carved human figures, fashioned primarily from mammoth ivory. At first glance, they resemble the famous Venus figurines found across Europe. However, the similarities end there. While many European Venus figurines emphasize exaggerated body proportions and often lack facial details, the Malalta carvings are strikingly different. Several possess clearly defined faces, carefully shaped heads, and detailed clothing. Some appear to wear hoods, coats, or garments decorated with patterns. Others seem to depict specific individuals rather than symbolic representations of fertility. This distinction has puzzled researchers for decades. Why were the people of Malalta creating realistic human figures while many contemporary groups elsewhere produced more abstract forms? Some archaeologists believe these carvings may represent ancestors. Others suggest they were ritual objects associated with spiritual practices. A few researchers have proposed that they may be among the earliest examples of portraiture in human history. The truth remains unknown. No written records exist, and the people who created these objects vanished thousands of years ago. All that survives are the carvings themselves, and the questions they continue to raise. Equally mysterious is the apparent technological skill required to produce these objects. Mammoth ivory is an extremely difficult material to work with. Unlike wood, it can crack unexpectedly. Unlike clay, mistakes cannot easily be corrected. Yet many Malalta figurines display precise proportions and intricate details. Some contain carefully drilled perforations that may have allowed them to be worn as pendants. Others exhibit finely incised lines representing clothing, hair, or decorative patterns. Every cut had to be made using stone blades and other non-metallic tools. Modern experiments have demonstrated that creating such objects requires patience, planning, and considerable expertise. The existence of dozens of these carvings suggests that specialized artisans may have existed within the community, an idea that challenges older assumptions about Ice Age societies being technologically simple. Another remarkable mystery concerns the clothing represented on the figurines. Organic fabrics rarely survive for 24,000 years, especially in archaeological contexts. As a result, direct evidence of Ice Age clothing is extremely limited. Yet the Malalta carvings appear to preserve visual information about garments that no longer exist. Several figurines seem to depict tailored clothing with fitted sleeves, hoods, and decorative edging. Some researchers have compared these representations to the fur garments traditionally worn by Arctic peoples in much later periods. If these interpretations are correct, the inhabitants of Malalta possessed sophisticated knowledge of sewing, hide preparation, insulation, and cold weather survival. The figurines may therefore provide one of the earliest visual records of advanced clothing technology ever discovered. Among the most enigmatic discoveries are the carved bird figurines found at the site. Numerous representations of birds have been recovered from Malalta, many fashioned from mammoth ivory and carefully polished. Their significance remains uncertain. Birds appear repeatedly in the symbolic traditions of many ancient cultures, often associated with the soul, spiritual journeys, or communication between worlds. Some archaeologists have suggested that the Malalta birds may have held ritual significance. Others argue they could have served as ornaments or teaching objects. What makes the mystery particularly intriguing is the frequency with which birds appear compared with other animals. The repeated emphasis suggests they held an importance that archaeologists have not yet fully understood. The geometric markings found on certain artifacts present another unresolved puzzle. Various objects recovered from the settlement bear patterns consisting of lines, dots, zigzags, and repeated motifs. These markings are clearly intentional, yet their meaning remains obscure. Were they decorative? Did they indicate ownership? Could they have functioned as a counting system or a method of recording information? Similar debates surround other Upper Paleolithic artifacts across Eurasia. Some researchers believe such patterns may represent early symbolic communication systems. Others caution that assigning specific meanings without supporting evidence is impossible. Nevertheless, the existence of recurring geometric designs demonstrates that abstract symbolism played a significant role in the intellectual world of Malalta's inhabitants. One of the most important discoveries from the site emerged not from art but from human remains. In 2013, an international team led by researchers from the Center for Geogenetics at the University of Copenhagen published genetic analyses of a child buried at Malalta approximately 24,000 years ago. The genome, often referred to as MA1, transformed our understanding of ancient population history. The study revealed that the boy shared genetic connections with both Western Eurasian populations and the ancestors of Native Americans. Prior to this research, many models of human migration into the Americas assumed a simpler genetic history. The Malalta genome demonstrated that ancient Siberia played a crucial role in the formation of populations that would eventually cross into the New World. A child buried during the Ice Age had provided evidence capable of rewriting part of humanity's story. Subsequent excavations continued to expand our understanding of the settlement. Archaeologists uncovered dwelling structures constructed using animal bones and other available materials. Thousands of stone tools, ornaments, beads, and worked ivory objects were documented. These discoveries revealed that Malalta was not a temporary hunting camp, but a relatively complex community capable of sustained occupation in an extremely challenging environment. Each excavation added new pieces to the puzzle while simultaneously generating new questions. Comparisons with other famous Ice Age sites only deepen the mystery. The artistic traditions of Malalta differ significantly from those found sites such as Dolní Věstonice in the Czech Republic or the Venus figurine sites of Central Europe. The Siberian carvings display characteristics that appear uniquely adapted to local traditions and environmental conditions. Yet certain similarities suggest long-distance cultural connections stretching across thousands of kilometers of Eurasia. How ideas traveled across such immense distances during the Ice Age remains one of archaeology's most fascinating unanswered questions. In the mountains of northern Peru, above the Utcubamba River, they created something that looks less like a cemetery and more like a forbidden village. At Revash, the dead were not buried under the earth. They were lifted into the cliffs, placed inside small red and white mausoleums, and left facing the valley from a height that made them almost unreachable. These structures were not homes, although they were built to look like them. They were tombs, and for more than 600 years, they have remained one of the most haunting traces of the Chachapoyas world. Revash is located in the district of Santo Tomás, in Luya province, in the Amazonas region of northern Peru, roughly 60 kilometers south of the modern city of Chachapoyas. The site sits in a limestone cliff above the Alto Ucubamba Valley. The World Monuments Fund describes Revash as a funerary complex made of chulpas, or stone tomb chambers. built directly into cliffs overlooking the Utkubamba River. That detail is what makes the place so unusual. Revash was not a normal burial ground. It was a planned funerary landscape where architecture, death, and the mountain itself became part of the same ritual idea. The people behind Revash were the Chachapoyas, a pre-Inca culture that developed on the eastern slopes of the Andes. They are often associated with cloud forests, highland settlements, fortified architecture, and unusual burial customs. Their most famous monument is Cuelap, the massive walled citadel in Amazonas. But Revash reveals something more intimate and stranger: how they treated the dead. Most sources date the Revash mausoleums to around the 14th century AD, before the Inca fully absorbed the Chachapoyas region in the late 15th century. That means Revash belonged to a world that was already old before the Inca became the dominant power in the Andes. What makes Revash immediately strange is its appearance. The mausoleums look like a row of miniature houses built into the cliff face. Their facades still show traces of red, cream, and white paint. Some have small openings. Some are decorated with geometric forms, cross-like marks, and simple painted shapes that seem to belong to a symbolic language we no longer fully understand. Peru's official tourism source notes that archaeologists interpret the mausoleums as replicas of the houses once used by local people. That interpretation gives Revash its strongest emotional force. The Chachapoyas may have been building houses for the dead, not just containers for bodies. This changes the way the site should be seen. Revash was not only a place to store remains, it may have been a continuation of the living world in another form. If the tombs copied real houses, then the dead were not treated as something to be erased. They were given architecture. They were given a place. They were separated from daily life, but still kept visible inside the landscape. From the valley below, the cliff would have acted almost like a wall of memory, reminding the living that their ancestors had not vanished. They had moved upward into stone. The location is the deepest mystery. Building tombs inside a cliff required effort, planning, and risk. Materials had to be carried into a steep landscape. Builders had to work in narrow spaces on the mountainside. The tomb chambers had to survive rain, wind, earthquakes, erosion, and time. Choosing such a place was not convenient, so it must have mattered. The practical explanation is protection. A cliffside tomb is harder to loot, harder for animals to reach, and harder for enemies to disturb. But the symbolic explanation is more powerful. Revash placed the dead between earth and sky, inside the body of the mountain, watching over the valley below. In many Andean cultures, mountains were not just scenery. They could be sacred presences connected to ancestry, territory, water, fertility, and power. We do not have a written Chachapoyas text explaining Revash directly, but the placement of the tomb suggests that the cliff itself carried ritual meaning. These were not graves hidden in darkness. They were elevated, displayed, and protected. The dead were made unreachable, but not invisible. The tombs were probably collective mausoleums, rather than simple individual graves. Some descriptions of the site connect Revash with burials of important people, possibly members of local elite families or people of high status in the community. This would explain the care invested in the architecture. Ordinary death rarely receives this kind of monument. The people placed at Revash may have been ancestors whose memory carried social, political, or spiritual importance. In that sense, the cliffside village was not just a cemetery, it was a monument to lineage. The painted decoration adds another layer of mystery. The red and white facades are not random visual details. They make the mausoleum stand out from the rock and transform the cliff into a marked surface. The geometric symbols, cross-like shapes, and painted figures may have served as protective signs, clan symbols, ritual markers, or visual messages meant to be seen from below. But because the Chachapoyas left no surviving written explanation for these marks, their precise meaning remains uncertain. This is where the mystery of Revash becomes real. Not because it is impossible, but because it preserves the remains of a belief system whose full language has been lost. Revash becomes even more powerful when compared with other Chachapoyas' funerary sites. At Caragia, also in Amazonas, the dead were placed inside tall human-shaped sarcophagi, standing on a cliff ledge, almost like guardians watching the valley. At Laguna de los Condores, hundreds of mummies and funerary objects were found in a remote cliffside burial context, and later connected with the Lema Bamba Museum. These sites show that Revash was not an isolated accident. The Chachapoyas repeatedly used height, cliffs, and hard-to-reach places in their treatment of the dead. They seem to believe that the dead belonged in elevated spaces, protected by stone and separated from the ordinary world. That pattern is what makes the Chachapoyas so fascinating for ancient mystery content. They were not simply building tombs, they were designing a relationship between the living, the dead, and the landscape. Revash is one version of that relationship. Karagia is another. Quaylap shows their ability to build monumental fortified settlements. Together, these places reveal a culture that understood architecture as more than shelter. It could defend a city, preserve an ancestor, or turn a mountain wall into a sacred boundary. The later history of the region gives Revash an even more haunting atmosphere. By the late 1400s, the Inca Empire expanded into Chachapoyas territory. After the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, the Andes went through conquest, disease, forced resettlement, and religious transformation. Many local traditions disappeared, changed, or survived only in fragments. Revash remained because of its location. The same cliffs that made the tombs difficult to build also helped protect them from complete destruction. Even if many burials were disturbed over time, the architecture still tells us what mattered. The dead were meant to remain present. The Cebu River once carried more than water through northern Morocco. It carried soldiers, clay, food supplies, wild animals, building stone, and the quiet machinery of an empire trying to control the western edge of Africa. On its left bank, near modern Kenitra, stood Thamusida, an ancient settlement inside the Roman province of Mauritania Tingitana. It was not a famous capital like Volubilis, and it was not remembered for a single giant monument. Its importance was hidden in function. Thamusida was a river port, a military station, a production zone, a frontier town, and possibly even a holding point for African animals destined for Roman spectacles. That is what makes Thamusida so unusual. The more archaeology reveals, the harder it becomes to describe it with one simple word. A 2023 study in Journal of Archaeological Science reports by Jacopo de Grossi Mazarin and colleagues places Thamusida inside Mauritania Tingitana, the Roman province created in 42 AD under Emperor Claudius. The settlement covered about 15 hectares and stood along the road linking Tingis, modern Tangier, with Sala Colonia, today's Cella near Rabat. This was not a random town on a forgotten riverbank. It sat between land and water, between the Atlantic-facing coast and the inland routes of Roman Morocco. Before Thamusida became fully Roman, the area already had a local Mauritanian background. According to the same 2023 archaeological study, a small Maori village was transformed during the Flavian period, in the second half of the 1st century AD, into a Roman military camp. That detail matters because it means Thamusida was not simply built from nothing by Rome. It was a local settlement reshaped by imperial strategy. A village became a camp attracted civilians, a riverbank became a controlled point on the edge of empire. By the 2nd century AD, Thamusida had grown beyond its original military role. Archaeologists have identified public buildings, temples, baths, production areas, houses, and defensive structures. In the second half of the 2nd century, the civilian settlement around the camp expanded and was enclosed by walls. By the 3rd century, the town had grown again, but its basic purpose remained connected to the same strategic question: how to control movement along the Cebu River and the road system of Mauritania Tingitana. This is the first real mystery of Thamusida. Why would Rome invest in a river town that never became famous? The answer may be that Thamusida was important because it was practical. Rome did not hold distant provinces only with temples and statues. It held them with roads, storage points, soldiers, workshops, river routes, tax systems, and supply stations. Thamusida was one of those places where empire did not appear as glory, it appeared as logistics. The site was investigated in different phases. Earlier archaeological work took place in the 1930s and 1950s, but one of the most important modern projects happened from 1999 to 2006, when the University of Siena worked with Morocco's Institut National des Sciences de l'Archéologie et du Patrimoine. Researchers such as Emanuele Papi, Elisabetta Gliozzo, Stefano Campriali, and their colleagues studied buildings, bricks, ceramics, pigments, plasters, bronze objects, amphorae, inscriptions, glass, and other remains. Their work showed that Thamusida was not just occupied, it was producing, adapting, importing, and surviving across different periods. One of the strongest clues comes from ordinary building material. In 2011, Elisabetta Gliozzo, D. Damiani S. Camporeale I. Memi and E. Papi published a study in the Journal of Archaeological Science titled Building Materials from Thamusida, Rabat, Morocco, a diachronic local production from the Roman to the Islamic period. They analysed 67 bricks and tiles. 40 came from the Roman occupation, dated from the 1st to the 3rd century AD. 27 came from an Islamic ceramic workshop active from the 8th century onward. 13 Roman pieces carried stamps. The result was revealing. The researchers found that Thermusida used local clay, especially grey Tours clay, for building materials in both the Roman and Islamic periods. In the earlier Roman phase, some bricks seem to have come through regional networks, possibly from Barnasa and the Bay of Tangier. But later, local production became dominant. This means Thermusida was not only receiving goods from the Roman world, it was manufacturing parts of itself. Its walls, roofs, kilns and buildings were tied directly to the soil around it. That makes the site more interesting than a simple Roman outpost. Thermusida was a frontier city that absorbed Roman methods but depended on local resources. Workers shaped local clay, fired it, stamped it, and used it to build a town that served imperial needs. The frontier was not passive. It produced, it adapted. It turned Roman systems into something local. This is one of the strongest documentary angles because it shows empire not as a distance of marble and power, but as something made from mud, labour, fire, and river transport. The river itself is the next clue. Thermusida's position on the Cebu suggests that transport and storage were central to its role. A river port does not always leave dramatic ruins. Its importance may appear in warehouses, amphora fragments, industrial zones, animal bones, roads, and the logic of location. The Cebu connected inland Morocco with the Atlantic world. A settlement on its bank could receive goods from the interior, move supplies for soldiers, control traffic, and connect the province to wider Roman networks. Thermusida's mystery is not whether the river mattered. The mystery is how much passed through it. The most surprising evidence comes from animal remains. In 2023, Jacopo de Grossi Mazarin, Claudia Abatino, and other researchers published a study on animal bones from Roman Thermusida, mainly dated to the 1st through 3rd centuries AD. Alongside domestic animals, they identified African wild species including lion, hyena, hartebeest, gazelle, reedbuck, and ostrich. The researchers noted that Thermusida had an unusually high concentration of strictly African wild animal remains compared with other Roman sites in Mauritania Tingitana, including Banassa, Volubilis, Rioja, and Lixus. This opens one of the darkest possibilities in the story. The researchers suggested that Thermusida may have played a role in the trade and movement of exotic animals from Africa to other Roman provinces, including Hispania, Lusitania, and Gallia Narbonensis. In the Roman world, wild animals were not only symbols of distant lands. They were used in amphitheatre spectacles, staged hunts, executions, and displays of imperial power. If Thermusida helped collect, sort, or move such animals, then this quiet Moroccan river town may have been connected to the violent entertainment economy of the Roman Empire. That possibility changes the atmosphere of the ruins. Thermusida was not only about roads, baths, bricks, and walls. It may also have been about cages, handlers, hunters, traders, soldiers, and animals taken from North African landscapes before being shipped toward arenas far away. A lion bone near the Cebu is not just a bone. It may be a trace of a system that turned the living world into spectacle. This is not a fantasy claim, but a careful archaeological possibility raised from the animal remains study. And it gives the site a powerful question. Was Thermusida one of Rome's hidden gateways for African wildlife? Thermusida also had a life after Rome. The 2011 building materials study shows Islamic period activity from the 8th century onward, including a ceramic workshop located outside the town walls near the Cebu River. This means the place did not simply die when Roman control weakened. Its riverbank, clay sources, old ruins and strategic position still mattered. The political world changed, but the landscape remained useful. Thermusida was not just abandoned, it was reused. Modern methods have revealed even more. Between 1999 and 2001, magnetometry surveys were carried out at Sidi Ali Ben Ahmed, the archaeological area associated with Thermusida. Later research on archaeogeophysics in the Maghreb noted that about 14 hectares were surveyed and that the method helped detect buried walls and map the hidden urban layout. In other words, much of Thermusida is not only in the visible ruins, it still lies under the soil as lines, patterns, and buried structures. That is why Thermusida feels different from more famous ancient sites. It is not powerful because of one huge monument. It is powerful because so many systems cross there. Military control, river transport, local industry, animal trade, Roman administration, and later Islamic production all left traces in the same place. The city was not designed to be remembered by tourists. It was designed to work. And because it worked quietly, it almost disappeared from popular memory. The real mystery of Themyscira is identity. Was it a port? Yes. Was it a fort? Yes. Was it a production centre? Yes. Was it a frontier town? Yes. Was it possibly connected to the movement of African animals for Roman spectacles? The evidence suggests that possibility. Every answer is partly correct, but none is complete. Themyscira was too useful to be simple. Sakafunashi is a carved stone that looks too deliberate to be accidental, yet too strange to be explained with certainty. It sits in Asaka, Nara Prefecture, Japan, a quiet village that was once one of the most important political and religious centres of early Japan. Today, the stone rests on a hillside northeast of the Asuka Palace area, but in the 7th century this landscape was not remote or forgotten. It stood close to the heart of a rising state during the Asuka period, when Japan was forming its first centralized court culture, absorbing Buddhism, continental technology, and new ideas of imperial power. That is what makes Sakafunashi more than just a strange rock. It may be the surviving surface of a lost ritual system built at the moment Japan was becoming a state. The name Sakafunashi is usually translated as sake ship stone. The name itself comes from an old local interpretation. People once believed the carved channels on the stone may have been used to make sake. At first glance, that explanation feels possible. The upper surface of the stone is covered with shallow basins, oval depressions, and narrow grooves that seem designed to move liquid from one point to another. But the more archaeologists studied the surrounding site, the less it looked like a simple brewing tool. The stone was not found in the middle of an ordinary workshop. It was part of a much larger archaeological zone, with stone walls, water installations, a turtle-shaped basin, paved spaces, and evidence of carefully managed spring water. The main stone itself is impressive. It is usually described as a large carved boulder from the Asuka period, measuring around 5.3 to 5.5 meters long, about 2.3 meters wide, and roughly 1 meter thick. Its flat upper face contains a geometric network of depressions connected by channels. These marks do not resemble natural erosion. They look planned, measured, and functional. The mystery is that the function remains uncertain. If water, sake, oil, cinnabar, or another liquid once flowed through these grooves, the stone may have been a device. If the liquid was part of a ritual, then the stone may have been a sacred stage. For a long time, Sakafunashi could be presented as a single mysterious object, a carved stone with strange channels and no confirmed purpose. But the story changed when archaeologists began to connect the stone to the wider Sakafunashi site. The Nara National Research Institute for Cultural Properties describes the site as centered on a hill east of the palaces of successive Asuka period emperors. Recent excavations at the northern foot of the hill uncovered garden remains, including a turtle-shaped stone basin, stair-like stone facilities, and an open space paved with stones. This means the hilltop stone was not isolated. It belonged to a designed landscape where stone, water, movement, and ceremony were probably connected. The strongest clue is the turtle-shaped stone tank discovered at the foot of the hill. The Asuka Fujiwara World Heritage Promotion Site describes the Sakafunashi ritual site as a mid-7th century ritual site, showing the religious aspect of Japan's early state formation. It says the site included a stone wall around the hillside, Sakafunashi on the hillside, a turtle-shaped stone tank at the foot of the hill, and a spring facility that brought underground spring water to the surface. That detail changes everything. The mystery is no longer simply, what were the grooves for? The deeper question becomes, why did the early Japanese court build an entire water control complex on this hill? The turtle is especially important. In East Asian symbolism, turtles were associated with longevity, cosmic order, and sacred power. A turtle-shaped basin placed inside a controlled water system does not feel like an ordinary industrial tool. It feels ceremonial. Water could have flowed from the spring facility through stone installations and into a symbolic basin, possibly as part of purification, divination, rain prayer, or imperial ritual. The exact ritual is still debated, but the architecture suggests something formal and elite, not random village activity. Nara Prefecture's tourism material also identifies the Sakafunashi ruins as a mid-7th century ritual site connected to the religious side of early Japanese state formation. This is where the documentary angle becomes powerful. In the 7th century, Asuka was not just a settlement, it was the stage on which early Japanese rulers were turning local power into imperial authority. The Asuka Fujiwara area includes palace sites, temples, tombs, gardens, and ritual places from a period when the court was experimenting with new forms of government and sacred kingship. The official Asuka Fujiwara description places Sakafunashi northeast of the Asuka Palace site, meaning it stood near the political core of the time. If this water complex was used by the court, then Sakafunashi may have been part of a ritual technology of rule, a place where nature was controlled, water was directed, and authority was made visible. One historical figure often linked to this world is Empress Saimei, who ruled in the 7th century. Nara Prefecture material connects the water-related installations with Empress Saimei and notes that she was associated with praying for rain. This matters because rain was not a small concern in ancient societies. It meant crops, stability, and survival. A ruler who could perform rituals for rain was not simply a political leader. She was someone positioned between the human world and the forces that governed nature. If Sakafunashi belonged to that ritual landscape, then its channels and basins may have helped transform flowing water into a visible sign of sacred authority. The archaeological timeline also gives the story a strong factual backbone. Sakafunashi itself was designated as a historic site in the early modern period of Japanese heritage protection, and later discoveries expanded the interpretation from a mysterious carved stone to a larger ritual complex. The key modern shift came when excavations around the hill revealed that the area contained more than one strange stone. The garden remains at the foot of the hill included the turtle-shaped basin, stone steps, and a paved open space. These discoveries pushed researchers toward the idea that the site was connected with ritual, garden design, and water control rather than a simple everyday craft. Several older theories still make the mystery richer. Because of the name Sake Shipstone, sake brewing is the most famous folk explanation. Others have suggested that the grooves may have been used to process oil, separate minerals, handle cinnabar, or conduct some kind of liquid-based production. These ideas are not impossible in a broad sense, because the carved channels clearly invite the imagination toward liquid movement, but the surrounding archaeology weakens any explanation that treats the stone as merely industrial. A normal workshop does not need a turtle-shaped stone basin, a spring facility, a paved ceremonial space, and a hillside enclosed by stone walls. The site looks less like a factory and more like a ritual landscape. What makes Sakafunashi visually perfect for ancient mystery content is that the evidence is visible. Viewers do not need to imagine the mystery from text alone. They can see the grooves, they can see the basins. They can see that the stone was shaped by human hands. The design feels technical, but its meaning feels lost. That contrast is the heart of the story. It is not a random stone with a legend attached to it. It is an engineered object inside a ceremonial landscape, built near the center of power during one of the most important periods in Japanese history. The best way to present Sakafunashi is not as an impossible object or alien-style mystery. Its real power is more subtle and more believable. It is a mystery of statecraft, water, religion, and memory. The people who carved it understood exactly what they were doing. The problem is that the ritual system around it disappeared. The court changed, capitals moved, written explanations were either never made or did not survive. What remains is stone, a hillside, a carved surface, a turtle-shaped basin, and a network of water features that still suggest purpose without revealing the full ceremony. The most cinematic reconstruction would begin before sunrise in 7th century Asuka. The palace lies nearby. The hillside is enclosed by stonework. Water rises from an underground spring and is guided into a controlled space. Priests, court officials, or imperial attendants gather near the stone features. The carved grooves are not decoration, they are part of the act. Liquid moves across stone, through channels, into basins, perhaps toward the turtle-shaped tank below. To the people watching, this may not have looked like engineering. It may have looked like proof that the ruler could command the natural world. That is why Sakafunashi is such a strong subject for a documentary script. It has a clear object, a real location, a precise historical setting, and a mystery that has not been fully solved. It also connects to bigger themes: the birth of Japanese state power, the sacred role of water, the blending of ritual and architecture, and the way archaeology can overturn old explanations. The old name tells us people thought it was a sake stone. The modern excavation tells us it was part of something larger. The missing piece is the ceremony itself. In 2007 and 2008, near the town of Caspi in eastern Georgia, construction work on the Tbilisi-Senaki-Leslids highway exposed ancient remains beneath a quiet hill. What should have been an ordinary road project suddenly became a rescue excavation led by archaeologists from Ivane Javakishvili Tbilisi State University. Beneath the soil, they found graves, houses, ritual spaces, ceramics, altars, and traces of human occupation from different periods of Georgian history. The site was Grakliani Hill, located in the Shida-Kartli region, roughly 50 kilometers west of Tbilisi. Before the excavation, it was not a famous ancient monument. It did not have the scale of Stonehenge, the age of Göbekli Tepe, or the fame of the Egyptian pyramids. But as archaeologists continued digging, the hill began to reveal something far more important than its size suggested. It was not just a settlement. It was a layered record of life, death, ritual, trade, and possibly writing in the ancient Caucasus. The discovery that made Grakliani Hill impossible to ignore came in 2015. During excavations at a temple complex, archaeologists found a sequence of strange carved signs connected with an altar area. The expedition was led by Georgian archaeologist Vakhtang Licheli, head of the Institute of Archaeology at Tbilisi State University. According to reports from Tbilisi State University, the inscription was found in a temple with 2 altars, dated to around the 7th century BCE, and connected with the worship of a fertility goddess. These marks were not easily recognized as Greek, Aramaic, or any known Georgian script. They looked like a message, but one that had lost its language. That was the moment Grakliani Hill became more than an archaeological site. It became a question. If the carved signs are truly writing, then Grakliani Hill may preserve one of the oldest known examples of native writing in the Caucasus. National Geographic reported in 2015 that the mysterious script, etched on the side of a collapsed stone altar, could be the oldest example of indigenous writing yet found in the region. This matters because the best-known Georgian scripts are usually connected with much later historical periods, especially after the spread of Christianity in the early centuries CE. A 7th century BCE inscription would push the story of literacy in Georgia far deeper into the ancient past. But the mystery is not only about age, it is about where the inscription was found. These signs were not discovered inside a market, on a trade document, or in a royal archive. They were found in a religious setting, connected with an altar. That detail changes everything. If the symbols were writing, they may not have been used for ordinary communication. They may have been a prayer, a sacred name, a ritual formula, or an offering to a deity. In ancient societies, writing was often tied to power: temples, god-kings, storage, taxes, and sacred authority. At Grakliani Hill, the signs appear exactly where words could have carried spiritual meaning. This is why the site challenges the old view of the Caucasus as only a bridge between greater civilizations. Ancient Georgia is often placed between larger cultural worlds: Mesopotamia, Anatolia, Iran, Greece, and later empires. But Grakliani Hill suggests something more complex. The people living there may not have been passive receivers of outside influence. They may have had their own ritual system, their own symbolic language, and perhaps even their own form of writing. The archaeology around the inscription supports that possibility. Reports from the 2008 excavations describe Grakliani as a multi-layered settlement with graves, terraces, buildings, ritual structures, tools, ceramics, and imported objects. Some finds have been linked with Urartu, the powerful Iron Age kingdom that flourished south of the Caucasus between the 9th and 6th centuries CEE. That means Grakliani was not isolated. It stood inside a wider network of movement, exchange, and influence. People there may have known foreign goods, foreign styles, and perhaps foreign scripts. That connection makes the inscription even harder to interpret. One possibility is that the signs represent a local writing system developed in the Caucasus. Another is that they were influenced by scripts from neighbouring regions, especially Aramaic, which spread widely across the Near East during the first millennium BCE. Later research has noted that some Grakliani signs show visual similarities to Aramaic or other ancient scripts, but similarity is not the same as decipherment. A few similar shapes do not prove that the text is Aramaic, or that it records the same language. The inscription remains undeciphered, and that uncertainty is what makes it powerful. The religious context gives the story an even deeper mystery. The altar was not just a stone object. It was a place where ancient people likely performed rituals, made offerings, and asked the divine world for fertility, crops, protection, or abundance. Imagine a small sanctuary on the hill nearly 2,700 years ago, vessels placed near the altar, smoke rising from offerings. Priests or worshippers standing in front of sacred signs that meant something to them. To the people who carved those marks, the message may have been clear. To us, it is almost silent. Grakliani Hill was also not a single period ruin. It was used and reused over a long span of time. Archaeologists have found evidence of burial grounds, Iron Age ritual structures, settlement layers, and later buildings. This means the hill remained meaningful for generations. People lived there, buried their dead there, built sacred spaces there, and returned to the same place across centuries. It was not just a village, it was a memory landscape. Before the Maya became famous for towering pyramids, royal rituals, and cities swallowed by the jungle, someone in the flatlands of Tabasco built a monument so large that it should have required a king. But at Aguada Fenix, archaeologists found no clear royal palace, no carved ruler, and no obvious sign of a dynasty commanding the work. That is what makes this place so strange. More than 3,000 years ago, near the modern border between Mexico and Guatemala, a community reshaped the landscape into a vast ceremonial platform stretching about 1,400 meters across the ground. From the surface, it looked almost ordinary, but when archaeologist Takeshi Inamata and his team from the University of Arizona used airborne LiDAR and published their findings in Nature in 2020, the shape became undeniable. This was not a natural rise in the terrain. It was one of the oldest and largest monumental constructions ever identified in the Maya world. The discovery challenged one of the most familiar ideas about ancient civilization. Monumental architecture is usually linked to kings, priests, armies, and forced labor. In Egypt, pyramids were raised for pharaohs. In Mesopotamia, ziggurats stood at the heart of powerful city-states. In the later Maya world, temples and stone monuments often carried the names and images of rulers. But Aguada Fenix belongs to an earlier stage of Maya society, before the great dynasties that later dominated cities like Tikal, Calakmul, and Palenque. Radiocarbon dating placed its main construction between about 1000 and 800 BC, during the Middle Preclassic period. That means this enormous platform was built long before the classic Maya age of royal courts, carved inscriptions, and pyramid cities. The scale is difficult to imagine. The main platform is about 1.4 kilometers long and roughly 10 to 15 meters high, with 9 causeways extending outward into the surrounding landscape. Yet this was not a tall pyramid meant to dominate the skyline. Its power came from its horizontal size. It spread across the earth like a massive artificial stage, so wide that people standing on it could not easily understand its full shape. That may be why it remained unnoticed for so long. Aguada Fenix was not hidden because it was buried deep underground. It was hidden because it blended into the landscape itself. This is where LiDAR became essential. LiDAR, or light detection and ranging, uses laser pulses from aircraft to map the surface of the Earth in extreme detail. It can reveal ancient platforms, roads, terraces, and buildings that are almost impossible to see from the ground. At Aguada Fenix, the technology showed that a huge section of land had been deliberately engineered. From below, it looked like a flat rise in the terrain. From above, it became a planned monument, with a main platform, causeways, and a layout too precise to be natural. The greatest mystery is not only how Aguada Fenix was built, but who organized the work. In their 2020 Nature study, Inamata and his colleagues noted that the site did not show clear signs of strong social inequality, like later Maya centers. There were no obvious royal palaces, no giant sculptures of rulers, and no monuments celebrating individual kings. This absence matters. It suggests that the people who built Aguada Fenix may not have been ruled by an all-powerful elite. Instead of being forced by a king, they may have gathered through shared rituals, seasonal events, and collective belief. If that is true, Aguada Fenix becomes evidence for a different path towards civilization. It suggests that large-scale cooperation may have existed before rigid hierarchy. People did not always need a king standing above them to build something enormous. A community could come together because a place mattered, because ceremonies mattered, because the calendar mattered, or because the act of building itself created a shared identity. In that sense, Aguada Fenix may represent a moment when belief was powerful enough to move Earth. The design of the site supports the idea that it was a place of gathering rather than a fortress or palace. It does not look like a defensive stronghold. It does not appear to be a royal tomb. Its huge open platform and long causeways suggest movement, processions, and public ceremony. People may have arrived from surrounding settlements, walked along the causeways, gathered on the central platform, and taken part in rituals connected to time, direction, water, and the sky. The monument may have served communities that were still moving between older ways of life and the more settled world of later Maya civilization. A newer study published in Science Advances in 2025 made Aguada Fenix even more mysterious. In that research, Inamata and his team argued that the wider layout of the site may have formed a kind of cosmogram, a symbolic map of the universe built directly into the ground. They identified axes, canals, corridors, and cross-shaped arrangements that may have represented cosmic order. This matters because later Mesoamerican cultures, including the Maya, often connected space, color, direction, water, and the movement of the sun into a sacred system. Aguada Phoenix may show that some of those ideas were already developing more than 3,000 years ago. One of the most striking details is the alignment of the site. According to reports from the University of Arizona on the 2025 research, the center line of Aguada Phoenix appears to align with the sunrise on October 17 and February 24. The number of days between those dates is 130, exactly half of 260. That is important because the 260-day ritual calendar later became one of the most important timekeeping systems in Mesoamerica. It was used by the Maya and other cultures for ritual cycles, divination, and sacred timing. This does not prove that the fully developed Maya calendar already existed in 1000 BC, but it suggests that early ideas about solar movement, ritual time, and sacred order may have been built into the landscape long before the classic Maya period. That possibility changes the feeling of the entire monument. Aguada Phoenix was not just a platform. It may have been a calendar, a ritual map, and a model of the universe at the same time. Imagine standing there around 1000 BC, before the great Maya kings, before the famous inscriptions, before the jungle cities reach their peak. The sun rises along a chosen line. People gather across a platform wider than many later ceremonial centers. They move through a space shaped by direction and ritual. To them, the monument may not have been architecture in the modern sense. It may have been a way of placing human life inside the order of the cosmos. Excavations also revealed pre-classic ceramics and ritual deposits that helped confirm the age and ceremonial nature of the site. Later reports on the 2025 research described special features arranged in cross-like forms and materials associated with color and ceremony. In Mesoamerican thought, directions were often connected with colors, gods, and cosmic forces. Archaeologists cannot simply assume that later Maya beliefs were identical to those of Aguada Phoenix's builders, but the pattern suggests that this was not a random construction. It was planned with symbolic meaning. Aguada Phoenix also raises a larger question about the origins of Maya civilization. The site lies close to the Gulf Coast region associated with the Olmec, one of the earliest complex cultures in Mesoamerica. The Olmec are famous for colossal stone heads, ceremonial centers, and early forms of elite power. Because Aguada Phoenix dates to such an early period, archaeologists have to ask whether it was a purely early Maya development or part of a wider world of exchange and influence. The answer may not be simple. Early Mesoamerican communities were connected through trade, ritual, and shared ideas. Aguada Phoenix may represent a local Maya development shaped by broader cultural interaction. What makes the site especially unusual is the contrast between its scale and its silence. Later Maya monuments often speak loudly about kings. They name rulers, show captives, mark victories, and connect royal bloodlines to divine power. Aguada Phoenix does not speak in that language. It is massive, but almost anonymous. No single ruler stands at the center of its story. That silence may be the most important evidence of all. It suggests a world where monumentality was not yet controlled by kings, where public ritual may have mattered more than royal propaganda. In 260 CE, a Roman emperor vanished into enemy hands. His name was Valerian, and near Edessa, in what is now southeastern Turkey, he faced the armies of the Sasanian king Shapur I. Rome expected another brutal frontier war. Instead, it suffered one of the most humiliating disasters in its history. Valerian was captured alive, along with Roman soldiers, engineers, and prisoners of war. For the Roman world, it was a catastrophe. For Persia, it was something else entirely, a chance to turn defeat into labor and foreign knowledge into imperial power. Hundreds of kilometers east of the battlefield, in Shushtar, southwestern Iran, the Karun River cut through a landscape where water meant survival. This was Khuzestan, a region of heat, agriculture, canals, and old cities. Controlling water here was not a luxury. It was the difference between a living city and a dry plain. And sometime after Valerian's capture, under the rule of Shapur I, one of the strangest engineering projects of the ancient world rose across the Karun. It was called Bandi Caesar, or Caesar's Dam. The name itself carries the memory of conquest. Caesar means Caesar, a title linked to Rome, but this was not a Roman monument built inside Rome's empire. It stood deep in Persian territory, at Shushtar, far beyond the normal reach of Roman power. According to historical tradition and later descriptions, Roman engineers and prisoners captured after the defeat of Valerian were used in its construction. Britannica describes Bandi Khizar as being constructed under the Sasanian king Shapur I, who died in 272 CE, using Roman engineers and other prisoners of war captured with Emperor Valerian in 260 CE. At first glance, Bandi Khizar may look like the remains of a broken bridge, but that is only the surface of the story. It was a bridge, a dam, and a water control structure at the same time. Its original length is commonly given at about 550 meters, or roughly 1,800 feet. It crossed the Karen River on a line of arches, allowing people and traffic to pass, while also holding and redirecting water. In other words, it was not built simply to connect two banks. It was built to command a river. That dual purpose is what makes Bandi Khizar so important. A bridge must carry weight. A dam must resist pressure. A bridge dam has to do both. The structure had to survive the force of the Karun's current, the rise and fall of water levels, the grinding damage of sediment, and the constant threat of erosion. Its foundations had to bite into the riverbed. Its arches had to stand over flowing water. Its body had to raise the level of the river, just enough to feed canals and hydraulic works around the city. This was not decoration. This was ancient infrastructure at a massive scale. Bandi Khizar was part of the Shushtar historical hydraulic system, one of the most remarkable water management complexes of the ancient world. UNESCO identifies this system as a large and coherent hydraulic network, completed in the 3rd century CE, probably on older foundations reaching back to the 5th century BCE. It included weir dams, bridges, canals, tunnels, mills, water distribution channels, and defensive works. Its functions were not limited to irrigation. It also supplied urban water, powered mills, supported river transport, and helped protect the city. The most powerful idea behind Shushtar was not one single dam, but the organization of an entire landscape. The Karun River was divided and redirected. Water was guided into canals such as the Gargar Canal. It moved through tunnels and channels, dropped into mill complexes, and spread into agricultural lands. The system turned water into food, movement, industry, and power. Long before modern machines, Shushtar was already operating like a hydraulic city. This is why Bandi Khizar feels almost too advanced for the way people often imagine the ancient world. It was not just a pile of stones over water. It was part of a planned network that required surveying, river control, masonry, hydraulic calculation, and long-term maintenance. Whoever designed it had to understand not only how to build across a river, but how that river behaved across seasons. Too much water could destroy the structure. Too little water would make the canals useless. The design had to hold a dangerous balance. The real mystery is not whether ancient people could build it. They could. The deeper question is how so many engineering traditions came together in one place. UNESCO describes the Shushtar system as a synthesis of earlier Elamite and Mesopotamian knowledge, with possible influence from Nabatean and Roman civil engineering. That means Bandi Khizar was not a simple copy of Rome, it was a hybrid. Persian imperial planning, older Near Eastern water knowledge, and Roman bridge-building techniques may all have met in the same structure. That hybrid identity is what makes the story so cinematic. Rome lost an emperor, Persia gained prisoners, specialists, and technical knowledge. The Sasanians did not merely defeat their enemy, they may have absorbed part of its engineering skill and placed it into Persian service. A Roman-style bridge dam was built not to glorify Rome, but to strengthen Shushtar. The defeated empire left its mark, but under the command of the victor. Bandi Khizar therefore reverses the usual story of Roman engineering. Most Roman roads, aqueducts, and bridges are remembered as symbols of expansion. They show Rome pushing outward, imposing order, and connecting conquered lands. But here, the direction is reversed. Roman skill appears far to the east, not because Rome conquered the land, but because Rome lost. The structure becomes a monument not of Roman dominance, but of Roman captivity. For Shapur I, the symbolism would have been enormous. He was the Sasanian king who defeated several Roman emperors and recorded his victories in inscriptions and rock reliefs. At Naqshi Rostam in Iran, Shapur's famous relief shows Roman emperors in positions of submission before him. In that political world, forcing Roman labour and expertise to build a major water project would have carried a clear message. Persia had not only beaten Rome on the battlefield, it could take Rome's knowledge and make it work for Persia. But reducing Bandi Khizar to Romans built it would miss the larger point. The Sasanians were not passive users of foreign skill. They were powerful organizers of cities, roads, fortifications, and water system. They understood that infrastructure was power. A controlled river could feed fields, sustain population, support craft production, and stabilize a city. Bandi Kaisar mattered because it was inserted into a much larger Sasanian vision for Shushtar. That is why the site still matters today. The surviving remains are damaged, and Bandi Kaisar no longer stands in its original full form. Parts of the bridge dam collapsed over time, and what remains across the Karun is fragmented. But the ruin is not weak because it is broken. It is stronger because it forces the viewer to imagine what once existed there. Hundreds of meters of arches, water pressing against stone, canals filling, mills turning, and a city living because ancient engineers had bent the river into a machine. In 2009, the Shushtar historical hydraulic system was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. UNESCO called it an exceptional testimony to human creative genius and praised its technical diversity, completeness, and early vision of using diversion canals and large weir dams for land development. That recognition places Shushtar among the great engineering landscapes of the ancient world. Bandi Kaisar is one of the most dramatic pieces of that landscape because it carries both engineering value and the shadow of war. The most fascinating thing about Bandi Kaisar is that it is not a mystery built on fantasy. There is no need to invent lost civilizations or impossible technology. The truth is already strange enough. A Roman emperor was captured in 260 CE. Roman prisoners and engineers were linked to a great construction project in Sasanian Iran. Across the Karun River, a bridge dam rose that could carry traffic, hold water, and help feed one of the most advanced hydraulic systems of its age. So Bandi Kaisar is not simply an ancient bridge in Iran. It is a battlefield echo turned into stone. It is a river machine built after an imperial disaster. It is a Persian work with a Roman ghost inside it. And it leaves behind one question that still makes the ruin powerful today. When we look at Bandi Kaisar, are we seeing a masterpiece of Sasanian engineering, a trace of captured Roman knowledge, or the moment when war itself moved technology from one empire into the hands of another? Somewhere beyond the eastern edge of Alexander the Great's empire, a city was written into history, then almost disappeared from it. Ancient geographers spoke of a place called Alexandria on the Oxus, a city connected to the world Alexander created after he pushed his army deep into Bactria in the late 4th century BC. But unlike Alexandria in Egypt, this city did not become a shining capital remembered by everyone. Its name survived in fragments, its location became uncertain, and the river that once gave it life slowly changed the landscape around it. For more than 2,000 years, the question remained open. Where was Alexandria on the Oxus? In 1972, Uzbek archaeologist Edvard Ratvaladze identified a ruined fortified settlement near Temez in southern Uzbekistan, close to the Amu Darya River. In antiquity, this river was known as the Oxus. Excavations began in 1977, and over the following decades, Kampa started to reveal a story far bigger than a simple fortress. It had a citadel, defensive walls, towers, a lower city, suburbs, Hellenistic layers, Greco-Bactrian traces, and later Kushan occupation. To Ratvaladze and the Tokaristan archaeological expedition, this was not just another ruin. It was a strong candidate for the lost Alexandria Oxiana. The location is the first clue. Kampa Tepe stands around 30 kilometers from Temez, on the right bank of the Amu Darya. Today the ruins look dry, broken and quiet, but in the ancient world this was a strategic river zone. The Oxus was not just water, it was a border, a trade route, a military line and a passage between worlds. A city placed here could control movement between Bactria and the lands beyond. It could watch the river crossing, inspect cargo, protect travellers, and connect the Greek-influenced world of Central Asia with older Iranian, local Bactrian, and later Kushan networks. That is why Kampa Tepe feels more like a frontier machine than a decorative city. It was built mainly of mud brick, not giant stone blocks. Its power was not in size alone, but in planning. Archaeologists identified a fortified citadel, an inner town, defensive structures, and an area linked to river activity. Sources describe Kampa Tepe as a port city founded near the end of the 4th century BC, serving the Berdugui ferry crossing and functioning as a place for customs, rest and movement along early trade routes. In simple terms, this was a city that controlled who crossed, what passed through, and how the frontier operated. The Alexander connection is what gives Kampa Tepe its strongest documentary hook. After defeating the Persian Empire, Alexander moved east into Bactria and Sogdiana. These were not easy lands to control. They were far from Macedonia, filled with local resistance, and tied to older Central Asian traditions. To hold this world, Greek and Macedonian power needed fortified settlements, garrisons, and river points. Ancient sources mention Alexandria on the Oxus, but they do not give modern archaeologists a clean map. So every candidate has to be tested against geography, building material, archaeology, coins, and ancient coordinates. For years, another famous site, Ai-Khanoum in northern Afghanistan, was often discussed as a possible Alexandria on the Oxus. Ai-Khanoum has Greek-style architecture and is one of the most spectacular Hellenistic sites in Central Asia. But the debate did not end there. Ratveladze argued that Khamper Tepe fits the ancient descriptions better, especially because of its position on the right bank of the Oxus and its early Hellenistic layers. This is what makes the story more interesting. Khamper Tepe is not a fantasy claim. It is part of a real scholarly debate about geography, archaeology, and the eastern edge of Alexander's world. The city's timeline also makes it valuable. Khamper Tepe was not occupied for one short moment and then abandoned. Archaeological research shows several phases, beginning in the Hellenistic period and continuing through the Greco-Bactrian and Kushan-Yuezhi periods. This means the site preserves a long transformation. It begins in the world shaped by Alexander's conquests, develops under Greek-influenced Bactrian rule, and later becomes part of the cultural environment that would connect Central Asia with India, Iran, and the Silk Road. Coins help anchor this story. At Khamper Tepe, numismatic evidence has been used to date different phases of the settlement. One phase has been connected with the Greco-Bactrian king Euthydemus I, who ruled around 230 to 200 BC. These finds matter because coins are political fingerprints. They show who held power, what economy the site belonged to, and how the city changed through time. When a coin appears in a layer beside walls, ceramics, and buildings, it becomes more than an object. It becomes a timestamp buried in the earth. The mud brick architecture also tells a story. Some studies comparing Khamper Tepe and Ai-Khanoum point to differences in building material and chronology. Khamper Tepe's earliest phase used rectangular sun-dried bricks dated to the end of the 4th and beginning of the 3rd century BC, while Ai-Khanoum's square mud bricks belong to a different construction tradition and later chronology. For a documentary, this detail is powerful because it shows how archaeologists argue with evidence. They are not guessing from legends, they compare bricks, coins, walls, riverbanks, and ancient coordinates. But the most haunting clue may be the river itself. The Amu Darya has changed course over time. A city that once stood beside a living port could later seem stranded in a dry or confusing landscape. This is one reason Alexandria on the Oxus became so difficult to locate. Ancient writers described a world based on rivers and routes, but rivers move. They erase banks, reshape crossings, and leave ruins looking disconnected from the purpose they once served. Khamper Tepe may look isolated today, but in antiquity it stood in a place where the river made it important. The city was also more than a military post. It was a cultural crossing point. Sources connect Khamper Tepe with trace of Greek, Bactrian, Kushan, Buddhist, Zoroastrian, and local religious traditions. One of the most interesting discoveries is a Buddhist sanctuary outside the defensive wall, with architectural features that have been linked to Zoroastrian tradition, including a central cellar and surrounding corridor. This is exactly the kind of detail that makes the site different from a simple fortress story. Khamper Tepe shows a world where religions and cultures did not always replace one another. They overlapped. Imagine the city at its height. Soldiers guarded the walls, merchants waited near the crossing. Officials checked goods moving along the river route. Greek-style coins passed from hand to hand. Bactrian locals, Kushan-era travellers, Buddhist worshippers, and Zoroastrian traditions all existed in the same frontier zone. This was not the isolated edge of civilization. It was a meeting point. The ancient world was already connected in ways that feel surprisingly modern. That is why Khamper Tepe is sometimes described in dramatic terms, even compared to a Pompeii of Central Asia. But the comparison should be used carefully. Khamper Tepe was not frozen by a volcanic disaster like Pompeii. Its story is quieter and slower. It faded through changing rivers, changing trade routes, political shifts, and the collapse of old frontiers. The city did not vanish in one cinematic moment. It slipped out of use until only ruins remained, waiting for archaeologists to give the site back its name. The real mystery of Khamper Tepe is not whether ancient people had impossible technology. They did not need it. The mystery is historical. How can a city connected to Alexander's eastern frontier become so uncertain that scholars still debate its identity more than 2,000 years later? If Campi Tepe is truly Alexandria on the Oxus, then this mud brick ruin in Uzbekistan is one of the missing pieces of Alexander's Central Asian legacy. If it is not, it is still one of the clearest windows into the world that grew from his conquest. The first thing Inkalashta tells you is not that the Inca were powerful. It tells you they were worried. A small military outpost does not need a hall nearly 80 meters long. A simple frontier camp does not need ceremonial platforms, controlled roads, monumental walls, and a layout designed to impress everyone who entered it. Yet in the mountains of central Bolivia, about 130 kilometers east of Cochabamba, the Inca built exactly that, a vast stone complex now known as Inkalashta or Incalacta. Its Quechua name means something close to Inca Place or Inca Town, but the ruins suggest something far more specific. This was not just a settlement. It was a statement of power placed at the edge of an empire. Located in the Pacona municipality of Carrasco province, in Bolivia's Cochabamba department, Incalachta covered about 67 hectares. UNESCO describes it as one of the main Inca sites in Bolivia and the largest Inca site in the Collasuyo, the southern quarter of the Inca world. That location matters. Incalachta was not built in the safe ceremonial heart of Cusco. It stood far away, in a frontier zone between the Andean highlands and the warmer valleys leading eastward. By the late 15th century, the Inca Empire was expanding aggressively. After conquering the Callao territories, Inca armies moved into the semi-tropical valleys of what are now Cochabamba and Santa Cruz. According to UNESCO, the Inca established fortified cities in this region to control the advance of the Chiriguano people from the east. So Incalachta was built in a tense landscape. It was not only a place of stone walls and buildings, it was a border mechanism. The empire had reached this frontier, but reaching a place and controlling it are not the same thing. Incalachta seems to have been designed to solve that problem. The most striking building at the site is the Calanca, a huge rectangular Inca hall measuring about 78 meters long and 25 to 26 meters wide. In Inca architecture, a Calanca was not an ordinary room. These great halls were used for large gatherings, ceremonies, state activities, and the organization of imperial power. At Incalachta, the size of the Calanca is almost shocking. It was large enough to gather soldiers, officials, local leaders, travelers, or ritual participants under one massive roof. Today, the roof is gone. What remains is the stone shell of a building that once dominated the site. But imagining it intact changes everything. This was not a hidden structure. It was meant to be seen. Anyone entering Incalachta would have faced a building that declared authorities before a single word was spoken. In a remote borderland, architecture became propaganda. The Calanca told people that Cusco was not distant. Cusco was present here, in stone. This is where the mystery begins. If Incalachta was only a fortress, why did it need such a monumental hall? If it was only a military base, why did it contain spaces linked to ritual and public ceremony? Archaeologist Lawrence S. Coburn, who studied the site, noted that Incalachta has been interpreted in many different ways. As a fortress, a citadel, a political centre, an administrative centre, a ceremonial centre, a possible replica of Cusco, or a combination of several functions. That uncertainty is what makes the site so compelling. Incalachta refuses to be explained by one simple label. One of the most important clues is the presence of an ushnu, a ritual platform associated with Inca state ceremony and authority. In the Inca world, an ushnu was not just a raised platform, it was a place where power could be performed in public. Officials could stand above the crowd. Ceremonies could connect the ruler, the people, the landscape, and the sacred order of the empire. The presence of an ushnu at Incalachta suggests that this frontier settlement was not controlled by soldiers alone. It was also controlled through ritual. That idea is important because the Inca did not rule only with weapons. They ruled with roads, labour systems, sacred geography, feasts, ceremonies, and architecture. A conquered or unstable region had to be reorganised into the Inca world. Incalachta may have been one of the places where that transformation happened. It turned a dangerous frontier into a stage where imperial order could be displayed. The roads leading to Incalachta make this interpretation even stronger. In his 2010 study, Some Roads Do Lead to Incalachta, Lawrence S. Coburn identified a double road running east from Vacas toward the northern entrance of the site. Vacas was an Inca administrative centre, and this road was not just a path across the mountains. Coburn argued that structures built across the road physically and symbolically restricted access to Incalachta. In other words, the journey into the site may have been controlled and meaningful. This detail changes the way we should see the ruins. Inkalata was not simply a collection of things standing in isolation, it was connected to movement. People did not just arrive there randomly. They approached through a designed route, passed through restricted access points, and entered a space where military, political, and ritual power overlapped. To walk toward Inkalashta was to move deeper into the authority of the Inca state. That makes the site feel less like a normal fortress and more like a border theatre. The walls protected it. The roads guided people into it. The Kalanka gathered them, the Ushnu elevated authority above them. Every part of the site may have worked together to send the same message. This frontier belonged to the Inca. The timing gives Inkalashta an even darker edge. The site is generally associated with the late 15th century, during the period of major Inca expansion under rulers such as Tupac Inca Yupanqui and Huayna Capac. Tupac Inca Yupanqui ruled in the second half of the 15th century and is remembered as one of the great expansionist rulers of Tawantinsuyu. His son Huayna Capac continued imperial expansion into the early 16th century. Under these rulers, the Inca Empire reached an enormous size across West and South America, but Inkalashta was built close to the end of that story, not the beginning. This was a late imperial project, created when the empire appeared powerful but was already becoming difficult to manage. The larger the Inca world became, the more frontiers it had to defend, the more roads it had to maintain, and the more distant populations it had to control. Inkalashta may show the empire at its most ambitious, but also at its most pressured. Only a few decades later, everything changed. Huayna Capac died around 1527 and his death helped trigger the civil war between his sons Huasca and Atahualpa. Then, in the 1530s, Spanish forces entered the Inca world and began the conquest that shattered the empire. Seen from that timeline, Inkalashta becomes almost tragic. It was a massive statement of control, built shortly before the system behind it collapsed. That is why Inkalashta is more than a forgotten ruin. It is a snapshot of an empire trying to hold its edge. It shows the Inca not as a peaceful civilization frozen in postcard images, but as a state constantly expanding, defending, organizing, and performing power. The site contains defensive logic, administrative planning, ritual symbolism, and monumental architecture all in one place. It also remains surprisingly underused in popular history. Bolivia placed Inkalashta on UNESCO's World Heritage Tentative List on July 1, 2003, under the cultural category. In 2006, the World Heritage Committee deferred the examination of the nomination, so Bolivia could provide more information and strengthen management and conservation measures. That means the site was recognized as important enough for World Heritage consideration, but it still has not become globally famous in the way Machu Picchu has. And maybe that is what makes it valuable for a documentary. Machu Picchu shows the mysterious beauty of the Inca world. Inkalashta shows its machinery. It shows how the empire operated at the frontier, where control had to be built, repeated, and defended. It reveals a harsher side of Inca power, the need to secure roads, impress local populations, monitor movement, stage ceremonies, and prepare for threats from beyond the imperial border. The greatest mystery of Inkalashta is not who built it. The evidence clearly places it within the Inca world of Bolivia. The real mystery is what kind of place it truly was. Was it a fortress built against Eastern resistance? Was it an administrative capital for a difficult province? Was it a ceremonial center where imperial rituals were performed? Was it a symbolic copy of Cusco placed far from Cusco to make the frontier feel like the center? The most powerful answer may be that it was all of these things at once. Inkalashta reminds us that ancient empires did not separate politics, religion, architecture, roads and war as neatly as we do today. A road could be ceremonial, a hall could be political, a wall could be sacred. A frontier city could be both a weapon and a stage. Unanswered is known as the largest burial mound in Sweden, yet archaeologists still do not know who was buried beneath it. The monument dominates the landscape of central Sweden, rising approximately 9 meters above the surrounding plain and measuring about 64 meters across. Its size alone suggests that the individual commemorated here possessed extraordinary power. Yet after more than 1,000 years, no name, inscription, or confirmed burial has ever revealed who that person was. The largest burial mound in Sweden was built to preserve a memory. Instead, it preserved a mystery. The site stands near Västerås in the province of Västmanland, positioned along the Badalunda Ridge, an important route that connected communities throughout central Sweden during the Iron Age. Surrounding the Great Mound are smaller burial mounds, standing stones, a Viking Age runestone, and 5 stone ships. together they form one of the most significant prehistoric monument complexes in Scandinavia. Archaeological evidence places the main construction of the site in the late Scandinavian Iron Age, roughly between the 6th and 7th centuries AD, centuries before the height of the Viking Age. By the time these monuments were erected, the region was already developing powerful political centres capable of organising large construction projects. Unanswered appears to have been one of them. The greatest mystery is the mound itself. For centuries, local tradition associated the site with Archaeologists, a ruler mentioned in medieval sources. The name Unanswered literally means Anund's mound, and many assumed that the great monument marked his grave. Archaeology, however, has never confirmed the story. No evidence links the mound to any specific ruler. No royal artifacts have been recovered. No burial chamber has produced a clear answer. Researchers can estimate the effort required to construct the monument, but they cannot identify the individual whose death inspired it. This creates an unusual archaeological paradox. The monument is among the most visible in Scandinavia, yet the person at its centre remains anonymous. The second mystery surrounds the 5 stone ships arranged around the ceremonial landscape. Stone ships are not uncommon in Scandinavia, but their concentration at Unanswered is exceptional. The largest is approximately 53 meters long. Constructing even one such monument required transporting and positioning massive stones with careful planning. Building 5 suggests that the site held significance extending far beyond a single burial. Archaeologists generally agree that stone ships were associated with elite status and ritual activity, but no consensus exists regarding why so many were concentrated here. Were they connected to one ruler, several generations of leaders, or an entire dynasty? The archaeological evidence has not provided a definitive answer. The existence of these monuments points toward an even larger mystery. Who possessed the authority to build them? During the 6th and 7th centuries, constructing the Great Mound and the surrounding stone ships required labour, organisation and resources on a remarkable scale. The builders clearly belonged to a powerful political centre within the Mälaren region, yet the society responsible left almost no written record. Unlike later medieval kingdoms, the rulers of this period remain largely invisible. Their monuments survived, their names did not. Unanswered, therefore, preserves evidence of power without preserving the identity of those who exercised it. Archaeological investigations have attempted to answer these questions for more than a century. One of the most important early studies was conducted in 1917 by Swedish archaeologist Sune Lindqvist. His work helped document parts of the monument complex and contributed to understanding its chronology. Later excavations and surveys refined the dating of the site and demonstrated that Unanswered formed part of a larger ceremonial landscape rather than an isolated burial. Researchers identified connections between the mound, the stone ships, surrounding graves, and ancient communication routes crossing central Sweden. These studies confirmed the importance of the site, but they did not solve its greatest mysteries. Today, archaeologists know that Unanswered was one of the most important ceremonial and political centres in Iron Age Sweden. They know when much of the complex was constructed. They know that enormous resources were invested in its creation. Yet the questions that matter most remain unanswered. Who lies beneath the largest burial mound in Sweden? Why were 5 stone ships erected around it? And what happened to the rulers powerful enough to build such a monument, yet obscure enough to disappear almost completely from history? More than 13 centuries after its construction, Unanswered continues to stand at the centre of those unanswered questions. Razafa is one of the greatest engineering mysteries of the ancient Near East. Surrounded by the dry plains of northern Syria and located far from any permanent river, the city developed into a major religious and urban centre, despite occupying an environment where sustaining a large population should have been exceptionally difficult. By the 6th century AD, enormous stone walls enclosed churches, markets, public buildings and thousands of residents. Pilgrims travelled from across the Byzantine world to visit the city. Trade flourished, construction expanded. Yet none of this answers the question that continues to puzzle researchers today. How did a large city survive for centuries in a landscape where water was one of the most limited resources? The ruins of Razafa stand approximately 30 kilometers south of the Euphrates River in present-day Syria. Known in antiquity as Sergiopolis, the city rose to prominence after becoming associated with Saint Sergius, a Roman soldier who was executed during the persecution of Christians in the early 4th century. His cult became one of the most influential in the Byzantine Near East, attracting pilgrims from regions stretching from Anatolia to Mesopotamia. As the city's religious importance increased, so did its population. By the 6th century, Resafa had evolved into one of the most important pilgrimage destinations in the Byzantine Empire. The first mystery appears immediately when examining the geography. Most successful ancient cities emerged beside dependable water sources. Memphis relied on the Nile. Babylon depended on the Euphrates. Rome benefited from rivers and aqueducts. Resafa possessed no comparable natural advantage. Rainfall in the surrounding region was limited and highly variable. There was no major river flowing through the city. No large natural lake existed nearby. Yet archaeological evidence demonstrates that thousands of people occupied the settlement for generations. The answer appears to lie in one of the most sophisticated water management systems constructed during late antiquity. Archaeologists have identified an extensive network of dams, channels, reservoirs, and underground cisterns surrounding the city. Instead of relying upon a permanent source of water, engineers transformed the surrounding landscape into a giant collection system designed to capture seasonal rainfall and floodwater runoff. Water flowing across the desert after storms was diverted through carefully planned channels and stored in enormous reservoirs capable of supplying the population during dry periods. What makes the system remarkable is not simply its existence, but its scale and effectiveness. Modern hydrological studies suggest that the infrastructure was capable of collecting water across a catchment area extending far beyond the city walls. Engineers had to understand topography, drainage patterns, seasonal precipitation, and storage requirements with remarkable precision. Without modern surveying equipment, computer models, or scientific hydrology, they created a system capable of sustaining an urban centre in an environment that would otherwise have struggled to support permanent settlement. Researchers still debate how these calculations were made and how such knowledge was transmitted across generations. Closely connected to the water mystery is another unresolved question. Why was a major city established in such a challenging location in the first place? Throughout history, urban centres typically emerged where geography offered clear advantages. Resafa appears to represent the opposite approach. Historians have proposed several explanations. Its position along important trade routes crossing the Syrian steppe may have provided economic opportunities. Its growing religious significance certainly attracted investment and population growth. Strategic military considerations may also have influenced development, particularly as the Byzantine Empire sought to strengthen frontier regions facing the Sasanian Empire. Yet none of these explanations completely removes the logistical challenges posed by the environment. The famous desert walls introduce another engineering puzzle. Most of the surviving fortifications visible today were constructed during the reign of Emperor Justinian I in the 6th century. Built primarily from limestone, the walls enclosed approximately 20 hectares of urban space and were reinforced by numerous towers and monumental gates. Even after nearly 1,500 years of exposure to earthquakes, warfare, and environmental erosion, large sections remain standing. The walls reveal a level of organisation that is often overlooked. Every block of stone required quarrying, transportation, shaping, and placement. Construction crews required food, water, tools, and administrative support. The logistical effort necessary to build such defences in a region already struggling with limited resources would have been immense. Historians can study the finished structures, but many details of the construction process remain unknown. How large was the workforce? How were materials transported? How were projects coordinated across such a vast area? Archaeology provides clues but not complete answers. Excavations have also revealed evidence of unusually careful urban planning. Water infrastructure, religious complexes, defensive structures, and residential districts appear integrated into a coordinated design rather than developing through uncontrolled expansion. The city reflects advanced knowledge of surveying and landscape management. Small errors in gradient calculations could have reduced the effectiveness of water distribution systems, yet the infrastructure functioned successfully for centuries. This suggests that the engineers responsible possessed practical expertise that modern researchers are still attempting to reconstruct. Scientific investigation of Resafa accelerated during the 20th century. German archaeological missions conducted extensive surveys and excavations beginning in the 1950s, documenting the city's architecture and infrastructure in unprecedented detail. Subsequent international research projects expanded these studies through aerial photography, satellite imagery, environmental analysis, and hydrological modelling. Rather than simplifying the story of Rezafa, each new investigation revealed additional complexity. Researchers increasingly recognized that the city could not be understood solely by studying its walls and buildings. The surrounding landscape itself was part of a much larger engineered system. One of the most important discoveries involved the network of water control structures beyond the city limits. Archaeologists identified dams and collection systems extending into the surrounding desert, demonstrating that Rezafa functioned within a carefully managed environmental framework. The city was not simply built in the desert, it actively reshaped the desert to make urban life possible. Perdigones remained important for nearly 14 centuries, yet archaeologists still cannot fully explain why. Between approximately 3400 BC and 2000 BC, prehistoric communities repeatedly returned to the same location in southern Portugal and expanded one of the largest ceremonial complexes ever built in Neolithic and Chalcolithic Europe. They excavated massive concentric ditches, constructed monumental wooden structures, transported exotic materials across hundreds of kilometers, and carried out elaborate rituals involving the dead. Generation after generation continued investing labor into the site long after its original builders were gone. The physical remains are visible. The reason for such extraordinary continuity is not. The Perdigones archaeological complex is located near Reguengos de Monsaraz in Portugal's Alentejo region. The site occupies roughly 16 hectares within a natural basin whose eastern side opens toward the horizon. Today, archaeologists have identified at least 16 concentric ditch systems, making Perdigones one of the largest prehistoric enclosure complexes on the Iberian Peninsula. Although traces of the site had been known locally, its true significance only emerged in 1996 when agricultural work associated with vineyard development exposed archaeological remains. Systematic excavations began in 1997 under the direction of Antonio Carlos Valera and teams from Era Arqueologia. Over the following decades, excavation, aerial photography, radiocarbon dating, and geophysical surveys revealed a prehistoric landscape far larger and more complex than anyone initially suspected. The greatest mystery surrounding Perdigones is its remarkable longevity. Most prehistoric ceremonial monuments were used for limited periods before being abandoned, transformed, or replaced. Perdigones followed a different path. Archaeological evidence demonstrates repeated construction episodes spanning approximately 1400 years. New ditches were excavated beside older ones. Entrances were modified. Ritual practices evolved. Entire generations passed while the site retained its importance. Researchers can reconstruct the sequence of construction through stratigraphy and radiocarbon dating, but they still cannot determine how the significance of the place survived for so many centuries. No written records exist, no inscriptions explain its purpose, yet dozens of generations continued returning to the same location, preserving traditions that outlasted countless individual communities. Closely connected to this mystery is the apparent relationship between the site and the sky. Several entrances within the enclosure system appear deliberately aligned with significant solar positions on the horizon. Researchers have identified orientations corresponding to sunrise and sunset during key moments of the solar year, including solstices. The natural basin itself seems to have been incorporated into the overall design, creating a ceremonial landscape connected to the movement of celestial bodies. Such alignments are not unique in prehistoric Europe. Sites such as Stonehenge in England and Newgrange in Ireland also demonstrate astronomical considerations. What makes Perdigones remarkable is that these orientations were integrated into a vast system of multiple ditches and ceremonial spaces rather than a single monument. The evidence strongly suggests intentional planning, yet the exact rituals associated with these alignments remain unknown. Another major mystery emerged from one of the most important discoveries ever made at the site. In 2020, archaeologists announced the identification of a large timber circle near the center of the complex. Measuring approximately 20 meters in diameter, the structure consisted of concentric arrangements of wooden posts and palisades. It became the first known prehistoric timber circle of this type discovered on the Iberian Peninsula. Similar monuments are known from Britain and parts of Central Europe, where they are often associated with ceremonial and astronomical activities. The discovery immediately raised new questions. Did the communities of prehistoric Iberia share ideas with groups living far to the north? Were similar religious traditions spreading across large parts of Europe? Or did different societies independently develop comparable ceremonial structures? Archaeologists continue debating these possibilities. The Timber Circle provided evidence that Perdigones was connected to broader prehistoric developments occurring across the continent. The treatment of human remains represents another unresolved puzzle. Excavations have uncovered a wide variety of funerary contexts throughout the complex. Archaeologists have documented collective burials, cremated remains, isolated bones, and deposits containing carefully placed human skull fragments. Some remains show evidence of burning before deposition. Others appear to have been intentionally manipulated after death. These discoveries suggest that Perdigones was not simply a burial site, but a place where complex rituals involving ancestors and the dead were performed over many centuries. Similar practices are known from other prehistoric European sites, yet the exact beliefs that motivated them remain impossible to reconstruct. Archaeologists can identify patterns in the deposits, but the symbolic meaning behind those actions disappeared thousands of years ago. Perdigones also reveals evidence for surprisingly extensive exchange networks. Among the materials recovered from the site are objects and raw materials originating far beyond the immediate region. Researchers have identified African ivory, exotic stone materials, and artifacts linked to distant areas of the Iberian Peninsula. Such discoveries demonstrate that the communities associated with Perdigones participated in long-distance networks of exchange during the 3rd millennium BC. The site was clearly connected to a wider world extending far beyond local settlements. This raises another important question. Why did so many valuable materials converge on a location that was apparently not a major permanent settlement? Increasingly, archaeologists view Perdigones as a gathering place where different groups met for ceremonies, exchange, social interaction, and collective events. The concentration of exotic materials supports this interpretation, although many details remain uncertain. The scale of construction itself presents an additional challenge. The enclosure system contains multiple concentric ditches extending across a large area. Creating these features required substantial labor using prehistoric technology. The builders possessed no metal excavation machinery, no draft animals capable of industrial-scale earthmoving, and no written engineering manuals. Yet they produced large geometric enclosures whose layouts remained coherent across centuries of expansion. Archaeologists generally agree that construction occurred in stages rather than all at once, but the organizational mechanisms behind such projects remain difficult to reconstruct. Perdigones demonstrates a level of social coordination often underestimated in discussions of prehistoric Europe. Archaeological investigations over the past 3 decades have steadily expanded understanding of the site. Initial excavations in 1997 exposed portions of the enclosure system. During the 2000s, extensive geophysical surveys revealed additional ditches hidden beneath the landscape. Radiocarbon dating refined the chronology of occupation and ceremonial activity. Excavations between 2009 and 2014 provided important information about entrances, construction phases, and funerary practices. Research conducted during the following years led to the identification of the Timber Circle and additional ritual features. Each new project added evidence, yet each discovery also generated new questions. Rather than simplifying the story of Perdigones, archaeological research has revealed increasing complexity. The Okenev culture left behind one of the most mysterious symbol systems of the Bronze Age. More than 4,000 years ago, people living in southern Siberia carved enormous stone monuments covered with strange faces, solar symbols, geometric designs, and human-animal hybrids. The images appear repeatedly across hundreds of kilometers, following recognizable patterns and conventions that suggest a shared symbolic language. Yet, despite more than a century of archaeological research, no one knows exactly what these symbols meant. They are not considered a true writing system, but they were clearly more than decoration. The people who created them understood their meaning. That knowledge has vanished. Archaeologists first identified the Okenev culture in the Minusинsk basin of southern Siberia, primarily within modern-day Khakassia, Russia. The culture flourished during the early Bronze Age, approximately between 2500 and 1800 BCE. Its name comes from Okunev Ulus, where characteristic burials were first documented during archaeological investigations in the early 20th century. Over subsequent decades, excavations revealed an unexpected discovery. Scattered throughout the region were stone stelae and burial monuments bearing some of the most unusual imagery ever found in prehistoric Eurasia. The greatest mystery centers on the apparent structure of the symbol system itself. Archaeologists have documented recurring combinations of images appearing on monuments separated by considerable distances. Certain facial designs are repeated. Solar motifs follow similar patterns. Geometric elements recur in consistent arrangements. This repetition suggests that the carvings were governed by shared rules understood throughout the Okunev world. Researchers are careful not to describe these symbols as writing, because there is currently no evidence that they encoded speech. However, many specialists agree that the imagery functioned as a sophisticated symbolic system. The carvings communicated information, beliefs, identities, or concepts that were widely recognized by the communities that created them. The problem is that no surviving key exists to decode the message. Among the most striking features are the enormous anthropomorphic faces carved into stone. Many display oversized circular eyes, prominent noses, and elaborate horned headdresses. Some are surrounded by radiating lines resembling sunlight. Others contain multiple facial divisions or additional eyes. Several examples appear so unusual that they have become some of the most recognizable images in Siberian archaeology. The meaning of these faces remains unknown. Some archaeologists interpret them as deities, others suggest ancestors, mythological beings, or ritual specialists. None of these explanations can be verified because the Okunev culture left no written records. Every interpretation relies entirely on archaeological context and comparison with other ancient traditions. Closely connected to these faces is the remarkable abundance of solar imagery. Circular discs, radiating lines, and sun-like motifs appear throughout Okunev art. In many cases, human faces and solar symbols are merged into a single composition. This association has led researchers to propose that celestial beliefs may have occupied a central place in Okunev cosmology. What makes this especially intriguing is the consistency of the symbolism. The repeated combination of faces and solar elements suggests that the relationship carried specific meaning. Whether these images represented gods, celestial powers, seasonal cycles, or concepts now lost to history remains uncertain. Another recurring theme involves hybrid beings that combine human and animal characteristics. Horned figures appear frequently. Some images blur the distinction between people and animals entirely. Such imagery has often been compared with later shamanic traditions documented across Siberia, where transformation between human and animal forms played an important symbolic role. Archaeologists remain cautious about drawing direct connections. The Okunev culture existed thousands of years before most recorded accounts of Siberian shamanism. Similar imagery does not necessarily indicate identical beliefs. Nevertheless, the repeated appearance of hybrid beings strongly suggests that these figures held important symbolic or ritual significance. The geographical distribution of the monuments introduces another layer of mystery. Similar symbols appear throughout the Minasinsk Basin across a region spanning hundreds of kilometers. Such consistency implies long-term cultural continuity and the successful transmission of symbolic knowledge across generations. Yet archaeologists have found no evidence for centralized institutions capable of enforcing artistic standards on such a scale. This raises an important question. How was symbolic knowledge preserved and communicated throughout the Okunev world? Oral traditions may have played a crucial role. Ritual specialists may have transmitted meanings through ceremonies and instruction. But because the symbols survive while their explanations do not, the mechanisms behind this cultural continuity remain largely invisible. Systematic archaeological research expanded significantly during the Soviet era. Excavations throughout the 20th century uncovered burial complexes, stone stelae, petroglyphs, and ritual monuments. Scholars including Leonid Kislesov contributed substantially to the study of the Minasinsk Basin and helped establish the Okunev culture as one of the most distinctive archaeological traditions in northern Eurasia. As archaeological methods improved, researchers gained a clearer picture of the society that created the monuments. Radiocarbon dating refined chronological estimates. Detailed surveys mapped the distribution of sites. Digital documentation preserved carvings with increasing precision. Yet despite these advances, the central mystery remained unchanged. During the 21st century, scientific analysis introduced entirely new approaches. Ancient DNA studies provided valuable information about the ancestry of Okunev populations and their relationship to other Bronze Age groups across Eurasia. Three-dimensional scanning allowed researchers to record monuments in extraordinary detail. Advanced imaging techniques revealed previously overlooked features within the carvings. These technologies answered many questions about the people themselves, but not about the symbols. Modern science can estimate when a monument was erected. It can identify the ancestry of the individuals buried nearby. It can reconstruct aspects of their environment and lifestyle. Yet it still cannot explain what the giant faces, solar symbols, and hybrid beings were intended to communicate. That is what makes the Okunev symbol system such a compelling archaeological mystery. The evidence is real. The monuments are preserved. The patterns are undeniable. Archaeologists can measure them, classify them, and compare them. But more than 4,000 years after they were carved, the message itself remains beyond our reach. The people of the Okunev culture left behind one of the most sophisticated symbolic traditions of prehistoric Siberia, yet the meaning of that tradition disappeared long ago, leaving only stone images and unanswered questions. The discovery made at Broken Hill in 1921 remains one of the most important and controversial finds in the history of human evolution. More than a century after miners uncovered a remarkably complete ancient human skull. From deep inside a zinc and lead mine in what is now Kabwe, Zambia, scientists are still debating exactly who this individual was, where this population fits within the human family tree, and what the discovery reveals about the complex story of human evolution in Africa. Unlike many archaeological mysteries built around legends or speculation, the mystery of Broken Hill is grounded entirely in physical evidence. The skull exists, the fossils are real, the scientific measurements are real. Yet some of the most important questions remain unanswered. Broken Hill, today known as Kabwe, lies in central Zambia, approximately 110 kilometers north of Lusaka. During the early 20th century, the region became an important mining center under British colonial administration. On June 17, 1921, Swiss miner Tom Zwigler was working in the Broken Hill lead and zinc mine when he uncovered a fossilized human skull embedded within a cave deposit. Alongside the skull were fragments of other human bones and remains of extinct animals. The discovery immediately attracted scientific attention because the specimen was unlike any previously known human fossil from Africa. The skull, later designated Kabwe 1 or Broken Hill 1, remains one of the most complete Middle Pleistocene human fossils ever discovered on the African continent. It possesses a combination of features that continues to puzzle researchers. Massive brow ridges extend above the eye sockets. The face is broad and robust. The cranial vault is large, with an estimated brain volume of approximately 1,280 cubic centimeters, placing it well within the range of many modern humans. Yet despite this relatively large brain size, the skull retains several anatomical characteristics that appear more primitive than those of Homo sapiens. For decades, scientists attempted to determine exactly how old the fossil was. This seemingly simple question became one of the greatest mysteries surrounding the site. Because the original cave deposits were destroyed during mining operations, researchers lost much of the geological context that would normally be used for dating. As a result, estimates varied enormously throughout the 20th century. Some proposed ages of several 100,000 years, others suggested considerably younger dates. The uncertainty persisted for generations. A major breakthrough occurred in 2020 when researchers applied advanced radiometric dating techniques to mineral deposits associated with the fossil. Their analysis suggested an age of approximately 299,000 years, with a probable range extending several tens of thousands of years on either side. This result placed the Broken Hill individual within a remarkably important period of human evolution. Fossils from Jebel Irhoud in Morocco indicate that early Homo sapiens existed at least 300,000 years ago. The Broken Hill skull therefore lived during a time when multiple human populations may have been inhabiting Africa simultaneously. This chronological overlap creates the central mystery of Broken Hill. If Homo sapiens already existed elsewhere on the continent, who exactly was the individual represented by the Kabwe skull? Some researchers have classified the specimen as Homo heidelbergensis. Others have suggested it represents a distinct African lineage, sometimes referred to as Homo rhodesiensis. Still others argue that the traditional classifications oversimplify a much more complicated evolutionary reality. Instead of a single ancestral population gradually transforming into modern humans, evidence increasingly suggests that Africa may have contained multiple interconnected populations exchanging genes, technologies, and cultural innovations across vast distances. The anatomy of the skull itself continues to fuel debate. The enormous brow ridge remains one of its most striking characteristics. In modern humans, brow ridges are generally reduced. In Kabwe, however, the ridge forms a continuous heavy bar across the face. Yet the skull also possesses a cranial capacity comparable to many living people. This unusual combination challenges simple evolutionary narratives. It suggests that certain anatomical traits evolved at different rates rather than disappearing simultaneously. The result is a mosaic of characteristics that does not fit neatly into traditional categories. Another fascinating aspect of the discovery involves evidence of disease. Examination of the upper jaw revealed severe dental pathology. Several teeth display extensive decay and infection. Some researchers have suggested that chronic infection may have contributed to the individual's death. If correct, the fossil provides rare insight into the health challenges faced by ancient human populations nearly 300,000 years ago. Such evidence reminds us that prehistoric humans were not merely evolutionary specimens. They were living individuals who experienced injury, illness, and environmental stress. The broader archaeological context surrounding Broken Hill introduces additional mysteries. Stone tools discovered within the region indicate that human populations were capable of producing sophisticated implements during this period. These technologies belong to a transitional era when tool-making techniques were becoming increasingly refined. Archaeologists studying Middle Stone Age industries across Africa have documented growing evidence of planning, standardization, and technical skill. Although direct associations between specific artifacts and the Kabwe individual remain difficult to establish because of the destruction of the original deposits, the surrounding evidence suggests that populations living in the region possessed substantial technological knowledge. Perhaps the greatest scientific frustration surrounding Broken Hill stems from the loss of archaeological context. Modern excavations rely heavily on precise documentation of stratigraphy, artifact locations, sediment layers, and environmental associations. None of these methods were available when the fossil was discovered. Mining operations removed large portions of the cave deposits before archaeologists could investigate them systematically. Consequently, information that might have answered many questions disappeared forever. Researchers know the fossil was found, they know roughly where it was found, but countless details that modern science would consider essential were lost long before anyone realized their significance. This loss has transformed Broken Hill into one of paleoanthropology's most important cautionary tales. The fossil itself remains extraordinarily valuable, but the destruction of its context limits the questions scientists can answer. It is a reminder that archaeology depends not only on objects, but also on the information surrounding them. A fossil removed from its original environment can reveal remarkable facts, yet many of its most important stories may remain hidden forever. Scientific interest in Broken Hill did not end with the original discovery. Throughout the 20th century, researchers repeatedly re-examined the skull using increasingly sophisticated methods. Advances in comparative anatomy allowed scientists to compare the specimen with fossils discovered elsewhere in Africa, Europe, and Asia. Computed tomography scans revealed internal structures without damaging the fossil. Three-dimensional digital modeling enabled detailed measurements impossible for earlier generations of researchers. Each new technological advance produced additional insights, while simultaneously generating new questions. The debate surrounding Broken Hill intensified as new African fossils emerged during the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Discoveries in Ethiopia, Morocco, Kenya, and South Africa demonstrated that human evolution was far more complex than previously believed. Rather than a single evolutionary pathway, evidence increasingly pointed toward a network of populations distributed across the continent. In this emerging picture, the Broken Hill individual may represent one branch of a diverse human landscape that existed during the Middle Pleistocene. Modern research continues to focus on several unresolved questions. How many distinct human populations inhabited Africa around 300,000 years ago? What relationships existed between these groups? Did populations resembling the Broken Hill individual contribute genetically to modern humans? Or did they represent a lineage that ultimately disappeared? Current evidence provides partial answers but no definitive resolution. The fossil remains simultaneously informative and enigmatic. What makes Broken Hill particularly fascinating is that its mystery does not arise from extraordinary architecture, lost cities, or unexplained artifacts. Instead, the mystery centers on ourselves. The skull represents a human being who lived during one of the most important periods in evolutionary history. It comes from a time when the emergence of our own species was still unfolding. Yet, despite more than a century of scientific investigation, researchers cannot fully explain where this individual belongs within humanity's story. The Broken Hill skull therefore stands as one of the most significant archaeological discoveries ever made in Africa. It preserves evidence from a crucial chapter of human evolution, reveals the existence of populations that challenge traditional classifications, and highlights how much remains unknown about our origins. Every new study adds another piece to the puzzle, but the complete picture remains elusive. More than 100 years after its discovery, the ancient face from Broken Hill continues to confront scientists with the same fundamental question. When modern humans emerged, who else was sharing Africa with them, and what became of those forgotten populations? Few ancient structures raise more questions about the evolution of architectural engineering than the Palace of Sarvastan. Built during the final centuries of the Sasanian Empire, this monument stands as one of the earliest surviving examples of large-scale domed architecture in Iran. What makes Sarvastan remarkable is not its size or its decorative richness, but the fact that its builders solved structural challenges that would influence architecture across the Middle East for centuries. More than 1,500 years after its construction, historians still debate its original purpose, while engineers continue to study how its dome and supporting spaces were designed with such sophistication, using only the materials and tools available in late antiquity. The Palace of Sarvastan is located near the modern city of Sarvastan in Fars province, southern Iran, approximately 90 kilometers southeast of Shiraz. The monument is generally dated to the reign of the Sasanian king Bahram V, who ruled from AD 420 to 438. Unlike many ancient sites that disappeared beneath later settlements, Sarvastan remained visible for centuries, attracting the attention of travelers and scholars. Systematic archaeological investigations during the 20th century revealed a structure unlike most other surviving Sasanian buildings. Its central domed hall, surrounding iwans, and carefully organized floor plan suggested a highly sophisticated architectural design. Yet the exact function of the complex remained uncertain. The greatest mystery surrounding Sarvastan is the dome itself. Today, domes are often associated with Byzantine churches, Islamic mosques, and Renaissance cathedrals. Yet Sarvastan demonstrates that Sasanian architects were experimenting with advanced domed spaces centuries before many later architectural traditions reached their peak. Constructing a dome is not simply a matter of stacking materials into a curved shape. The immense weight of the structure must be transferred downward, while preventing outward forces from pushing walls apart. This challenge becomes even more difficult when a circular dome must rest above a square room. At Sarvastan, the builders employed a solution that would become one of the most influential innovations in architectural history. They used squinches, architectural elements placed across the corners of a square chamber, to create a transition toward a more circular or polygonal base. This technique allowed the weight of the dome to be distributed more effectively, while creating a stable support system. Although squinches appeared elsewhere in the ancient world, the examples at Sarvastan demonstrate a highly developed understanding of structural geometry. Historians continue to debate how Sasanian architects acquired and refined this knowledge. No engineering manuals survive to explain their calculations, measurements, or construction methods. The monument itself remains the primary evidence. Equally fascinating is the precision of the building's layout. The structure is organized around a central domed chamber, connected to iwans and subsidiary rooms through a carefully balanced arrangement. Archaeologists have noted the strong emphasis on symmetry and geometric planning throughout the complex. Such precision would have required accurate surveying techniques. Yet the builders had no optical instruments, modern measuring devices, or mathematical software. Ancient surveyors relied on ropes, plumb lines, measuring rods, and practical geometry. The accuracy achieved at Sarvastan suggests that Sasanian architects possessed a highly developed body of technical knowledge, much of which has been lost. Another mystery involves the building's original purpose. Despite more than a century of study, there is still no universal agreement regarding what Sarvastan was actually built for. The traditional name Palace of Sarvastan implies a royal residence, but the evidence is not conclusive. Some scholars have argued that the building functioned as a hunting lodge or seasonal residence connected to the Sasanian court. Others have proposed that it served a ceremonial or religious role. The unusual combination of architectural features does not perfectly match known royal palaces from the same period. Unlike major imperial centres such as Ctesiphon, Sarvastan lacks many characteristics expected of a large administrative complex. This uncertainty has transformed the building from a simple architectural monument into an enduring archaeological puzzle. The question of function becomes even more intriguing when viewed within the broader context of Sasanian architecture. The Sasanian Empire controlled a vast territory stretching from Mesopotamia into Central Asia and competed directly with the Byzantine Empire. During this period, architecture became a powerful expression of political authority and cultural identity. Monumental liwans, domed halls, and elaborate ceremonial spaces appeared throughout the empire. Yet Sarvastan occupies a unique position because it combines several of these architectural traditions within a relatively compact structure. Some researchers believe it may represent an experimental phase in the development of later architectural forms. If so, the building could preserve evidence of innovations that influenced centuries of Islamic architecture after the Arab conquest of Persia in the 7th century. The technological significance of Sarvastan extends beyond the dome. The builders worked primarily with stone, baked brick, and gypsum mortar. These materials had to withstand centuries of environmental stress, including seasonal temperature fluctuations, rainfall, erosion, and occasional seismic activity. Modern engineers can identify the composition of these materials, but understanding exactly how ancient builders optimized their use remains difficult. Ancient construction was not standardized in the modern sense. Success depended heavily on accumulated practical experience passed from one generation of craftsmen to another. Because most of that knowledge was transmitted orally rather than through written technical manuals, much of it disappeared long ago. One of the most important questions concerns construction logistics. Even a structure modest in scale by modern standards required substantial planning. Materials had to be quarried, transported, shaped, and assembled. Skilled craftsmen had to coordinate the construction of arches, vaults, and load-bearing walls while maintaining structural stability throughout the building process. The dome itself would have required temporary support systems during construction, yet virtually no direct evidence survives describing how Sasanian builders organized such projects. Historians can study the finished result, but the methods used to achieve it remain largely hidden. The influence of Sarvastan may represent another unresolved mystery. Architectural historians have long recognized similarities between Sasanian design principles and later Islamic architecture. Domed chambers, monumental entrances, and sophisticated transitional elements became defining features of many Islamic buildings across the Middle East. However, tracing the exact transmission of architectural knowledge remains challenging. Did later builders directly inherit Sasanian techniques through surviving craftsmen? Were the principles recorded in now-lost documents? Or did architects simply study existing monuments and learn from observation? The answers remain uncertain. Archaeological research at Sarvastan has gradually improved our understanding of the site. Early descriptions by European travellers brought attention to the monument during the 19th century. More systematic investigations followed during the 20th century as archaeological interest in Sasanian Iran increased. French archaeologist André Godard played an important role in documenting and analysing the structure during the 1930s. His studies highlighted the architectural importance of the monument and helped establish its approximate chronology. Subsequent Iranian and international researchers continued examining the building's plan, construction techniques, and historical context. Architectural surveys, comparative studies, and conservation projects have provided valuable information, yet many fundamental questions remain unanswered. Modern technology has added new dimensions to the investigation. Detailed architectural recording, digital modelling, and structural analysis allow researchers to examine the building with a level of precision unimaginable to earlier scholars. Engineers can model load distribution within the dome, analyse wall stability, and reconstruct portions of the original structure virtually. Yet these tools have not eliminated the mysteries. Instead, they have revealed the sophistication of Sasanian architectural knowledge more clearly than ever before. The more researchers study Sarvastan, the more apparent it becomes that its builders possessed a practical understanding of geometry, structural mechanics, and spatial design that exceeded many earlier assumptions about ancient engineering. The Palace of Sarvastan ultimately stands as a reminder that technological history is rarely a simple story of continuous progress. Long before modern engineering emerged, ancient builders were solving complex structural problems through observation, experimentation, and accumulated experience. Their achievements often survive, while the knowledge that produced them disappears. Sarvastan belongs to the same category of historical puzzles as the Roman Pantheon, the great vaulted halls of Sisyphon, and other architectural landmarks that continue to challenge modern understanding. Its dome still rises above the landscape of southern Iran, preserving evidence of an engineering tradition that helped shape the architectural history of an entire region. More than 15 centuries after its construction, the monument remains both a masterpiece of Sasanian design and a mystery whose most important secrets may never be fully recovered. Mundigak was already a city when many regions of the world were still dominated by scattered farming villages. Rising from the plains of southern Afghanistan, this Bronze Age settlement developed monumental architecture, organised urban planning, and large-scale construction centuries before the emergence of many later civilizations. Yet despite decades of archaeological research, one question remains difficult to answer. Why did the people of Mundigak invest enormous resources into building a massive elevated platform crowned by monumental structures whose true purpose is still uncertain today? The site of Mundigak lies approximately 55 kilometers northwest of Kandahar in southern Afghanistan. Occupied for thousands of years, the settlement grew into one of the most important urban centers of prehistoric Afghanistan during the 3rd millennium BCE. Archaeologists classify its development into several occupational phases, with the city's greatest expansion occurring during what is known as Period IV, roughly between 2900 and 2400 BCE. During this time, Mundigak evolved far beyond a simple agricultural settlement and began displaying characteristics associated with early urban societies. The modern discovery of Mundigak began in the 20th century. Between 1951 and 1958, French archaeologist Jean-Marie Cazal led extensive excavations on behalf of the French archaeological delegation in Afghanistan. His work revealed a large artificial mound containing the remains of monumental buildings, defensive structures, temples, workshops, and residential districts. Among all the discoveries, one structure immediately attracted attention. Archaeologists identified a massive elevated complex commonly referred to as the Palace Platform, a construction that remains one of the most intriguing architectural features of the site. The greatest mystery surrounding Mundigak is not simply the building itself, but the enormous platform beneath it. Long before modern machinery existed, the inhabitants reshaped part of the settlement into a large elevated terrace capable of supporting monumental architecture. This required the movement of vast quantities of earth and mud brick. Unlike later civilizations that left administrative records describing labor organization and construction projects, Mundigak produced no known written archives explaining how such work was coordinated. Archaeologists can study the finished result, but the methods used to organize the workforce remain largely invisible. What makes the platform particularly fascinating is that it represents a level of social organization that seems remarkably advanced for its period. Large-scale construction projects require planning, resource management, labor allocation, and long-term coordination. These activities typically leave administrative traces in literate societies. At Mundigak, however, no writing system has been discovered. The city appears to have achieved substantial architectural complexity without leaving behind the records that historians normally rely upon to reconstruct how such projects were managed. The structure traditionally known as the palace presents another unresolved puzzle. The name itself is partly a modern interpretation rather than an established fact. Archaeologists identified a monumental building situated on the elevated platform, but determining its exact function has proven difficult. No inscriptions identify its purpose. No royal records describe its occupants. No definitive evidence confirms that it served as a royal residence. The building may have functioned as an administrative centre, a ceremonial complex, a political headquarters, or perhaps a combination of several roles. More than 70 years after its excavation, the debate remains open. The architecture itself reveals a surprising degree of sophistication. Excavations uncovered a monumental facade decorated with large pilasters covered in white plaster. Some of these architectural elements survived to a height of approximately 2 meters. Their purpose was not primarily structural. Instead, they appear to have been designed to create an impressive visual effect. This raises an important question. Why would a Bronze Age society devote significant labor to architectural symbolism rather than purely practical construction? The answer may indicate that Mundigak's leaders understood the political power of monumental architecture. The building was not merely a place to occupy, it was designed to be seen. Another remarkable aspect of Mundigak is the broader urban landscape surrounding the platform. Archaeological evidence indicates that the elevator complex did not exist in isolation. Nearby stood a large temple structure, residential districts, public spaces, and defensive features. Together, these remains suggest a planned urban environment rather than a settlement that expanded randomly over time. The layout demonstrates an ability to organize space on a citywide scale. Surveying such projects without modern instruments required practical knowledge that archaeologists can observe but cannot fully reconstruct. This raises one of the most interesting technological questions associated with the site. How did the builders achieve reliable spatial organization across a growing urban center? Ancient surveyors obviously lacked modern measuring equipment, yet cities throughout the ancient world repeatedly demonstrate impressive planning. Mundigak provides another example of this phenomenon. The final layout survives, but the techniques used to create it remain largely undocumented. Evidence discovered near the platform hints at another chapter in the city's history. Archaeologists uncovered projectile points, clay sling bullets, spearheads, and traces of burning associated with parts of the monumental complex. These findings indicate that violence may have played a role in the site's development or decline. The evidence demonstrates that conflict occurred, but it does not identify the participants. Were these signs of local warfare, external attacks, internal political struggles? The archaeological record provides clues but not definitive answers. Perhaps the most intriguing transformation occurred after the original monumental complex ceased functioning in its earlier form. During a later phase of occupation, the inhabitants constructed an even larger elevated structure over the area. Archaeologists refer to this later feature as the Monument Massif. Rather than simply rebuilding damaged architecture, the builders created a massive artificial elevation, incorporating large retaining walls and internal support spaces. The scale of the undertaking suggests that elevation itself had become symbolically important. This development creates one of the site's most difficult mysteries. Archaeologists can study the surviving foundations and supporting structures, but the architecture that once stood on top has largely disappeared. As a result, researchers know that the Monument Massif supported an important building, yet they cannot fully reconstruct what that structure looked like. The most visible part of the project survives, while the final objective remains uncertain. Comparisons with other early urban centers only make Mundigak more significant. During roughly the same era, major developments were occurring in Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and parts of Iran. Archaeological evidence suggests that southern Afghanistan participated in wider regional exchange networks linking these areas. Pottery styles, artistic influences, and material culture reveal connections extending far beyond the immediate region. Yet Mundigak was not simply copying foreign models. The city's monumental architecture reflects local traditions adapted to local conditions. This combination of regional interaction and independent development remains one of the defining characteristics of early Bronze Age societies. The excavations conducted by Jean-Marie Casal between 1951 and 1958 remain the foundation of modern knowledge about the site. His investigations revealed the major occupational phases, documented the monumental platform, identified the temple complex, and established Mundigak as one of the most important prehistoric settlements in Afghanistan. Subsequent archaeological analysis has continued to refine interpretations of the discoveries, but many fundamental questions remain unchanged from the time of the original excavations. The most detailed records of an ancient civilization are not always found in grand temples, royal palaces, or monumental pyramids. Sometimes they survive in the form of ordinary documents. More than 3,000 years ago, in a city that has long since vanished from the political map of the ancient Near East, Thousands of clay tablets were created, stored, and eventually buried beneath the ruins of a forgotten settlement. Today, these tablets, collectively known as the Nuzi tablet collections, provide one of the most extraordinary windows into everyday life during the Late Bronze Age. Yet beyond the historical information they contain lies a deeper mystery. How did a relatively modest provincial city develop such a sophisticated system of administration, legal documentation, and record keeping? And what does this archive reveal about forms of knowledge that largely disappeared from history? The story begins in northern Mesopotamia, near modern Kirkuk in Iraq. The ancient city of Nuzi, known in antiquity as Gassur before becoming part of the Hurrian kingdom of Arafa, flourished during the 15th and 14th centuries BCE. Although the site had attracted attention earlier, major excavations were conducted between 1925 and 1931 by archaeologists from the American School of Oriental Research and Harvard University's Semitic Museum under the direction of Edward Chiera, Robert H. Pfeiffer, and Richard F.S. Starr. Their work uncovered one of the most important archaeological archives ever discovered in Mesopotamia. More than 5,000 clay tablets and tablet fragments emerged from the ruins, preserved beneath collapsed buildings that had remained undisturbed for over 3 millennia. At first glance, the tablets seemed less spectacular than royal inscriptions or legendary epics. Most contained contracts, court records, land transactions, marriage agreements, inheritance arrangements, tax obligations, inventories, and administrative correspondence. Yet this apparent ordinariness soon became the source of their greatest significance. Unlike many ancient archives that focus primarily on kings and military campaigns, the Nuzi tablets documented the daily functioning of an entire society. They revealed how families managed property, how legal disputes were resolved, how labour was organised, and how wealth circulated through the economy. Few archaeological discoveries have provided such a detailed snapshot of everyday life in the ancient world. The most remarkable mystery surrounding the collection is the sophistication of the administrative system itself. The city of Nuzi was not the capital of a vast empire. It was not comparable in scale to Babylon, Nineveh, or Thebes. Yet the sheer volume of documentation suggests an extraordinarily complex bureaucracy operating at a local level. Thousands of legal and economic records required standardized procedures for creation, verification, storage, and retrieval. Every contract had to be witnessed, authenticated, and preserved. Every transfer of land or property generated additional documentation. The archive demonstrates that administrative complexity in the ancient Near East extended far beyond the major imperial capitals often emphasized in historical narratives. This raises an important question. How were thousands of records managed in a world without paper, filing cabinets, or digital databases? Archaeologists discovered many tablets within large administrative buildings and private residences where they had originally been stored. Their distribution suggests organized archival practices rather than random accumulation. Certain groups of documents appear to have been maintained together for long periods, indicating systematic methods of classification. The exact mechanisms remain uncertain because the storage systems themselves were largely destroyed when the city was abandoned. Nevertheless, the surviving evidence points toward a highly developed tradition of information management that historians are still attempting to reconstruct. Another mystery concerns the professional scribes who produced these records. Writing cuneiform was neither simple nor widespread. Becoming a scribe required years of training. Complex legal formulas, specialized vocabulary, and standardized document structures demanded considerable expertise. Yet the Nuzi archive demonstrates that large numbers of documents could be generated consistently across decades. This implies the existence of educational institutions capable of training skilled administrators and record keepers. The tablets reveal the final products of this system, but the structure of the schools, teaching methods, and professional networks behind it remain only partially understood. The collection is equally important because it illuminates the civilization of the Hurrians, one of the most influential yet least understood peoples of the Late Bronze Age. The Hurrians occupied extensive regions of northern Mesopotamia and surrounding territories, but comparatively few written sources survive directly from their society. Nuzi therefore provides rare evidence regarding Hurrian social organization, legal customs, and economic practices. Many personal names recorded in the archive are Hurrian rather than Akkadian. The documents reveal a society that blended local traditions with broader Mesopotamian administrative systems. Yet significant questions remain unanswered. The origins of the Hurrian language are still debated. Unlike Akkadian, it does not belong to the Semitic language family, nor does it fit within the Indo-European family. As a result, the people behind the Nuzi archive remain partly obscured despite the extraordinary quantity of information they left behind. Among the most fascinating discoveries are the legal arrangements recorded on the tablets. Certain contracts describe adoption agreements in which adults were formally adopted not for family reasons but to regulate inheritance and property transfer. In some cases, individuals lacking direct heirs could designate successors through legal adoption. Other documents contain highly detailed marriage agreements specifying economic obligations and inheritance rights. Such records reveal a sophisticated legal culture capable of adapting existing institutions to solve practical social and economic problems. Historians continue to debate how representative these arrangements were of the wider ancient Near East, and whether some practices reflected specifically Hurrian traditions. The tablets have also attracted attention because several customs documented at Nuzi resemble social practices described elsewhere in the ancient Near East. During the 20th century, some scholars drew comparisons between Nuzi contracts and certain traditions mentioned in biblical narratives. While many early claims proved overstated, the archive remains valuable because it provides independent evidence for legal and social customs operating within the broader cultural environment of the 2nd millennium BCE. Rather than confirming specific historical accounts, the tablets help establish the types of institutions and practices that existed during that era. One of the most striking aspects of the archive is its survival. Clay tablets were durable when baked, but many administrative records throughout history were written on perishable materials that vanished long ago. Ironically, destruction may have preserved Nuzi's archive. Archaeological evidence indicates that parts of the city were destroyed by fire during the 14th century BCE, likely during the political upheavals that accompanied the collapse of the Kingdom of Arafa and the expansion of Assyrian power. The intense heat baked many tablets, transforming them into ceramic-like objects capable of surviving for thousands of years. A catastrophe that ended the life of the city may have ensured the survival of its records. The archaeological investigation of Nuzi continued long after the initial excavations. Following the discoveries of the 1920s and early 1930s, scholars devoted decades to deciphering, translating, cataloguing, and analysing the thousands of tablets. Specialists in Akkadian cuneiform painstakingly reconstructed fragmented text, identified legal formulas, and compared documents across different archives. What emerged was not a collection of isolated records, but an interconnected network of information revealing relationships among families, officials, landowners, merchants, and administrators. Each new translation added another piece to a vast social and economic puzzle. Modern research has further expanded the significance of the collection. Digital databases now allow scholars to analyze patterns across thousands of documents simultaneously. Linguists study the interaction between Hurrian and Akkadian elements within the texts. Economic historians examine property transactions and labor organization. Legal historians investigate the development of contractual institutions. Yet despite nearly a century of research, important questions remain unresolved. How extensive were Nuzi's archival systems beyond the excavated area?